My wife came out as asexual and that's why we don't smash, so I said divorce. Now she's refusing to accept it and said I can have unlimited access to her friend instead. My wife, 29F, and I, 34M, have been married for 4 years, and up until a year and a half ago, things were fantastic. Our marriage began to deteriorate after there was a significant drop in our under the sheets fun between us, not intimacy, just the actual physical aspect of the relationship. We would still cuddle and have deep intimate moments talking and just being around each other, but she kept rejecting my attempts to take things further past kissing. Now, we have had no problem communicating, so I made sure to address it early, and we talked and made adjustments. Well, about a month ago, she returns from her therapy session and tells me that she believes she's asexual, and that's the reason for her non-existent bedroom drive as of late. I was definitely confused because we had such a great bedroom life for a while in the beginning of our relationship, but her telling me that she's now asexual was heartbreaking because everything else is great. Obviously, I'm not going to force her to smash, so we had a long conversation about our relationship, and I came to the conclusion that we should get a divorce. I say because she immediately rejected the idea and said we would figure something out and wouldn't talk to me about it anymore. I didn't know what to say, so I dropped it. Well, 3 weeks go by without smashing, and I decided that I have to do this for my own mental well-being, so I filed for divorce and had her served with the papers. Last week when I got home from work, she was going about the day like nothing was wrong. I asked her if she had signed the papers, and she flat out said, "We are not getting a divorce," then changed the subject and acted like things were normal. Obviously, I thought this was crazy, so I stopped her and said I couldn't be in a marriage devoid of smashing. I mentioned that I was being incredibly fair with our divorce terms. She could keep the house that we bought and paid for with cash, I'd take all of the debt, which isn't much, we'd split our savings and investments in half, and she could keep 2 of our 3 paid-off cars. Thankfully, we don't have kids. I love her and want her to be comfortable, and I have no problem starting over since I make a good income, but she won't budge or talk about the divorce. This brings us to 2 days ago. I get home and go to our bedroom to find my wife's friend, 27F, in our bed, completely undressed. I immediately shut the door, said sorry, and went looking for my wife. I found her in the kitchen and asked what her friend was doing here, and she said that she was here for me. I put 2 and 2 together and said that I'm not smashing with other women in place of the woman I chose to marry. She was adamant about saying that I could sleep with her whenever I wanted and that her friend agreed to it. I couldn't believe things would get this far, so I went back to our bedroom and asked her friend to leave. I packed a bag and have been staying in a nearby hotel since that night. My wife, her mother, and her sister keep calling me, but I'm just not interested in hearing what they have to say. This feels like a trick. I just want this whole thing to be over. Does anyone have advice? Is this some kind of ploy for alimony? Should I just contact my lawyer and try to force the divorce? I'm really uncomfortable with this entire situation. Update 1. I'll try to keep this as concise as possible. I feel overwhelmed, so I probably won't bother with another update after this one. I don't know. My wife came to my hotel last night, and we talked about everything. She told me the full truth and what's going on in her mind. A few of you commented this on the last post, so you were right. She has always been asexual. She and her whole family have known this since she was 16. Apparently, this is the reason why her last long-term relationship of 3 years ended. He broke up with her after the smashing between them diminished to being non-existent after the first year. She told me that smashing is easier for her in the beginning when emotions are running high, but she still needs to force herself to have it. I knew they broke up due to irresolvable differences, but I didn't ask for details, nor did she tell me. After a lot of apologies and crying, she told me that I was the first person she was able to tolerate smashing with for so long and that she did enjoy it a handful of times, but after a while, she still felt like she was being raped. I broke down after hearing this and started kicking myself for not catching on to any of this. She said she tried her best to please me as much as she could. She still doesn't want a divorce, and she doesn't want the house, cars, or the savings. She just wants me and is ready to do whatever it takes to keep me. She even said that she would sign a postnup stating this. As for her friend, she was there during her last breakup and helped support her through it. My wife went to her after I brought up divorce and talked things out. Her friend suggested that she open the relationship for me, but she said she didn't want me sleeping with strange women, so her friend volunteered herself to be the one who sleeps with me. My wife thought this was a great idea, which led to the fiasco at our house. I won't comment on her appearance because it doesn't matter, and I don't blame the friend. My lawyer got back to me, and you were all right. I don't need her permission, but I will have to wait if I want to push it through. I asked her why she lied to me this entire time, and she said she was tired of being rejected after revealing she was asexual, so she convinced herself that she would be able to force herself to smash during the relationship. The hormone testing, the sessions in couples therapy, and all of our solutions were just her buying time to find another way around smashing, or give herself enough time to build up the strength to start regularly smash with me again. Our conversation ended with us holding each other in bed, crying for a couple of hours. No, we didn't smash. She pleaded with me to hold off on the divorce to look for a solution together and left my hotel room. I'm now sitting alone typing this post, and I guess I found out that we don't share everything with each other. I don't know what I'm going to do. Update 2. After my last update, my wife asked me to meet with her about a week later to discuss things with her. I've been staying at an extended stay since that night with her friend. We met at our house and talked for a few hours. She started off with a ton of apologies for how she acted, her lying about her bedroom drive, and not taking my intimate needs more seriously. Before I could say anything, she presented a signed postnup agreement she had drafted with a lawyer stating that she doesn't want anything: the house, the cars, savings, everything. I felt like the biggest jerk for thinking that she was tricking me for more money. I asked her if she was serious, and she told me to take the postnup with me and sign it when I'm ready. I still haven't signed it, it's in my backpack. I told her that I still think divorce is our best course of action and that we both deserve to find someone who matches our needs. She still refused and borderline begged me to reconsider. She started crying, and so did I. Seeing her like this was devastating. I told her that her finding other women to sleep with me wasn't going to work. What if I develop feelings for them? What if I get one of them pregnant? Do we expect her to delete us the fetus? She said we'll figure it out as we go along and to please give her more time to work on other solutions. I said that it sounds like we're going through the same things again, but she was adamant and pleaded with me to wait. There were more apologies on both sides, and we kissed for a while before ending the conversation. Then, I went back to my hotel that night. A few days later, I tried texting her, but she didn't respond, so I called her dad. For context, I'm avoiding her mother and sister since they are saying the same things as my wife. Her dad told me that she moved back home and has been holed up in her room since our talk. She called out of work. He told me that she's barely eating, bathing, or talking to him or her mom. He asked me what I was going to do, but I didn't have an answer for him. He just said he understands and said he would be here to talk anytime I wanted to. So, I went back to our house, and a good portion of her stuff was gone. The whole place feels empty. I've been sleeping in one of the spare rooms. I'm planning on flying to my mother's house in a couple of weeks to spend time with my family and decompress from this entire situation. I'm still on the divorce side of the fence, but I guess there's no rush. Thank you to everyone for your insight and concern. Seriously, I know we're all strangers, but most of you have been a huge help to my mental health. Seriously, thank you. Also, my cousin uses Reddit and reached out after he found my last post. He asked me to shout him out if I made an update. Love you, Virgil. Thank you for being there for me.
I ran away from home because my husband was letting his best friend's sister get too handsy with him. Now he's saying I'm disgusting for having thoughts like that and to divorce. I'm still so shaken by everything, so sorry for my rambling. My husband Jake, 25M, and I, 25F, have been married for 3 years, and from the beginning, he was very close with his best friend's sister, Cindy, 18F. Well, my husband would often talk about her and tell me how he had seen her grow up throughout the years. Cindy is always very bubbly and seems very fond of Jake as well. I remember when we were dating, she would ask to come along on our dates a lot. I never really said anything as I liked spending time with her as well. She was like a little sister to me. When we announced our engagement, she asked my husband to better not forget her after becoming a married man and to still hang out with her. Well, we got married, and I even made her my bridesmaid. We sort of lost contact afterwards because we moved to a different state. Fast forward to now, Jake's best friend came to stay with us for some time, and Cindy came along as well. The moment she saw us, the first thing she said was how hot my husband has gotten and she was glad he didn't look like those boring married men. Then, throughout their stay, Cindy would just ignore my presence and be way too close to Jake. I told Jake that it was looking a bit inappropriate and asked him to tell Cindy to tone it down, but he said that Cindy is just a bit childish and is that way with everybody. Well, on their last day, we decided to host a dinner party for everybody. During the party, I was with Jake when Cindy came and told me, "Oh, I need to steal your husband for a while," and before I could say something, she grabbed Jake's hand and took him to play games. I ignored it since it was their last day, but then throughout the dinner, she was getting way too close to Jake and would just drag him away whenever I was around, all while giggling at me. When everybody sat for dinner, I sat beside Jake and Cindy came last. She then said, "Oh, there is no seat," and then just went and sat on my husband's lap. Everybody was surprised, and Jake said, laughing, "Cindy, stop acting like a kid, you're not a kid anymore." Cindy started laughing, saying it was a joke, and got up to sit in another seat while giggling at me. Yeah, I was so angry with the disrespect, and with the fact that Jake was so cool with it, but I didn't want to say anything bad, so I excused myself, took my car, and went out. About an hour later, Jake called me asking where I was. I told him I was going to my friend's house and I would come back after Cindy had left. I know what I did was terrible, but I was so angry at that time that if I had stayed there any longer, I probably would have started fighting or crying. I came back the next day, and Cindy and her family had all left. Jake was very upset and said I had taken things too far. I started crying and told him how everything made me feel. He said I was horrible to think such things about Cindy and that she was like his sister. I told him that I was not doubting his intentions, but I was hurt by how disrespectful Cindy's behavior was, and he was enabling her by not saying anything. He started saying that I sounded ridiculous and couldn't even take a joke, referring to the incident of sitting on his lap. I said regardless, I don't want her in my house again. To top it off, Cindy sent a message saying that she was sorry for making me feel insecure and that she would make sure to make me feel better, but I should not have left as it was pretty childish and kind of spoiled the mood. It felt so backhanded, I didn't reply to her. I just told my husband he needs to maintain a distance from Cindy. He asked if I was giving him an ultimatum. I said if he would go as far as to disregard and disrespect my feelings for Cindy, then yes. This really rubbed my husband the wrong way, and he said since I have such disgusting thoughts in my mind and giving him an ultimatum anyway, then he might as well leave because he cannot live with such an insecure person who has such disgusting thoughts about him. He packed a bag and left for his mother's place. I have tried apologizing numerous times, telling him how sorry I am for everything, but he is ignoring my texts and calls. Later, Cindy's brother texted me and called me a bunch of names for thinking like that about his sister, saying Jake should just leave me and a disgusting person like me deserves to be alone. I could not stop crying after that. I don't know how to fix this. Is there a way to even come back? Was I so wrong to deserve this? Update 1. Thank you all for responding and to those who gave me good advice in personal messages. I couldn't read all the comments, but now I know my feelings are valid and boundaries were crossed by Cindy. Now, during the dinner, there was Cindy, her brother Sean and his girlfriend, and their cousin Derek, who's also a good friend of my husband, with his boyfriend. So, I called Derek and asked about the situation and what happened after I left. He was sympathetic and said that after I left, at first, they thought I would come back after some time. However, things were really awkward, but when I didn't return, Sean's girlfriend told Cindy that she was so disrespectful for doing that. Derek and his boyfriend also said the same thing. To this, Cindy started crying, saying they didn't have to corner her and attack her over a silly joke, and that she didn't know it would get so out of hand. She then left the room while crying. Jake didn't know what to say, and everybody left early the next day. Derek also mentioned that Cindy has always had issues with boundaries. When he introduced his boyfriend to everybody, Cindy would get too close and joke that she was just checking if he really wasn't straight. They were really uncomfortable with it as well, so Derek confronted her, to which Cindy rolled her eyes and said they couldn't take a joke. Eventually, she stopped. This all sounds so bizarre. I don't know what's going on with Cindy. Sean's girlfriend also texted me, saying she was sorry for what happened. I told her how Sean's message was inappropriate, but she had no idea about the text, so I sent her a screenshot and asked her to tell Sean not to harass me again. She was very apologetic and said she would talk to him. Now, my mother-in-law called and asked what was going on, as Jake didn't tell her and only said we had an argument. I was a bit hesitant to tell, but eventually, I told her everything. She was furious at my husband. She said they would be coming to have a talk. So yeah, I'm just waiting for them to arrive and feeling really nervous. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but we will see. As for people saying my husband is some kind of kitty lover or they are having an affair, I know this is furthest from the truth. I never questioned his intentions, but what hurt me was the lack of respect from Cindy towards me. Update 2. For people who are still asking me about the update in private messages, so, my mother-in-law came with my husband, and well, the talk happened. There were a lot of things, but I will try to summarize. Basically, Jake apologized to me first and tried to explain his point of view. He said that he was angry because I left without saying anything for the whole night when he was literally trying to just diffuse the situation and try to laugh it off because it was so awkward he didn't know what else to do. Instead of communicating, I just left him in that weird situation. He was meeting his friends after such a long time and just wanted the dinner to be peaceful. Cindy was going back anyway, and we would most likely never meet her again. He acknowledged Cindy was indeed overstepping boundaries, but he didn't know how to bring it up since he has literally seen her growing up, and she is like a little sister to him. Also, she acts like that with everyone. He thought that it was just for a few days, and he wanted no drama during their stay, so he would just brush it off. He did acknowledge he was wrong about not saying anything. He was already really worried and sad because of how I just left with no explanations. Even after I came back, not once did I ask how he felt. He was also very overwhelmed with everything and felt I was accusing him of not doing anything when he literally pushed her off as politely as possible when she tried to sit. He felt I was attacking his character and even gave the ultimatum, which made him so sad as he felt I thought less of him. It wasn't about Cindy, but about how easy it was for me to question his sincerity. He said after that dinner he was going to go extremely low contact with her anyways. He apologized for not speaking up about the disrespect Cindy was showing towards me and for also leaving like that. Then, after Jake said everything, my mother-in-law explained the situation from her perspective to Jake. She scolded him a lot as well. In short, she told him that as a husband, it was his responsibility to make me feel like I am his priority, and that he disappointed me the moment I had to come to him to ask for establishing boundaries. As a husband, it was his duty that I never would have to come to him about this in the first place. She also asked him how he would have felt had it been a guy on my lap, and he had no answer to it. She told him that what I did was an eruption of suppressed feelings and as a husband, it was his duty to come after me and never let me leave in the first place. There were a lot of things said by her and Jake seemed to realize and sincerely apologize for his actions. She told him that if he ever pulled such a stunt ever again, then not to expect her to take him in. Later, she took me for a walk. It was just the two of us, and there she explained some things to me as well. She said that she is sorry for everything but told that even at her house, Jake was distraught. He didn't tell her because he most likely knew he was wrong too but was overwhelmed about everything as well. She said she was in no way excusing her son's behavior, but would hope that I would forgive him. She also said that under no circumstances do I need to leave my house as it was my house and my family. She said I shouldn't be afraid to speak my mind if anything makes me uncomfortable, and to talk to her if Jake does something stupid again, and she will set him straight. She hoped we would work it out since she has seen our love for each other, and it would be sad to see us split up due to some disrespectful brat, her words. She said she cannot have a say in our issues but suggested that we should get counseling to understand each other better. She even bought ice cream for me. I know it's a bit childish, but she said sweet things work as a charm when people are upset, and well, she was right. Well, it was awkward at night. Jake came to our room, and we didn't know what to say. After a while, we talked and both apologized to each other. However, I did tell him that I was angry at him for telling everything to Sean and was deeply hurt by the text he sent me. He said he didn't know what I was talking about, and I showed him the texts. He said he didn't tell Sean about our fight, and only told him that he was at Mom's place. He called Sean, and well, it turns out Sean told Cindy and told her how she went too far at the party. Then Cindy made a huge sob story about how I was passive-aggressive with her the whole time, how I would always try to question her character and act insecure and jealous. She even went on to say that I was always like that with her even when she was a kid and that I never liked her and always tried to manipulate people into thinking I was an angel while she was a bleep. Well, that made him angry to think how I had been treating Cindy, and he sent those texts. Jake and I were baffled by such accusations, and he tried to explain to Sean how it wasn't true, but then Jake just let it be and decided to go no contact with Cindy and extremely low contact with Sean. Jake apologized again, and we just cuddled and slept. Well, Cindy is out of our lives for good now, and we have decided to go to counseling for better communication in the future. Let's see how everything goes, but yeah, we are not getting divorced. I know a lot of you people wanted me to show Jake this post, but he was so sad and got scolded a lot already, so I decided not to show him for now. Maybe in the future. Sorry for all this rambling. Have a good day, people. I told my friend I would not have chosen my husband as the father of my children if I had a choice, and she snitched on me. I, 37F, and my husband Liam, 30M, have 2 children, and I'm currently pregnant with our third. I want to preface that Liam is a wonderful husband and a fantastic father. This all started when I was out at brunch with a few friends of mine. I was telling them a funny story about my cravings and how Liam had made a cake from scratch for it. A friend of a friend, I'll call her Paige, said that I chose so well and that she should have put as much thought as I did into choosing her husband. I have a reputation for being very thorough and thinking things out before doing anything, aka the responsible one. I told her that I never would have chosen Liam to be the father of our first child, but I am so grateful he was, and I was very lucky. Our pre-marriage life was messy. I was with another man, I'll call him Dave. Dave was a steady, reliable man, and we had been together for years. Dave made a new friend who was Liam, and I could not help but absolutely hate him. According to him, Liam made Dave feel young again, and he was desperate to reclaim the sense of youth he lost by being responsible since he was young. He spent all of his time with Liam and other male friends. Dave would spend every night out partying until 2 or 3 a.m. He spent his entire paycheck and some of my paychecks on wrestling videos and online bleeping. He bought a motorcycle, used our savings to buy crypto, and shaved his head completely bald, but the last straw was him spending $20,000 of my savings to travel. Throughout this, Liam was incredibly disrespectful to me. Dave broke up with me when I asked him to stop hanging out with Liam and his other friends. He immediately moved in with a girl I had concerns about. I felt deeply hurt, and for the first time in my life, I felt like hurting someone in return. I was miserable, out of my mind, and called Liam over. I wanted to ruin their friendship like he ruined my relationship. He was annoyed at Dave for something else and was down for anything. I woke up the next morning realizing that I made a huge mistake, but it was incredible. Unfortunately, my bad decision caught up to me, and I got pregnant. Ironic since I had always wanted children but was told I was infertile. Both Liam and I were against having children out of wedlock, so we had a small wedding. I was ready to grit my teeth and make the best of our marriage, but surprisingly, Liam turned out to be an incredible partner and father. If it was a mistake, it was the best mistake of my life. Paige was very offended that I said Liam wouldn't have been my initial choice. She accused me of making myself superior and said she lost respect for me and would never talk to me again. She also messaged Liam to tell him what I said. Was what I said really that bad? Edit. I should probably clarify, but I'm a lot more unfiltered on Reddit than here. I just said that while we knew each other before, Liam was basically a one-night thing, which is true. My other friends know the truth because a few of them were there when it all unfolded. Dave was furious at first, which is understandable, but we are cordial to each other. Unfortunately, I did not get my money back. Update 1. I got a lot more attention on my post than I thought. Long story short, Paige apologized for overstepping, and we are all good now. She reached out to me and said she was having a rough time in her own relationship and felt I was being ungrateful. I accepted her apology, however, I don't expect us to have a close friendship in the future. I also checked up on Liam. As I've said before, I adore my husband and do not want to make him feel bad. I asked him if he felt hurt by what I said. He says yes, he was deeply offended, and I should make up for it with 1,000 kisses plus interest starting right now. The worst thing in my life right now is my baby kicking up into my ribs. I miss being able to breathe without a foot in my organs. Several people have questioned how I got the reputation of being thoughtful when I made really bad personal decisions. Honestly, I'm fiscally responsible, organized, and all around a prepared person, But I am dependent on having a stable, boring life and was unequipped to have my personal life fall apart. If I think back to what I was like 10 years ago, I had a good amount of savings, a comfortable career, and close friends. I also had a fiancé who I had been with for years and who had changed into a person I no longer recognized, someone who lied to me, stole from me, and cheated on me. Liam actually was the one who reached out to me first after Dave broke up with me. He told me about how Dave had lied to him and used him in lies and was with the other woman. I was still in shock at the time. He came over to give me some things that Dave had left at his apartment in case they were mine. Some of it was mine, some of it was Dave's trash. I sobbed and blamed him, and he took it and apologized. He ended up kissing me. I said I wanted to ruin his life like he ruined mine. Liam saw Dave as his best friend, and he also had trust issues, so lying was off the table. Their friendship was already ruined, but I didn't know that. I was not good at getting revenge, at least spontaneously. We didn't use protection. I had been told I was infertile. My previous two partners, my old boyfriend and Dave, never got me pregnant even after years of being together. I was ignorant and wasn't told that infertile doesn't mean sterile, so I still had a chance of getting pregnant. I was excited to be a mother, and Liam was, to my surprise, excited to be a father. We decided to put aside our old grievances, be friends, and raise our child happily. I can say that I started falling in love with him during my pregnancy, but it was solidified after giving birth. It was traumatic, and I tore badly. Liam was such an attentive husband and father, and we fell together so nicely it was hard to notice when he became my soulmate. Part of the reason I hated Liam was that the way we expressed love was too similar. I need quality time and attention, and he needed quality time and affection. There's no limit to the amount of time we want to spend with loved ones. Dave was an introvert who valued time alone. When Dave was in the middle, I felt as though Liam was stealing my limited time with him. Now, it feels nice to have a partner who values and expresses the same kind of love, and we are around each other constantly. We have an equal partnership. I do take on more of the mental load in terms of finances, investments, doctor appointments, etc., but Liam acknowledges that and takes on more of the physical load. He insists that I do more, while I think he does. I'm not saying either of us is perfect or that our relationship is, but I am very happy with my lot in life.
My nephew stole my engagement ring and won't tell me where it is even though I'm the one keeping a roof over their heads, so I kicked them out and now he can use his talents on the streets instead. The reason I, 26M, know is that I literally caught him in my room going through my things, and it's on freaking camera. My nephew is 9 and has a habit of stealing things. They've gotten in trouble a few times at stores because he'd leave with something in his pockets. But of course, because he's a kid, they usually just say he forgot he had it. Even at school, my brother has told me they have had to come talk to the principal on a couple of occasions, and it doesn't seem like they've done anything to stop it. Recently, they had to come stay here with me because my brother lost his job, and they weren't going to make it with all their bills, including rent. He's doing Uber right now while he searches for a job and they can move out. I didn't want to because of my nephew specifically, but family is family, I guess. A month ago, I finally bought an engagement ring for my girlfriend that I was planning on proposing to soon, but now I don't know. It's a 4K ring that I spent over a year saving up for. It's been hidden in my room under one of my drawers. One time when I found him snooping in my room, I told my brother to control his damn kid, then got one of those cheap spy cams in my room just in case. Then last week, I noticed it was out of its box. After checking the cam, it showed he was in there again when I wasn't home. My brother and his wife have yelled at him, and he says he left it by the TV in the guest room, but it's not there. They looked through all their stuff in his too. I know for a fact he's lying about not having it, because that's the same thing he said about one of my watches he took and ended up finding it much later. By the second day, my brother tells me they can't find it at all. So, I told him either they find the ring or he repays me the 4K I spent on it, and if not, they can't stay here anymore. My brother got really upset. He told me I know how their situation is right now, and yeah, it's a tough spot, but I couldn't ignore the fact that his kid, whom he can't parent, took something extremely important to me that cost a lot of time and money. They were given a week to leave my house if they don't find the ring. They're having to stay at a cheap motel, but my brother won't stop begging to come back because what they're paying right now each night is coming directly out of their savings. He won't stop calling me heartless about letting something like this come between helping them out through a difficult time, and my nephew keeps saying he's sorry. It's just hard right now to want them around. I don't even know what to do about the ring, and every time I think about it, it just makes me so mad that it's hard to care about their situation. Does that make me wrong? Update 1. So many of you have asked nonstop for an update. Sorry it took me a while to log back on, but lots of stuff has been going on. Yes, I found the ring. It was a stressful day doing a deeper search in my house, trying to think like my nephew and looking in places where I think he'd hide something if he really didn't want it to be found. And the decision was if it really wasn't found and my brother wasn't able to get him to talk, or they wouldn't be able to pay back what I'm owed, then the police would get involved. He did beg me not to, but I told him then he better pray I find it or he comes up with the money to pay me for it. Guess both our prayers worked because guess where I found it? In the freaking sink. The sink. And that's thanks to the comments that told me to look in those places. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. It was the sink that was in their guest room, and I'm glad he didn't just throw it away. You guys don't know how freaking relieved I was to find it. It took some work to remove the P-trap under the sink to get it out, but I was just so happy to find it. The same night my girlfriend, now fiancé, Got back, I proposed to her, and she said yes. The plan was to wait, but after all this crap, I thought, screw it, I'm proposing ASAP before anything else happens, and so I did after a nice romantic dinner. After my brother heard about me finding the ring, he thought this meant they could come back. I said no. He wanted to argue about this again, but all I told him was he's lucky I haven't gone to the cops since there was already video evidence of his son taking the ring, and there's no way I'm letting them back in when my nephew wouldn't even say what he did with the ring. I talked with my nephew myself after I found the ring, but he just said he didn't want to tell anyone because then I'd be mad at him for hiding it. Honestly, I just don't have the energy for them anymore. His problem is their problem, and hopefully, they get him help before it's too late. The only thing important to me is my fiancé and I starting our lives and planning our wedding. Thank you, Reddit, for your help. Seriously, you guys were my lifesavers.
My husband has never liked my best friend, so I pushed him to try harder to be friends with her. Now I think he's pushed himself into her in ways I didn't imagine and wish I could take it all back. I, 31F, have a deep suspicion that there is something weird going on between my husband, 33M, and my best friend Maria, 30F. For context, Maria and I have been best friends since college. She has always been very outgoing, while I am more of an introvert. Maria was always a bit promiscuous and loved drama, and she had a lot of boyfriends and hookups in college. She is also very beautiful, and I would always feel invisible when I was around her, partly due to my weight issues. I was always very shy, and my husband was the first person I ever dated. Maria always teased me that I had only been with one guy in my life. As we have grown older, Maria is still yet to be in a real long-term relationship. I feel that things have reversed now, and she keeps telling me how lucky I am to have such an ambitious and reliable husband by my side. Around 6 months ago, my husband came to me and told me that he felt Maria was trying to flirt with him. He does not like Maria but tolerates her for me. During one of the dinner parties, Maria was acting very flirty around my husband. She was just laughing extra loudly at all his jokes, complimenting his fitness, and touching him on the shoulders and arms. My husband told me that he felt uncomfortable with her behavior and asked me to talk to Maria. I was pissed off and talked to Maria, but she got angry at me and said that she had known my husband for over a decade. He is like a brother to her. She felt my husband was trying to destroy our friendship because he did not like her. I felt she was genuine and let it go. Maria soon joined our gym because she wanted to take yoga classes with me. However, she spent more time in the weights room where my husband is. Again, my husband made comments about how she is always inappropriately dressed in the gym and asked him to spot her. Maria later complained to me that my husband is being rude and unhelpful to her. I again took her side and told my husband to be helpful and nice to her, as she is my best friend, and my husband said he would make more of an effort. I slowly started seeing them getting more and more friendly and working out together. I wanted to be cool about it, but I felt jealous. So now to what happened last weekend. Maria invited a bunch of her friends for a birthday party at her apartment. There were 7 guests there, including my husband and me. Maria kept on pushing shots on all of us, and eventually, most of us got drunk. Maria was sitting next to my husband and was being very flirty with him, but I could see my husband not reciprocating, so I didn't care. Maria insisted we stay back at her place, and my husband and I slept in the guest bedroom. The other 3 guests, who were her co-workers, 1 guy and 2 girls, crashed on the sofas in the living room. I was drunk, and the last thing I remember was my husband bringing me to the guest room. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I was alone in bed. I could hear some inappropriate noises from outside. I quickly started looking for my phone in the dark, and in that process, I dropped something from the nightstand onto the floor. The noises stopped, and I heard a door open and close outside. I quickly got up to see where my husband was. When I reached the hallway, I saw my husband, just in his jeans with no shirt on. I asked him where he was, and he said he went to the restroom and asked if I was okay. I said yes, and he came and slept next to me. He was sweaty. I asked him where his shirt was, and he said that the heater was too high and he felt hot. His t-shirt was on a chair next to the bed. I laid down, but I was barely able to sleep after that. I got up early and went into Maria's room, and she was sleeping alone without any clothes. I told her we were taking off, and she got up to see us off. I kept this all to myself, and when we reached home and my husband went to take a shower, I immediately checked his phone. I could not find any messages between him and Maria. I spent the whole day thinking about it and finally confronted my husband regarding it at night. He was pretty angry at me and told me that he hates Maria and the only reason he tolerates Maria is because of me. I told him about the noises I heard, and he said he also heard the same when he went to the restroom but thought they were coming from the living room. He is still angry at me, that I can accuse him of something so horrible, and has told me that if I am really that insecure, I should cut off my friendship with Maria. He also told me that he was never going to be in the same room as Maria ever again. I have no idea what to do. On one hand, I know my husband would never cheat on me. But, it's just impossible to get the doubts out of my head. I keep picturing my husband and Maria together in her bed. Am I the jerk to confront my husband and accuse him of cheating just because of what I saw, and not having any real proof? How do I know what happened? If I confront Maria and accuse her, she is also going to be equally mad at me. I don't know her co-worker friends well enough to trust what they say. I just feel stupid for trying to push for a friendship between my husband and Maria. Please help. Update 1. I had posted about a month ago suspecting my husband and my best friend Maria of sleeping together while I was drunk and passed out in another room, and a lot has happened since then. My mental health is at its lowest due to the betrayals, but I think I now know what happened that night. So, the day after my husband and I stayed at Maria's house for her birthday party, I was unable to shake the feeling that something happened between them. I am not proud, but I checked my husband's phone and all his messaging apps. I only found a brief chat between my husband and Maria on Facebook Messenger. Maria thanked my husband for coming to her birthday party and for such a great night. She sent him a photo of them hugging at the end of the night, after I was asleep. My husband told Maria that I suspected that something happened between them and asked her to talk to me, and Maria told him that she would talk to me. Maria called me the next day and told me that I was crazy and she would never think of doing such a thing to me. She sounded convincing, but I just couldn't shake the gut feeling that something happened. I told her why I suspected them, and she called me crazy and said that my head was making up stuff that did not exist. I also mentioned that I saw her photo with my husband after I was asleep, and she should have kept her distance from him. I decided to distance myself from her, as I no longer trusted her as a friend. We also changed the times we went to the gym so that we wouldn't run into her. After a week or so, she messaged my husband on Facebook Messenger, suggesting they should tell me the whole truth. My husband kept asking her what she was talking about, but she kept telling him that she felt guilty. My husband came to me and told me that Maria is sending messages to him, and he's not sure what she is inferring. He kept assuring me that nothing happened between them that night. I then told him that I read their secret chats on Facebook Messenger. He gaslighted me, calling me insecure and suggesting that Maria was trying to play with my head. I finally decided to go to Maria's house and ask her what was going on. Maria initially kept saying that she did not want to talk about it. However, finally, she broke down and told me what happened. She told me that during the night of the birthday party, my husband kept staring at her. After they realized I was too drunk, he took me to the bedroom and again went back to the living room. At this point, he was sitting next to Maria and kept touching her legs playfully. Maria was also very drunk, and they decided to call it a night in 30 minutes. Maria said that my husband followed her to her room, and he started undressing her, and then they were intimate together. She told me that she was too drunk to consent to anything and felt like he raped her. She kept quiet to keep peace, but it was bugging her from inside. I asked her if she was sure she was too drunk that night, and she said that although she was drunk, she remembers all the details. I confronted my husband, but he still kept telling me that what he was saying was the truth and Maria never liked him and was playing me for a fool. He was so angry at me that he left the house and is currently living in a nearby hotel. He keeps calling me and asking me to trust him, but I don't know how I can trust him now. I never expected him to do such a thing. Maria has also been trying to talk to me and asking me to be there to support her. However, I do not know if I can look at either one of them. I'm just going to try to cope with the situation and plan to go and live with my parents for a few days until my husband and I agree on our future. I know you all thought I was crazy in the previous post, but I knew in my gut that something was wrong, and I never expected my life to suddenly come to this point.
I woke up in the hospital after my wife told me I was replaceable and stormed off. Now she's nothing like before and is completely infatuated with me. I, 30M, have been married to my wife, 29F, for 2 years, and we have known each other for 6. A few weeks ago, we had an argument, and during our disagreement, she told me that I am replaceable. After our argument, she went out with her friends. I have been dealing with some health problems for a while, and the argument stressed me out, leaving me nervous and unwell. I was alone in the house and decided to call the paramedics because I felt that something was really wrong. In short, I suffered a heart attack. In the hospital, they tried to reach my wife, but she didn't respond, likely still upset from our argument. She called later after coming home when she found out that I wasn't there. After learning of my condition, she came to see me and stayed with me the entire time, constantly crying and holding my hand. After being sent home, she did everything so I could recover faster. However, despite her efforts, I couldn't stop thinking about how she had told me that I'm replaceable. I constantly think about it, and I want to confront her about it, but I don't think I'm ready. I'm trying to understand why context matters. In what way or situation is it acceptable to call your partner replaceable? The audacity to even say something like that is beyond me. Edit. I will address some points here. We have no children. I have genetic health problems, and external factors also contributed to my issues. I have a higher salary than her, so I mostly pay the bills or buy things for our home. I mostly cook and clean, she does it too, but mostly me. It's not 50-50, more like 60-40. She isn't actively trying to unalive me, I hope at least. I don't know if she's cheating on me. Let's also address the elephant in the room. We had an argument about our house and some issues with it. After that, we also discussed our priorities, careers, and intimacy. At one point, the discussion was replaced by her venting and saying things not even related to the original discussion. I had no issues with her ranting about things until she told me that I'm replaceable. That was the end of the conversation, as I no longer wanted to talk. She finds my silence terrifying, but she didn't stay in the house for long after the argument. I don't know when she came home. I woke up in the hospital, and she was there. She kept crying and holding my hands. She didn't speak much, she couldn't. On a side note, Some people in this comment section have some issues themselves. Some of the comments are just wild and horrifying. Edit. I've decided to separate for a month. We will go to a counselor and speak maybe 1 to 2 times a week. If she cares about me, she will accept it and do everything she can to improve our relationship and marriage. If she starts playing around, going out on dates, or if I suspect her of cheating, I will end it. There won't be any forgiveness or second chances. I will make an update post sometime in the future. Many of you reached out and offered support and advice, so I think the least I can do is provide you with the update. Thank you all very much. Update 1. As promised, here's an update on my situation. I won't go into much detail, just the most important things. Physically, I'm doing great. I've started working out again, although at a slower pace than before, but with time, it will get better. Separation really helped me a lot. Firstly, I might sound selfish, but I only worried about myself, so I did everything for myself. At first, it was a different feeling. I felt alone for the first time in a really long time, and I needed a few days to get used to it. After I got used to it, it was actually quite nice. I got to do whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. I bought myself a lot of things, redecorated a bit, changed some old things, and honestly, I liked it. There was no stress, no arguments, no problems. It was peaceful and quiet. I also got myself a cat, and the two of us get along really well. I spoke to my wife on a weekly basis, and we also went to a counselor, which really changed a lot of things. Whenever we went there, I laid all the cards on the table. I was really honest, maybe too honest, and I said a lot of things that had accumulated over time, every annoyance, issue, pretty much everything I thought could be way better. My wife took the separation really hard. It was really bad. For the first few days, she was fine, or she pretended to be, but as time progressed, it was clear she wasn't doing well. What I did was whenever we went to a counselor, I focused only on trying to figure out my marriage and issues with it. But as soon as I left the counselor, I checked out. Like a switch, I didn't want to bring any of it home and disturb my peace. My wife also started individual therapy for her own mental health and issues that have been present for some time. I asked her if she cheated on me, and honestly, I expected some outburst of rage or yelling, but there wasn't any of it. She was really sweet and told me no, and that she understands why I might think that, and she offered her phone and her social media accounts for me to check. For some reason, I decided to be a jerk, and I told her that maybe she deleted and covered her tracks, and she has no proof of anything. Again, no yelling or anything, just a really sad look in her eyes. I realized that I went too far, and I apologized. Time passed, and I decided to let it go. So I told her that I forgive her and that I will give her another chance. Honestly, I wanted some form of revenge, but while revenge might be sweet, everything after it is bitter. I also told her that I won't forget her words. Anyway, she came back to my house, and everything changed. No longer am I doing most of the stuff, she now works just as hard, maybe even more than me, and she doesn't allow me to do certain things, much to my annoyance. We will continue going to a counselor for a little bit longer, and she is still going to her individual therapy. While I liked being alone, I truly missed her. I missed her hair, her smile, her eyes, and now I find myself looking at her and paying attention to everything she does. I guess separation made us appreciate each other way more than before. Maybe we took each other for granted, and we didn't value each other until we split. I think we fell in love again. I can't describe it, but each hug, each touch feels different, like it radiates with sincerity and love. As for the future, I'm planning a trip in secret as a surprise, so we can go out of town for a few days, just the two of us. Time alone really helped me relax and not worry about unimportant things. I focused on myself and what I want my marriage to be, and my life. So now, I'm going to work towards that. We really learned to communicate much better than before, we became much more open toward each other, more vulnerable. I think it will help us going forward. I guess after all, it turns out that I'm not so easily replaceable.
I took care of my stepdaughter like my own after her mom tossed her aside because of her special needs, so now she calls me mom, and bio mommy is furious she's been tossed away. Okay, so I, 34F, married the man of my dreams, 44M, last month, and he has a 16-year-old daughter from his prior marriage. I've been in her life, and she's been in mine for 4 years, and I've done my best to be there for her as a friend and trustworthy adult. She's a really, really great kid. I felt closer to her than I did to any of my sisters, and I could see she looked up to me and trusted me. One more important thing, she's on the spectrum, and I swear that's relevant. My husband and I went on our honeymoon for 2 weeks, and then we came back on Friday. My stepdaughter came up to me and asked if we could talk. She told me no one had ever been as considerate as I was in learning how to make foods in the exact way she liked them, or as patient with her poor emotional regulation. Her words, I think she's doing great. She told me I overall was her favorite person in her life, so she asked if it was okay to call me mom. This really caught me off guard, and I stopped for a moment to process it. She got embarrassed and told me she was sorry and it was stupid, but I told her it wasn't stupid because I would love that. She got super excited and hugged me, and it was lovely. I was telling my husband about it later, and it suddenly sunk in that I had become somebody's mom. I just stopped, and I told him, I'm someone's mom, and he asked me if I felt like I was in the delivery room, haha. I laughed at that, but I got so emotionally overwhelmed I started crying. This morning she came downstairs and said, "Hey mom," to me, and it's gonna take some getting used to, but holy cow, that was a great feeling. I still don't believe I've earned the titles, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to try my damn best. Update 1. So, I recently made a post talking about how my stepdaughter asked to call me mom, and it made me really happy. My husband has 2 children from his previous marriage, a 16-year-old daughter and a 26-year-old daughter. When they divorced, his ex-wife advocated for custody of the older daughter, sounds like it was because she was more independent and less work, and he got the youngest one. As a result, his younger daughter always felt kind of unloved by her mom and doesn't go too far out of her way to talk to her. Recently, the older daughter finally got a job in her field that she's been fighting for a few years, and she wanted to have a dinner with the family. She seems like a nice girl from the times I've interacted with her, but her mom seems passive-aggressive and unkind. We all got to the restaurant and sat down, and it was pretty nice and civil. I was sitting next to my stepdaughter, and she was a little overwhelmed because she hadn't been to the restaurant before and didn't know what to order, so we were looking at the menu together. I pointed out a type of pasta that looked similar to something we make at home that she likes, and she said, "Thanks, Mom." I guess she said it loud enough that her biological mom heard, because she literally stopped everything and asked, "What did you just say?" My husband and I tried to defuse the situation, but she was very agitated by it, and actually bluntly demanded to know why she said what she said. Their older daughter stepped in and asked if she could tell her mom about her new job, and that got her to move on finally. My stepdaughter didn't say much for the rest of the dinner, but on the way home, she tried to apologize for ruining the evening, to which we told her she didn't. Then, if this wasn't bad enough, both she and my husband received a 4-paragraph-long message talking about how disrespectful and egregious it was that she called another woman mom, and how she was very disturbed by it. My husband is just in disbelief and feels horrible for our daughter. He went to talk to her, and she didn't say much, but she clearly thinks this is all her fault. If anything, it's my fault for not discussing how she should refer to me at the dinner with my husband and then discussing it with her beforehand. I just freaking hate that this woman is upsetting her so much, and I see why my husband divorced her. Update 2. So, a small update on my post from last week. The next day after the dinner incident happened, my stepdaughter came over to me and told me her older sister texted her and asked if she could read the text out loud. I just nodded and said definitely, but on the inside, my eyes rolled to the back of my head like Jesus Christ, here we go. However, her sister sent her a very, very lovely and thoughtful message saying she felt bad about what happened the night before and was sorry the two of them haven't been talking much lately and asked if she wanted to try to be sisters again. Then she said she asked her what movies she's seen lately, and movies are her special interest, so that meant a lot, she asked. Not gonna lie, I was caught off guard by her sincerity and kindness. It was very sweet. Then later that day, I got a text message from her older sister, whom I assume got my number from her little sis, and said she wanted to get to know me better since I am legally her stepmom now and I'm the woman her baby sister is calling mom, so she definitely wanted to try to get to know each other. She also mentioned that she didn't get to celebrate her sister's 16th birthday with her and felt that was a really big deal and asked if the 3 of us could get dinner and see a movie. So the 3 of us went out and saw a movie and got dinner by ourselves. My younger stepdaughter picked the movie, and she loved it, but my older stepdaughter and I didn't get it, but the only thing that matters is that she liked it. Then we sat down and had dinner together and had a very, very nice time. Then on the way out, my younger stepdaughter asked if she could run into the store next to the restaurant to buy something really quick, in and out, so we said all right. While she was in the store, my older stepdaughter told me she wanted me to know she misjudged me. She observed our interactions both at the dinner the other night and tonight, me going through the menu with her to find something she likes, me advocating for her when their mother got upset, and how she clearly feels comfortable talking around me, and that she completely understands why I'm now mom to her. All in all, a pretty great night. After I got home, I saw she sent me a text related to something we talked about, so looks like we're gonna be talking now. Still got some stuff to work out with her biological mom, but we'll take this as a victory. Anyway, yeah, I just figured I'd share something positive since there's a lot of negativity on Reddit and with my current situation, so I figured I'd share a positive update.
I cut contact with my junkie mother when I turned 18 to escape the vile things she would do to me and my sister. Now 9 years later, my wife thought she should get a second chance and told her my location. My wife, 26F, and I, 27M, have known each other for 10 years and got married in 2018. We have very different lifestyles. She's a devout Mormon, and I am not religious. We found some way to make it work. It was a hard road, but there are still some challenges, yet we love each other very much. She has never met my biological mother. My parents were divorced long before I met her, and I broke contact with my mom after I turned 18. My mom was extremely abusive towards me growing up. She physically abused me and my sister regularly and tried to frame it on my father. She was able to manipulate a doctor to give me multiple medications growing up, and then she'd steal the meds. Her dirtbag boyfriend also tried to be abusive to me too. I cut my losses and severed all contact with my mother and her family, and so did my sister. My parents, that being my dad and stepmom, didn't approve of my wife at first because of her religion, but they get along now. When my wife asked me when she'd meet my mom, I told her she never would. She's a violent and terrible woman who has no place in my life, and I didn't want her involved in ours. I also told her not to contact anyone in my mom's family. Recently, my mom showed up at my work, which she had no knowledge of. It got ugly, and the police had to be called to remove her from the property. It was such an embarrassment. When I got home, I told my wife, and she just had this oh crap look on her face. I asked what that was about, and she confessed she had reached out to my mom and told her where I worked because my mom wanted to make amends. My wife believes that everyone deserves forgiveness and doesn't think anything could be unforgivable. I told her that it violated the one thing I had told her was out of bounds and that she didn't even tell me until everything went wrong. She, of course, has been apologetic. I told her we'd get there, but I needed time to process it. I've been sleeping in the home office, and we've barely spoken since. We are supposed to travel to her parents for Thanksgiving, but I'm really considering staying home with the dog so I can sort myself out. I'm not sure how to get over this. Edit. Added that she's met my stepmom. She's also fully aware of what my mom did to us. Update 1. I appreciate the support of those who messaged me when I last posted 4 months ago, as well as those who are curious about what happened. I didn't expect this to blow up. I'll give an update in chronological order, but trigger warning, details about childhood abuse are mentioned. To get this out of the way, my mom was served with a restraining order. She can't go on my work property, and I suffered no issues at work because of what happened. Leading up to Thanksgiving, my wife and I sat down to talk. I said I wasn't going to her parents for the holiday, and I think it would be best if we had some time apart. She was upset and scared because she has bad anxiety when she travels far alone, so her sister agreed to travel with her. But in this conversation, I asked to see the messages between her and my mom. Turns out, my mom had bothered her for months with messages on Facebook asking how I was doing, if I was alive, and saying she doesn't get to hear from her son, etc. That part is what got my wife to reply with an update on everything. She mentioned what happened at my work and named the place, of which there's only one location in our city. I knew she had been reached out to, as me, my sister, and her husband all had, but I didn't know she was constantly harassing my wife like that. In the time between my mom showing up in this conversation, my mom sent several messages accusing her of setting her up and keeping her son from her, among other very unpleasant messages. She went to her parents' place, and I made burgers and hung out with the dogs for Thanksgiving. I went over to my dad's that Friday while everyone there was out doing Black Friday things. We hung up the Christmas lights, and I told him what happened. Oddly, my dad didn't have much to say. He asked what I was going to do. I asked him for a specific file he had, and I told him I'd show her the file. My wife came home after almost a week, and the day after, I sat her down, and we had a conversation, and I pulled out the file. She clearly didn't intend for what happened, but she asked if I was divorcing her. I said no, but she needed to have told me what happened and or blocked her. If she had insisted on messaging my mom, I should have been involved to send a more generic message. At this point, I opened the file, put it in front of her, and she went completely pale. In the file were the pictures of me from the night my mom gave up custody. What happened was, we got into a fight over my grades in junior high. My mom started hitting me repeatedly, to the point where her nails had started to cut my face. At this point, I was big enough to stop her. I caught her wrist, and I twisted it enough to where she stopped and ran out of the house. The police were called because my mom said I broke her wrist. I didn't. My dad picked me up, took the photos of my bruised and cut face, and my mom released custody to him. A few of these cuts left scars that are still visible on my cheek and sideburn area. After explaining what she was seeing, she looked through what was in there. I told her she needed to understand she opened the door for my mom to have done this to me again, to my mom potentially doing that to her, and if we had any kids, they'd be at risk for the same abuse. Because my mom hasn't changed, her messages were the master manipulator going after my innocent wife. She said she didn't know it was this bad and she didn't mean for that to happen. I said we needed to go to therapy as a non-negotiable, and she agreed. I caught some heat from her parents for showing her the file. Her parents had me promise them I'd protect her and not ruin her innocent view of the world, I guess is the way to word it. She had a very slow grasp of real-world things that weren't very present in the church upbringing. Although, they actually agreed she shouldn't have responded to my mom, which was surprising. I did some solo therapy before we started our couples therapy. She was a little upset because I was distant during the holidays. It was like I wasn't there. Apparently, I had some kind of repressed or undiagnosed PTSD, and I began dissociating again after that happened, which was why I didn't seem present. I feel like we are making progress. The therapist said my wife had this subconscious desire to fix things and create her perfect family because of some issues her parents had and some issues on both sides of her family, so that was likely why she responded without checking with me. We have stopped trying for a baby for now, which she's devastated about presently because one of my stepsisters announced she's pregnant, and it really kind of hurt her because she really wants to be a mom. We are spending time together again and sleeping in the same bed. She's trying really hard to make it up to me, and she's been trying to read more about abuse and understanding those things, which is hard for her. We tried to get things back to normal throughout Christmas and New Year's. Presently, we are having therapy sessions every 2 weeks, and I see my therapist during the weeks in between. Thinking back, showing her the file with those pictures may have been a step too far. Our therapist said it was probably a lot for her to take in, but I mentioned it in our session, and I said it the night of. She needed to completely understand what door she opened and what repercussions could have come from what she did, as well as what could happen to our theoretical children if she opens that door again. I'm not sure if there was an alternative to showing her that file, but I think she understands what I really went through. Now, my wife will sometimes rub the scar lines on my face and just give me this strange look. She never questioned those scars before, and she just looks at them like that sometimes. That's where we are at. I think things are salvageable, as the way things came out before, it seemed like she sought out my mom. But I think she just got played and attempted to give my mom some peace of mind unintentionally, making a problem that she didn't understand. Thank you again for those who reached out and offered support before. Edit. Unnecessary to read, but for context, the example my wife gave in therapy about me not being present was this. We have a tradition in the second week of December, we go out together, get breakfast, and do our Christmas shopping, usually at Target because she likes getting a Starbucks hot chocolate. But as we'd go through, she'd look back at me, and I was often just staring off into the distance or not really giving full answers. I admitted I didn't remember most of what we did that day, which made her sad because that's one of the things about the holidays she most looks forward to, that day together.
20 years ago, my BF and his best friend forcefully entered me and lied about it so my friends and family would turn on me. Now, my then BF offed himself and released a video with the truth, and my family is begging for forgiveness. It happened in 2003, my boyfriend at the time asked me to come over one night to hang out, but when I arrived, it wasn't just us. His best friend was there. They cornered me, and the only thing my boyfriend said before they forced themselves on me was that his best friend had never entered a girl before and how unfair it was that girls rejected him. I have never been able to listen to Tupac again after that night. My boyfriend and his best friend were part of a big friend group that my sister and I were also part of. I reported what happened to the police, and it became a big divider in the group until a friend of the best friend provided an alibi for him from her birthday party that happened the same night. It was good enough for everyone, and everyone turned against me, wanting me to drop the charges, including my sister. 6 months later, the best friend overdosed, and I was blamed for what happened to him. I was ostracized by everyone, including my family. I moved away after the case was dropped shortly after the overdose. I woke up about 3 weeks ago to lots of texts and missed calls from unsafe numbers. I found out later that it was my mom and sister, and now they believe me because my former boyfriend confessed to everything, in detail, and called what he did a curse that haunted him his entire life. Haunted him? The audacity. He wanted me to know that God was on my side and had punished him on every single path he took, starting with the passing of his best friend, and that he was tired now and couldn't take it anymore. He asked for forgiveness and for me to visit his grave so at least his soul didn't continue to be haunted. I got copies of his letter and video sent to me, even by strangers, not only to me but to my husband and children, none of whom knew my past. I don't know what to do now. My husband and children are traumatized, and my family is begging me to forgive them. They want to meet my children and be a part of their lives. I don't even know if there's anything to forgive. I just want things back to normal before all this came out again. Would I be a bad person if I told everyone I don't want anything to do with them? My mom is apparently sick and is scared she wouldn't have the chance to see me before something happened. All I know is that I could finally listen to Tupac again. Update 1. I don't know if you remember me. I posted 5 months ago about my situation, and I have felt nothing but despair since. My mom is very sick. I decided that I didn't want to meet her or any of my family, yet one Sunday morning they were at my door insisting to go inside, insisting to see me before she left this world. She cried because I looked old, not her beautiful girl anymore. Did she expect to meet 20-year-old me? I didn't utter a word and I pushed my sister away when she cried and tried to hug me. They wanted to see my children, but I refused. My children were terrified. Now they have been trying everything to make me talk to them. I have tried to report them to the police, but they yet again proved themselves to be useless. My children aren't feeling well. We are in therapy, especially my son who doesn't even want to look at me, even now. My daughter is very compassionate, but I know that she is as confused and broken as well, but she has always been the kind who tries to make others feel better. My husband and I are separated. We started having issues, and he was angry all the time. He couldn't look at me. He thought that I should have told him when we met, but I didn't, and now he felt helpless. He couldn't even touch me anymore. Do you feel repulsed by me? Do I remind you of what happened every time I have touched you? He was going mad, so he said that he didn't want to be with me anymore. I begged him to stay, not only because I love him but because our children, especially our son, is hurting, and we need to help him. But he said that separation is better so our son can get some time off from being with me, I suppose, when he lives with his dad. My rapist's wife is suing me for the damage her husband left me. They have 4 children who are all traumatized by what happened. They still live in my hometown, and everyone knows them. Seeing what happened to my children, I feel nothing but sorrow for his children too. None of them asked to be born. The woman who provided the alibi was outed. I heard that she's lost her job, and people are harassing her. Even with my past, these past months have been the hardest on me. I cry myself to sleep every night. I have lost everything I care about. I wish he had never admitted to anything. He should have let the past be.
I ruined my daughter's relationship by making the love of her life grovel at my feet. Now she's ran away from home and I don't know how to fix this. Trigger warning, infidelity and sewer slide. I, 53M, have a daughter, 25F, who has been dating her current boyfriend. I'll call him James, 28M, for 2 years now. Before meeting him, my daughter strictly told me not to mention his dad or any family members to him. He is not close with them, and I didn't ask what happened because it was not my place to know. Genuinely, I liked him a lot. He is a good man, responsible, neat, and truly loves my daughter, and we bonded well. A couple days ago, my daughter came to visit me along with James. I was fixing my car at the time, and James looked curious and asked what I was doing. I showed him my car and said that I'm fixing it. We got into talking, and he told me he doesn't know how to fix his car, he just pays someone else to do it. I was shocked. I told him that I could teach him so he doesn't need to waste his money on fixing basic things, and so I did. He was a fast learner. After he was done, I patted him on the back and said, "Well done, son." The expression on his face instantly changed. He was happy for 1 second, and then he wasn't. He broke down crying on the floor. I tried my best to calm him down, but he was wailing. By the time my daughter came, he was in a fetal position. I was confused, and my daughter took him inside. He spent the night. My daughter just took his dinner into her room. She came downstairs and asked what happened. I gave her the details, and she was livid with me. She was almost screaming and asked why the hell did I say "well done, son." She specifically told me not to mention anything about his family. I said I didn't, I just said "well done, son," because that's what you usually say when you are proud of them. I didn't even utter the word father, it just slipped. I said sorry and asked if I could talk to him and apologize. She was pissed and told me to forget it. He is not in good shape. They left early in the morning, and I don't know what I did wrong here. I have been asking my daughter about him, and it was just one-word answers. What do I do? Update 1. So, a lot of details have come to light that I previously did not know about. Yesterday, my daughter called and asked if I could come to her place, and I said, of course. When I arrived, the first thing my daughter did was hug me and apologize for yelling and berating me. She admitted she was wrong and should have handled it like a mature adult. I reassured her that it's fine and I understand why she panicked. She also mentioned that James wants to meet me. James was in their shared bedroom and requested privacy. As soon as I entered, he started apologizing, saying he didn't mean to make things awkward. He acknowledged that he shouldn't have cried like that in front of me, that as a grown man, he should have kept his emotions in check. He explained that he had never had a major breakdown like this in 3 years and that he usually has control over his emotions. I asked him to calm down, assuring him that I am not mad at him, but then he started telling me a story, and it made me sick to my stomach. Here it is, back when he was in his final year of college, his mother had passed the year before, and his parents had married too young because his mother was pregnant. They were both in bad shape, but his dad was even worse than before. He would often visit his dad along with his girlfriend. One day, he found his girlfriend cheating on him with his dad. I won't go into much detail, but you can imagine the mess. His father gave him lame excuses like he was lonely and whatnot. He cut off all contact with his dad and went to live with his grandmother, and his grandmother gave his dad a piece of her mind and threatened to call the police on him. After that, he fell into depression, skipped his classes, and flunked. He underwent intense therapy and managed well on his own, and that's when he moved away from his grandmother's state and came closer to us. That poor boy was sobbing as he told me this story in excruciating detail. It almost made me cry. Also, that's not the reason he cried. He cried because a few days ago, he received a letter from his grandmother stating that his dad had committed suicide. He wrote a letter to James, and James did read the letter, but he felt nothing. He showed me the contents of said letter, and essentially, it was that lowlife apologizing and asking for a second chance. I got a little gist of what happened after the affair was discovered. His father and that girl were pretty much ostracized by everyone. They lived in a small town, so word got around. The father's friends basically disowned him, and every relative he had stopped talking to him. He lost his respect and dignity. He begged his mother to give James his address, but his grandmother refused. He couldn't find James because he had changed his name, as he now goes by his maternal grandmother's maiden name. Also, in the letter, he mentioned he had liver failure because after James left, he drank nonstop. He regrets what he has done and knows he can never take it back. He will always have to carry the guilt. He has thought about suicide a lot of times, but he knows if he does, he has to answer to his deceased wife about why he did what he did. Lastly, his dad mentioned he has no contact with that woman because she was the reason why he lost his son. He does acknowledge his own fault, but mostly he blamed that woman because she bewitched him. I can't believe that even in his grave, he avoided accountability. James said he wasn't bothered by his passing until that day when I called him son. If it were some other time, he wouldn't have reacted the way he did. It was just the timing. He cried because he knew he lost his father forever. He didn't even go to his funeral because he knew if he did, his progress would go down the drain. But he misses having a father. He knows what his dad did was wrong, but they were both pretty close. His dad was his cheerleader, and he still couldn't believe his dad would do this to him. He mentioned that if his dad were alive, he probably would have contacted him in the near future, like in 10 or 20 years, but he just lost both of his parents forever. I apologized to him for triggering something like that. I also told him he is a wonderful man, and any man would be proud to have a son like him. It's such a shame his dad threw it all away because he couldn't control his manhood. Sorry, I know this person is deceased, but I have no respect for him. What he did was his and only his fault. And I am proud of James. He has managed very well for himself. He reassured me that even though he has trauma, he never hurt my daughter and really loves her. He said that he has been thinking about asking for her hand from me. Now, I would have said yes, but I put some conditions, that he needs to get a psych evaluation and go to therapy. I know he is a good person, but right now, he is not in a good headspace. He should take my daughter to couples counseling with him. He accepted them without hesitation. As for my daughter, I did ask her why she kept this huge thing away from me. She said she didn't want me to judge him, that she knows what he went through, and it really hurts her to see him being triggered. She did mention she heard him cry in the bathroom when they first moved in. She loves him and understands that he has PTSD, but according to her, he is the best guy she has ever dated. I told her I do not care who she dates, be it a truck driver, a billionaire, or someone who is an orphan, as long as the guy is good and treats her well, she has my approval. Sorry, that was long, but it is tough to summarize everything in such short words.
My daughter's father abandoned us when she was born and left me to be a single mother. Now 4 years later, he shows up out of nowhere and wants to be a daddy. I, 33F, am a single mother to a 6-year-old girl, and I've raised my daughter all on my own. She was born from a one-night stand with a now former friend, 37M. We never got together, and he refused to be involved in my pregnancy or my daughter's first 4 years of life. I was stressed out emotionally because it's a big change, but I never asked for child support or forced him to be involved. I have enough income to send my daughter to a private school, and I'm perfectly fine on my own. The issue started when he reappeared from wherever he went and decided he wanted visitation, except he's not on my daughter's birth certificate, and the father is listed as unknown. He wanted to have that amended, but I said no, and that if he wants, the best he'll get is to meet her during outings with myself or my daughter's godparents. He agreed, but he's been constantly pressuring to get parental rights. The court already gave him a big fat no, unless he pays 4 years of child support, which, with his income, goes somewhere around $230K USD, and he hasn't paid a cent. My daughter doesn't even call him dad or recognize him as dad, she calls him Mr. I keep it very clean, I never bad-talked him, never made up stories. When she asked about her father, I used to say it was just the two of us. Even during court, the assigned CPS agent testified that my daughter had no affection or clear relationship with her biological father. Now, the main issue happened in a parent-teacher association meeting. He would say things like my family thinks or what is best for my family. I didn't agree with him, and I voiced my disagreement by saying my daughter has different needs and those are a priority. He was clearly angry. After the meeting, there was a moment for teachers and parents to mingle and just talk about how the kids are doing. One of the teachers approached me to apologize, saying she didn't know my husband and I didn't like a project she was doing with the kids. I told her I had no husband and my daughter loved the project and wanted to be a part of it. The teacher then told me that my former friend was going around talking like he's my husband and he represents the family. I was livid, and I walked up to him and very loudly told him we needed to talk in private. In the parking lot, I told him we were not a family and that he either will respect that I am the only one who can make decisions about my daughter's education, or he won't be involved. He went on about being her biological father, then I reminded him he had not paid a cent for the pregnancy, my daughter's needs, or even the private school my daughter is in. He hasn't tried to see my daughter since, which she doesn't mind at all, and I did ask her by the way. I do feel a bit bad about what I said. Edit. I wanted to add this because the PMs are driving me insane. He has the money to pay child support, but he chose not to pay. He was never prohibited from being involved. He had my phone number, and I sent him pictures and invited him to birthdays and other big celebrations, but he never came. Also, we are not in the US. Update 1. I'm going to preface this by saying my daughter's father, whom I'll refer to as Jeff, has never been my romantic partner, it was a one-night stand. I don't like people calling him my ex, since it makes it seem we had some kind of emotional attachment. He was never involved after I told him I was pregnant and actually wanted me to terminate the pregnancy, but I decided to raise my child alone since I have enough money to raise her without child support. For the entire pregnancy and the first 4 years, Jeff was not in the picture. On my mother's recommendation, I did send him pictures and invited him to special events, but he always replied that he had no interest in my daughter. 2 years ago, he reappeared and began demanding parental rights. When I didn't do what he wanted, he sued and was told no, he was not getting parental rights. He was given the offer to pay child support, and then we can revisit giving him actual rights, but he has refused. He has the money, much more than me, but he refuses. I still offered to let him see my daughter in a casual manner, no child support needed, with the agreement that anything legal, medical, or educational will not involve him. He pushed the boundaries and we had a fallout. After that, we didn't hear from him for almost 6 weeks before he called to meet for Christmas. After much discussion, I agreed to bring my daughter over on the condition that my daughter's godparents could come. Thus, we went over for Christmas dinner, and that is when I found out Jeff is married and had never told his family he had a child. It was great to be judged by a bunch of strangers, but if I'm being honest, it was uncomfortable the entire time. I'm going to use fake names, but let's say my daughter's name is Katie. His wife kept calling my daughter Gabrielle, not the actual name she used, but it was that different from my daughter's name. The wife was also very physical, trying to pick up my daughter or parent her. I would block her or tell her to please let me deal with my child. The entire time she pretty much ignored me, but Katie didn't seem nervous, so I decided to just bide my time. I hit my limit when my daughter said she needed the bathroom, and this stranger went, "Oh Gabby, you need the potty? Let mommy change you." My daughter hasn't worn diapers in a while now, and she's more than capable of going alone to the bathroom. I immediately told her to stay away from my daughter and that we were leaving. The woman started wailing that I was kidnapping her baby girl and tried to lunge at me. Her in-laws got in the middle and held her, consoling her and saying that we weren't leaving and for her to calm down as if she were the victim. At that point, I just glared at Jeff and told him he'd better explain, or I would be calling the police. He asked me to speak in private in another room and that I could just leave my daughter with his parents. No way that would ever happen. Katie's godparents took her with them despite the wife having a full meltdown. Jeff and I spoke outside, and he explained that he and his wife recently lost a daughter. I'm not going to give specific details on that, all I'll say is it was sudden and nobody's fault. As I can only imagine, it had caused some psychological issues for his wife. Apparently, he had the brilliant idea that having Katie pass as their lost child would help his wife, without telling me. That's why he wanted visitations and parental rights. He pleaded for me to leave my daughter with him for a little bit. I asked him what his plan was when his wife heals. His response was disgusting. Well, I'll just send Katie back with you, and it will be just like before. I told him he was insane if he thought I would let him use my daughter like that. What his wife needs is therapy with a professional, not feeding her delusions. I would not let that woman within miles of my daughter. He told me I was being cruel and didn't know the pain of losing a child. I agreed with him but reminded Jeff that my priority is not his family, it's my child. What he and his family do to work through their grief has nothing to do with us. I also told him to call his lawyer because I am making sure he never has contact with my child. So that's what I'm bracing for. He's been blasting my phone since Christmas, but I can easily ignore him, and my daughter and I are doing a small travel vacation in the meantime. Update 2. Hey everyone, I decided to post a final update since I will be going silent for a long period. For those who didn't know, I'm currently dealing with my daughter's father and his delusions. He wants to use my daughter as a therapy doll for his wife, who recently lost a child. A lot of people were worried about my daughter and me, and I truly appreciate it. We're both safe. She's currently having a great vacation with her godparents, and I'm making my own arrangements to move on. My lawyer is working hard to keep everything in order. I know a cease and desist was his first action, and we are going for no contact. He says we have a solid case and hopefully, this will be resolved relatively fast, and by that, I mean a year or two. We did get a temporary restraining order, and it's only until our first court date, but it could be extended afterward. I haven't had direct contact with Jeff. He lawyered up to and tried to send a threat to take full custody. My lawyer laughed at it since his reasoning was parental alienation, except I have proof I tried for years to have him involved. Apparently turning in a few emails showing my attempts was enough to get them to change parental alienation to a different reasoning, but in all honesty, my lawyer is not worried. For now, I've decided after much thinking that moving is going to be necessary. It won't be something I can do on a whim, but I'll be looking into new houses within the month to hopefully move sometime this year. School will remain the same, but we will be speaking to the admin to make sure only certain people can pick her up. Part of that decision has been to hire a private driver. He's someone I absolutely trust and has worked for relatives in the past, so I'm very comfortable with the idea, and so is my daughter. Now I just have to make sure they don't go for fast food every day after school. All in all, things are not that scary right now. I have a good lawyer, good evidence, and my little girl is happy and healthy, so I'm just going to focus on working on things little by little. Because of the legal proceedings, I don't think I'll be posting any updates anytime soon. And to those sending me PMs telling me I'm horrible for keeping my daughter from her father or telling me I shouldn't have had her in the first place, please kindly speak to the void, I'm too busy. Update 3. I had no intentions of making a new post, but today absolutely took the cake. Now, for today, thankfully, I didn't have to deal with Jeff. Instead, he sent a priest to harass me at work. I'll be very blunt, I'm completely detached from religion. I'm not an atheist, I just don't really like the idea of the Catholic Church, which is the leading religion in my home country. I respect it, and most of my family is Catholic, so I have a detached respect for church officials. Today, I was doing some paperwork when I got a call about a priest asking for me. I didn't have any meetings scheduled, and a lot of times we get visits from clergy asking for donations or participation in events, so I figured that was it. I told the secretary to let him in, and things at first seemed rather polite, shaking hands, asking how things were, the usual chit-chat. Then the priest began talking about how it had come to his attention that I was a single woman with a child, and that apparently I lived a life of debauchery and hate, his words. I was taken aback and agreed I was a single mother, but I didn't see how I lived in debauchery and hate. The priest then went on about how he knew my daughter is prohibited from spending time with her father, and that I'm constantly sleeping around with men instead of living a godly life. He was worried and thought it would be best if I considered giving my daughter a chance to live with a proper family rather than seeing me sell myself. Angry was an understatement. I did keep it civil simply because I was at work, and I had no intentions of screaming at a religious man at work. I simply told him that my daughter was fine with me, she lived a safe and happy life, my personal affairs were my own, and that I had no intentions of sending her to another household. I told him that if there was nothing else, he should probably leave as I had other things to attend to. He then showed his hand, and that's how I knew it was Jeff's doing. The priest told me he didn't think my daughter would be a happy child with me, but her father was well respected in his church, and he knew he would raise a proper Christian lady. At that, I laughed and simply said no. I once again recommended he leave, and if he didn't, I would be calling security. He left, saying he would try to speak to me again when I'm not being hysterical. I told my secretary and our security not to let him into my office again and called my lawyer. I don't have audio, But we do have security footage of him walking into my office. Thank you again to everyone sending well wishes in my previous post. We are still working on that move, but school is back, and she's loving it. We still have that temporary restraining order against Jeff and his wife, and school officials know about it.
My wife cheated on me with our son's baseball coach and wants to come back to me after getting home run, but I don't know how to trust her again. I have been married to my wife, 39F, for 8 years, and we have 2 kids, 6M and 5F. To get right into it, on our daughter's birthday, my wife was showing me something on her phone when I saw a text come in saying, "I love you more," and I asked what that was about. She quickly explained that it was a coworker that she had been helping out, and because we had all our friends and family over, I didn't push the issue. Later the next day, my wife sat me down and told me she had something important to tell me. Turns out, that "I love you more" was not from her coworker. She told me that 6 months ago, when I was in a dark place and have since come out of, she found love in someone else, love I wasn't providing in our relationship. I was devastated, absolutely destroyed, still am. This was my wife, the woman I was madly in love with, the mother of my children, and she told me, if I have feelings for someone else, I'm not sure that I should be married. It's not fair to you or me. I never planned for this to happen, but now that it's a reality, we need to deal with it. She explained that she wasn't looking for someone else, it just happened. A friendship that bloomed into something more. She said life is too short, and she wants to be happy. She's proud of all the changes I've made, and I've always been a good dad, but she wants to be 100% happy, and the changes I've made haven't gotten her there, so she's seeking elsewhere. She said this person may not be the 100% answer, but she worries that I'm at the best I can be and it's not enough, yet she wouldn't give me specifics. I pressed for details, but she would not tell me who it was with or what they've done. So we spent some time apart, and she continued her relationship with him. I did some digging in the meantime, and looking at the phone records, it was our son's coach. I called her out on it, and she still continued the relationship. I saw a lawyer, and he told me not to leave the house or the kids and either try to work it out or consider leaving and seeing a therapist. My therapist says she's a narcissist and that I should protect myself, protect my kids, and run. I tried working it out, and come December, she said she had cut it off with him and wanted to try again. I gave her all the effort in the world, but I don't feel like her soul's been in it. She's not overcompensating or has even truly apologized for what she's done. I've also gained access to her photos, since I'm the admin on the family Google account, and she doesn't know that I've seen all that I have. I found revealing selfies she sent him that I haven't even received. I found a picture of him completely bare in our beach condo, on the same sheets I slept in, which I thought was our natural space as we were not sharing it during our time apart. She screenshots all these deep love quotes that I know aren't about me, so much that it lives rent-free in my head. She has a white bracelet with one black bead that she now wears every day. I've called her out on it, and she lied once and said it was from her mom, and up to last week said, well, my best friend has the matching one. Well, her affair partner wears an all-black one with one white bead. Again, she doesn't know I've seen all these things. So, now back to the current day, I can't place or find anything that suggests that she's still with him, but I know she uses Snapchat often and is secretive with her phone. Whenever I bring up the affair, there's a blow-up because I said I'd try not to bring it up and get over it, but I simply can't. I'm not rubbing it in, but it does come up when we argue, which is almost every week. We do really well for a bit, up to and including intimacy, but then something happens, and we go back to before. She doesn't want to do any of our planned events because I can't get over her affair. Her parents, both mom and stepfather, both cheated on their spouses for each other and support my wife. Both call and text me, saying it's unfair that I bring up her affair. The pictures of him live rent-free in my head almost constantly. I can't get past what she's done no matter how hard I try. I don't know what to do as she's trying to make me the bad guy, and I'm like, I've been here the whole time, I didn't fall in love with someone else. I just don't understand and am an emotional train wreck. Update 1. Well, long story short, I literally just caught her at the family condo with the affair partner and have photos and videos of his truck, his belongings in the home, and her coming out of the master where he stayed behind a closed door. I also went into our shared car that she drove, and it was left unlocked in the parking garage with an open high noon on the cup holder, and her wallet and belongings still in it. She came home and tried to talk. It was a calm conversation, but she kept saying it was my fault, and if I had communicated with her last night, where I grey rocked her, maybe she wouldn't have been with him. So I communicated that I will be home later this evening, so she's unexpectedly watching the kids today. I wanted to hang out with them, as she took them away from me yesterday to go do activities, and I would do separate activities today. However, I'm not emotionally able to give the kids the best of me right now, and I definitely don't want to be around her. I asked if she could sleep in a kid's room, and she got upset and stated that our bed is her bed, and she will sleep where she wants. I've been on a 6-mile walk already and have been calling and leaving voicemails at all the lawyers around. I know I can't abandon the home, but I can't be around them after what I just saw this morning. Thank you to all of you who responded earlier this week and suggested Grey Rock and 180 for me. I implemented them, and I guess it drove her to this. I'm officially divorcing her, and there's no going back. Thank you so much, Surviving Infidelity Crew. Edit. Legal counsel told me to have no contact with her, so that's what I'm doing. She texted me last night all about how she hasn't asked for a second chance, even though I've given them, and she loves me and now she is willing to do therapy, share her locations, give access to her phone, yada yada yada. When I got home last night, she was in the master bedroom, so I slept upstairs. This morning, there was no communication. She wouldn't even look at me. Yesterday, when I caught them on video, I saw his hat, and I noticed it was from a local landscaper. So I called to see if he also worked there, and he does. Okay, thanks, that was it. This guy just called me, saying if I want to talk to him, here's his number, but not to call his boss. I said I have nothing to say to you. He replied, I have nothing to say to you too, and hung up. Also, her mom reached out and said how devastated I must be and she's so sorry. She asked me to call her when I have a chance. I'm going to continue my no contact with everyone and let my lawyer, once I secure one, do all the talking. This is so damn hard.
My boyfriend knew way too much about his younger sister's bodily functions, so I called out his creepy behavior in order to protect her. Now he's kicked me out for speaking the truth. I, 26F, have been with my boyfriend, 28M, for over a year. For context, as far as I know, he has been taking care of his siblings, 16F, 12F, and 11M, ever since his oldest sister was born. Both his parents are not in the picture, not because they're not alive, but because they're absent by choice. They're supposedly as trashy as they come, and they chose to dump all the responsibilities on my boyfriend to go live their own lives. When my boyfriend was 18, he moved out of his parents' house and took all his siblings with him. He currently has full custody of all of them. He is a really hard worker, and I haven't seen him or his siblings struggle at all. They have all they need, and I've never seen them go to bed hungry because of him. One of the reasons I fell in love with him is because of his caring nature, especially towards his siblings. He was basically mom and dad for them, and he still managed to finish school in the process. Now, let me explain the weird, icky vibes I got recently. Last night, I slept over at his house, and at around 6 a.m., his sister, 12F, came into the kitchen crying hysterically. She woke up with blood in her pants and freaked out, and to clarify just in case, she was starting her first period. My boyfriend got her to calm down and explained that she is all right and everything will be okay. He then gave her a brief explanation of what is happening and that her body is changing. He asked her to go and take a shower to get cleaned up and told her where to find the pads his other sister, 16F, is using and to use them as the oldest sister showed her. When she left to go and take a shower, he said, "Damn, I thought we would have another year left." I asked what he meant, and he said his sister, 16F, started her period when she was 13, and he knows not all females and bodies are the same, but he thought it would be around the same time, so he was a bit unprepared for the discussion. I was shocked by that comment and the fact that he knew his sister used pads. Why does he know when she started her period in the first place? Why does he know what she uses? I wanted to ask him why he knows this but kept the question to myself. When his sister returned from her shower, he asked if everything was alright or if she was experiencing any discomfort. I started to feel disgusted when he asked that question. He told her she didn't have to go to school today and that he would take her shopping. After breakfast, he sat her down in the living room and explained everything in detail to her regarding what is going on, what will happen, all of it. He said he helped the older sister with her first time and would help her as well. He finished by saying that her sister, 16F, would be able to help her more with the types of products to use and how they work. I was surprised, shocked, and disgusted by all the things he told her. He was correct in everything that he told her, but no brother should know that much about what is happening to his sister's bodies. Unfortunately, his oldest sister wasn't at home to help. She had a sleepover at a friend's due to a school project, so he took charge of explaining everything. He must have seen the disgust on my face and asked me what was wrong, and it just slipped out. I told him, "That's disgusting, you're disgusting." The words just kept coming out of my mouth, I couldn't stop talking. I told him exactly what I thought about the situation, and that it's gross that he knows that much, especially about his own sisters, and is now trying to coach the younger sister on what to do. He just asked me to leave. He didn't argue or yell, nothing, just said to leave his house. I know I went about it in the wrong way, but my stance is the same. No brother should know that much about his own sister's bodily functions. Edit. Seeing some of the comments, I think you guys are not understanding my point. I don't want to sound mean, but he could have just called his sister to explain everything to her, or better yet, asked me to explain it to her. It would have been a lot better if it came from another girl. Yes, he explained everything correctly and even told her about the different products to use, but said the other sister will explain those better as she has experience in what actually works. Why didn't he ask me to explain anything to her? I would have gladly done it. There are certain things that should stay private, and especially a brother should not know. Update 1. First and last, to everyone saying he would leave me, you were right, he dumped me. I went to his house to apologize to him and his little sister. The 16-year-old was there as well. She slapped me and shouted at me, calling me vile names. She shouted at me for trying to break the family apart and trying to say her brother is a bleep. My now ex got her to stop and sent her to her room along with the other siblings. I wanted to apologize, but before I could even start, he told me to keep my mouth shut and listen. He forgave me before I even asked for forgiveness, but said what he can't forgive is the fact that I basically turned his little sister against him and made her doubt his intentions. It took him almost the full day to get her to talk to him, and she only talked to him after the 16-year-old assured her that he did nothing wrong and only wanted to help her as he had helped her before. His exact words were, "You turned one of my kids against me, that is something I can't and will not forgive. You are bleep to me, now get the bleep out of my house." He said it with so much anger in his voice, and I could see in his eyes that he absolutely hated me in that moment. I was actually scared for myself at that moment. I have talked to some of my friends about this, and you all might be glad to hear, but I'm losing friends as well. Even my own sister is now refusing to talk to me. Yes, in our house, my father had nothing to do with our periods, and my mom handled everything. What should I have done? I thought he did something wrong. I can see I'm in the wrong, but still, why am I being punished for this? His words really hurt me. That is not fair. I didn't even get a chance to explain myself or anything. After he was done talking, he again just kicked me out of his house. I am blocked everywhere and can't get a hold of him. I even tried his sister's phone, but I'm also blocked there. Edit. I screwed up, I know, but I will fix it and get him back. I really do love him, and I know he still loves me. This was just a speed bump. Just wait and see, we will be together again.
My wife's best friend has always tried to insert herself in my life, and when my wife was knocked out, she tried to get inserted and cried grape when I refused her advances and decked her in the face. I, 35M, have been with my beautiful wife, 34F, for close to 10 years, and we have no kids as of now. My wife's best friend, I'll call her Amy, has been friends with my wife for about 15 years, all throughout college where I originally met my wife. Myself and Amy haven't ever been the best of friends, however, we've been cordial for the sake of my wife. I've always found her to be obnoxious, loud, and entitled, the kind that inserts herself into any and every conversation, whether that be on a night out with friends or a private conversation. For example, my best friend and I were talking about fertility issues in his marriage during a dinner with our longtime friends. We were quiet enough so that nobody could hear us over the chatter, yet she found a way to be nosy and make a comment on how she would off herself if she couldn't do the one thing a woman was made to do. This pissed off my best friend and his wife to the point where they excused themselves and left early to go home. Now onto the actual situation at hand. Amy's boyfriend, I'll call him Khalid, had left her due to her annoying personality. I think it was more of a build-up, but what set him off was when Amy purposely did not feed their dog while he was on a work trip, because he was sleeping while she was drunk and calling him to pick her up. That's only the tip of the iceberg. Amy has always been weird with me. She has constantly tried to DM me on Instagram, trying to make conversation about gossip in our friend group or completely random things, and I have always ignored her. My wife has always seen past her strange behavior, and she refused to believe her dearest best friend would have ill intentions. Anyway, after their breakup, Amy came over to our house to see my wife. My wife was feeling ill on this day, so she took some meds to help her fall asleep and was out within an hour. I could not ask Amy to leave in the state she was in, so for my wife's sake, I suggested she could sleep in the guest bedroom. She agreed and went to bed. I was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and she waltzed into the kitchen with nothing but undergarments on. She acted shocked and claimed she didn't know I was still in the kitchen. I felt extremely uncomfortable and decided to call it a night. However, she started undressing and approaching me, telling me how my wife doesn't have to know and she's seen the way I've looked at her. I was completely baffled and told her she'd gotten the wrong idea and should be ashamed to do this to her own best friend while I tried to scurry out of the kitchen. However, she practically leapt in front of me and touched my manhood through my pants. Without a second thought, I hit her. I know I could have easily pushed her, but in the moment, I panicked and punched her in the face. She started wailing, enough that my wife woke up and stumbled into the kitchen to see her best friend, exposed and bruised. She then went on about how I tried to grape her and that I'm a disgusting human being and she should divorce me. I snapped back that she approached me, undressed, and a rejection wasn't enough for her to back off, so I punched her, hence the bruise. My wife didn't say anything. Instead, she fainted and fell on her side, and I immediately brought her to the hospital. My wife is now okay but refuses to talk to me about what happened. On the other hand, Amy has now accused me of attempting to grape her in our friend group. The majority of people don't believe her, but there's a few who always believe a grape accusation. The other half told me I messed up by punching her and fueling this anger. Amy has ruined my life, and I'm afraid my wife will divorce me and this goes to court. I've already contemplated sewer slide many times. I don't know where to go from here. Edit. My wife was in an abusive household when she was a teenager, and Amy helped her get out of there. She feels like she owes her life to Amy, and they are practically like sisters. Also, Amy was not drunk that night. Update 1. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their support, input, and advice, which I have used profusely in this situation. For the people who proceeded to say I should have smashed with Amy or me calling me a sicko, I truly hope you find peace in your lives. Now onto the update. A lot has happened in the past 9 hours. Someone made a suggestion to text Khalid, and so I did. Khalid was just as distraught as me and admitted that this was, in fact, not the first time she has screamed grape, just like some of you had suspected. She has threatened to scream grape to force Khalid to stay in the relationship with her. He got out of it by installing cameras without her knowledge and contacting a lawyer in case she went through with her claims. This worked in my favor, and he was very supportive and sympathetic. I confronted Amy with all the fallacies in her story and mentioned the existing evidence Khalid still had if she was interested in taking her claims to court. She panicked and told me no, apologized, and said she wasn't in her right mind after the breakup. I got her to admit this in the group chat as I am not interested in false rumors spreading about me in case someone was still unsure of the situation. She shortly left the group chat and has cut off contact with everyone. In other words, she has become unreachable. I explained to my wife what had happened, and she had seen all the messages with her confession anyway. My wife told me she genuinely didn't know who to believe and was contemplating divorce in that moment. I was heartbroken. I told her I needed time to process everything that had happened in the past 14 hours, and I will be sleeping in the guest bedroom tonight. I am happy she believes me now, but it doesn't sit well with me that it took an actual confession out of Amy for my wife to side with me. I have been with my wife for 10 years and would expect her to know me better than that, but at the same time, she didn't know Amy was capable of something like this in 15 years. My marriage has definitely taken a hit with this situation. Although I love my wife and have seen past every other time she has defended Amy, this situation is something I can't get over overnight. I thank you all for helping me navigate this situation. Edit. I am very aware and understanding of my wife's situation. She feels indebted to Amy, and there's definitely a power play at hand. However, my wife has laughed off the incident and dismissed the fact of how traumatizing it was for me. She still refuses to see Amy as the villain and is blaming it on the emotional heartbreak of her breakup. Update 2. So it's been a bit over 2 months since the incident occurred. Needless to say, it's been a hectic 2 months. I tried to make it work, I really did. For 2 months, I tried to brush it off and dealt with my wife still having frequent hangouts with Amy and telling me about them all excitedly as if her own best friend didn't just try to smash with me. However, the last straw was a few days ago when my wife was telling me how she and Amy are planning a trip to Greece for the summer holidays and how she can't wait to finally have a break from life's stresses. I simply said nothing and walked away from her. She followed me and asked me if everything was okay, and I straight up told her how I can't believe she would dismiss the fact that Amy accused me of rape when in actual fact she forced herself onto me. I told her how when it came to Amy, she believed her and was willing to divorce me on the spot, but when it came to me, she brushes it off and continues to have her girly hangouts with the very friend who tried to destroy our marriage. I blatantly told her she doesn't care for me. My wife started bursting into tears and had the audacity to ask me, "At that again? Why can't you just get over it?" I don't know why I thought she would have listened now. I had enough at that point and told her we're getting a divorce. I walked away and started to pack my suitcase as she tried her hardest to stop me. She pulled my shirt, hit me, threw things, and went from calling me names to begging me to stay. I walked out and am now staying at a hotel while she and her family blow up my phone. I don't know what to do.
I found my little girl and her friend alone with our neighbor inside his house after he coaxed them to help dry his wet dog. My mommy senses are telling me that's not the only thing he's asking them. I'm married with 2 young children. We live in a very nice area in America, a private neighborhood with almost no crime, the type of place where you can leave your door unlocked. My daughter is almost 8, and she has a few friends in the neighborhood. We live at the top of the hill, and her friends live at the bottom. I often let my daughter walk to her friend's house alone, with me standing in our front yard watching until she either goes inside or starts back home if they're not home. It's 5 houses down, so not far, but enough that she can't hear me unless I scream. Yesterday, it was raining, and she asked to go see if her friend was home. I said yes, and watched her slowly walk down to the house, knock, and then start heading back when no one answered. She's 3 houses down at our neighbor's driveway when she looks over and starts speaking, then she walks down the driveway and out of sight. Honestly, in the moment, I thought nothing of it. I know these neighbors, they have 2 adorable golden retrievers they walk often, and they love the young girls in the neighborhood. A little annoyed, I pop back in to check on my 3-year-old inside before going back out and waiting. Well, 3 minutes turn into 5, and my mom instincts are starting to tingle. I go inside and wake up my husband to watch my son and race out into the rain. It's been maybe 10 minutes since I had eyes on my kid, and that's not something I'm comfortable with. I get down there, work boots, no umbrella, and jacket, and knock at the door. No one is outside, no dogs barking, it's dark inside. I'm starting to panic. Then the husband comes to the door. He's so casual, and then he seems to sense I'm freaked out because he laughs it off and explains that one of the neighborhood girls was helping him give his dog a bath when my child happened by, and they all went into the garage to dry him off. He said he was just about to send the girls home since they were finishing up. I follow him in, and yep, there is a wet dog and 2 laughing little girls. He seemed fine, but his wife wasn't home, and the house was quiet, and I just got this feeling like danger was close, and I don't know, I just sort of rushed the girls out of his house. I don't even know if I said goodbye or was rude. I scolded my daughter for running off without telling me, but she was confused because her friend was there too. This other little girl is only 6, and her parents often allow her to run around to neighbors' homes. I have no idea how long she was there or if her parents knew. We walked her home, where her older sister met us and brushed me off when I told her she was with a neighbor, alone, saying, we wondered where she went. I was so shaken up that I was physically shaking, my teeth chattering. I don't know why, but I have this terrible feeling in my stomach that something nefarious is going on with this man. I did not want to interrogate my daughter or let her sense my worry. I've gathered bits when I casually asked. She didn't see them at first, but then on the way back, her friend, the other neighbor who lives further down and is free to roam, was there struggling to hold the wet dog with the neighbor. He asked her to help hold the dog while he went inside and opened the garage. Then they toweled the dogs while he got a blow dryer, then he had them get together to take a picture to send to his wife before they all toweled the dog off together. Then the doorbell rang, and I came in. I want to text the neighbors whose daughter was there just to see, but my husband thinks it's overstepping. He wonders if I'm being judgmental, saying, grown men can babysit young girls. Still, the entire thing felt off to me. His surprised and odd behavior when he saw me at his door was almost like I had interrupted him. It set my hackles up in a way I cannot explain. My husband says my past is clouding things and making me see shadows in sunlight. I was groomed as a child by a family member, so he thinks I'm hyper-aware and overreacting. So, am I wrong to raise the alarm about this behavior, or is it innocent? Who washes a dog in the rain, and alone with little girls? It's weird, right? Update 1. Anyone interested in how I handled this can read below. My actions so far have not been extreme. I saw his wife walking the dogs later that afternoon after posting and approached her. I told her how nice it was that my child wanted to help her husband bathe the dogs. Then I asked his name, just to show her how little I know him. She agreed with how nice it was and laughed. I asked about the picture, and she said she got it and said, I know, right? I told hubby how strange it was, but there they were. They're so sweet. It got a little awkward, and then I just made some small talk and left. The encounter was odd to me, and I didn't like it. I feel like her husband knew he needed to save face and sent the picture he took after he realized he needed to in case I approached his wife about it. She was the one who said it was strange, not me, and she got visibly awkward about it. I texted my neighbor, who often allows her daughter to go there, and just let her know that my child saw hers with this neighbor and then they went inside without my permission or knowledge. While I am not sure if anything nefarious is occurring, and I most certainly am not sure, I'm not comfortable with my child following hers into homes she isn't welcome. I made it seem innocent while still informing her mother of where and how I found her. I am not bringing this up overly with my daughter. She does not need to be worried, but I intend to reinforce our safety boundaries, etc. My husband put up little fight when I told him what I was doing. I took a lot of your words and reasoning to get my point across, so thank you, Reddit. Update 2. This is my update to say, trust your gut. After the interaction with our neighbor, I decided to tell the parents of the little girl that apparently wanders there often that I found them in the garage alone with him. I'm from India, while my neighbors are all white. My husband is white, and my daughter is mixed. This isn't too important, I think, but for how sometimes the neighbors don't seem as close to me. I'm a little like the odd duck in the neighborhood, but I still decided to make a little noise. I told them how I found her and my daughter alone in the house and that I am going to start being more careful and not allowing mine to go anywhere without first asking, which included following around their daughter. She responded nicely and said she would talk with her daughter. Things were fine until this week when our neighbor with the little girl called my husband to tell him that she self-reported abuse from the neighbor. It's all very early in the process, but it appears my instincts were spot on. I haven't seen or heard anything else, and I doubt I'll update except for this one to say, sometimes it's right to trust our instincts. I had a bad feeling, and I'm glad I spoke up. I'll never know if that is what saved this baby or if she had that courage all along and saved herself. We plan on calling a counselor and making it a fun trip with lunch at my daughter's favorite place in the city. We will talk with a therapist to see if she's been victimized, but luckily this appears to be the only time she's been alone with him, and it was minutes before I arrived. I still can't believe I have to do this. Who would touch a beautiful child this way? This man is a monster if it's true. He appeared so normal and kind. I'm so heartbroken that this deviance exists in this world and can only ask God for answers when I meet him. That's the sad update. Sorry, everyone.
My fiancée came out as a lesbian and told me that everything we shared together was a lie. Now everyone is telling her how strong and brave she is while no one cares about me. My ex, who I'll call Dana, and I had been together for 7 years, and I thought that she was bi from the beginning. That's what she said, and she openly told me about her past relationships with girls, but I never cared because it wasn't a problem at all to me. We never had any big fights or arguments, just small things, and we always sorted out everything. So, after 7 years of our relationship, I decided that it was the right moment to ask the big question because we were deeply in love, financially stable, and already living together. I prepared everything to make it as romantic and unique as I could, and when I finally asked her, she hesitated but then said yes. That's when the problem started, because I didn't understand why there was hesitation. When I asked her, she only replied that she was nervous, and I didn't press any further because after all, she did say yes. When it came to telling our family, it was basically only her family because I lost both my parents when I was 20 and my little sister when she was 17. We told this to her parents and our friends, but even here, some things were off because her parents were faking happiness, and I didn't understand why, while our friends were super happy and were already suggesting ideas for our wedding. 4 months passed, and we were planning our wedding when the day arrived. I came back home from work, and she was waiting for me with her bags ready. I asked her what was going on. She told me, listen, I know this is going to be hard for you, but I'm not bi, I'm a lesbian. My parents have known this for 2 years, which is why they weren't happy and were faking it. Please, I beg you, don't make this difficult. Just let me leave. Don't cry, don't beg me, and don't scream. Let's handle things like adults. Then she drove away. I stood there on my feet for about an hour in shock because I couldn't believe it. We went from planning our wedding to Dana coming out as a heartless and cold girl that I couldn't recognize. The worst thing is that 3 months have passed since that day, and literally no one has ever texted me or called me to ask how I was, if I was fine, or if I needed something. Not her parents, not her, since she also blocked me that day, and not even our friends. No one gives a damn about me at all. In these 3 months, I've been hospitalized 3 times because I lost extreme weight and have insomnia. I just work and come home, nothing else. While everyone is praising her for coming out, applauding her for finally realizing she was a lesbian, and celebrating her courage to be herself after years of struggling to find her true identity. Right now, I'm not even capable of being mad. I'm just in disbelief about what happened, how fast it all happened, and that no one gives a damn about me because her coming out is considered more important than her ex. Screw them all. Edit. I hope to come here again in a few months and read all this again and believe you, but right now I can't. You all seem like good people and sincere, but believe me, as much as I want to trust you, I simply can't right now. Nevertheless, I want to thank you all anyway. I'm not okay, and the 3 times I was hospitalized, I tried to unalive myself, but I'm not even good at doing that. For 3 months, I've been thinking over and over again if I was the problem, what I could do better, what I did wrong, but nothing changes. So here I am, in the middle of nowhere, seated on a sidewalk like a homeless person, reading strangers' comments on a post that I don't even know why I posted. Again, thank you all. Update 1. So, I wasn't expecting to update so soon, but like some of you folks said, somehow one of my ex-friends saw my post on TikTok, and the absolute mess started and is still ongoing right now. This ex-friend, who I will call Paul, reached out to me and basically told me that he saw the post and knew it was me because I used my ex's real name, and he was shocked to know what really happened. Apparently, Dana told my ex-friends that she came out to me as a lesbian, but I didn't take the news well and tried to lay hands and threaten her, so she told them to never contact me again, and they all believed her. However, when they saw my post, they started pressuring her to confirm if my post was telling the truth or not, and she admitted to the lie. Since Paul's text, I received a ton of texts and calls from everyone asking me how I'm doing, if I'm fine, and expressing apologies for believing Dana and not reaching out to me first. But then there's the real issue, Dana. She texted me asking for forgiveness, saying she's sorry for how badly she treated me and admitting that she invented everything because she was afraid of losing friends. Unfortunately, that's not all. I also got a text from her girlfriend, who I'll call Mary, and basically, she told me that she's sorry for Dana's behavior and for what she did. Here's the issue, she knew Dana for a year, but Dana never told her about me and always talked to her about me as a roommate, so she's considering leaving Dana. As for me, I created a new group chat including them all, even Dana and Mary, and told them that I'm not changing my mind about forgiving them. I mentioned that I was considering suing Dana, partially true because I'm not sure if I'll go through with it, and that if they, my ex-friends, were decent humans, they would have texted me asking if I was out of my mind to lay hands on Dana or just insulting me via text if they really cared about me. Then I added some personal things about Dana and blocked them all. However, my blocking method isn't working because they continue to harass me with texts and calls from other numbers, and even getting other people to call and text me. Crazy stuff is happening, and I still can't believe this mess because I keep thinking it's all a nightmare and I need to wake up. Unfortunately, it's all true. Then, the other thing is that I finally saw a therapist today, and I don't like to admit it, but I cried a lot. I never worked on accepting that my parents and sister are no longer here, and then this thing with my ex added to it, making me explode. So, it's going to be a very long journey, and I hope to reach a point where I feel better. So, that's all for now, and I hope to update you not as quickly as now but when I'm feeling better. Thank you everyone.
I didn't let my boyfriend hit me after we had a great date, so he kicked me out and now he's ignoring me for not letting him score. I, 17F, had been dating my boyfriend Robert, 18M, for about 5 months. We met through a mutual friend, and we started becoming closer once he asked me for my number. I really like him. Hell, I'd even say I love him if it wasn't so early. He was my date to my school dance, and after the dance, we went back to his house to just hang out. I changed out of my dress into sweats and a big shirt and just threw my dress over his desk chair. I went over to sit by him on his bed when he grabbed me and put me on top of his lap. We started kissing until he started to pull my shirt up. I've never been really into the idea of smashing or anything more than kissing, probably because I'm a private person and just feel, in my opinion, too young for that to interest me. I stopped kissing him and told him that I didn't want it to escalate, and he immediately got upset with me. I tried to say never mind and suggested that we could maybe try it, but he just got an attitude with me and gave me the cold shoulder. He walked out of the room and left me sitting on the bed, slamming the door as he left. I was confused because he's never tried to do anything like that or act like that before. He was sitting in the living room when he texted me, just one word saying, leave. I started to gather all my stuff, but it took some time because I got ready at his house. I was walking out the door when his mom asked why I was leaving, and I just told her my mom needed me home before it got too late. About 10 minutes after I left, Robert called me asking where I went. I replied with, "You told me to leave?" He got mad, saying, "I didn't mean it. Seriously, you can't ever take a joke, come back." And I said, it sounded serious, so I took it that way, and he hung up on me. He has been ignoring me for 3 days. I asked our mutual friend if he's heard anything from him regarding me, and he said Robert was pissed he was never going to be able to hit. I don't know why he would say that, because he's never talked about me like that. Was it wrong to turn him down? I know we've been dating for 5 months, but it's just something I'm not currently interested in. Update 1. Hi everyone, this is an update to my post from yesterday. Robert did finally reply to me super late at night and just told me that he wants to talk in person. I'd be lying if I said it went smoothly, and before I go into detail, please don't comment saying I told you so, because I most definitely do not want to hear that, and I'm 100% confident about who was right. However, at the end of the day, I made the decision to go over and end it, also to get my things back. I'm glad I went over to further fully comprehend who he is, and if I could go back in time and do it again, I would. This will be a long update. I went over to his house at around 3, right after I got out of school, and brought our mutual friend with me. I explained my side of the story to him, and he's on my side and thinks it was disgusting of Robert to say that and act that way towards me. I wasn't too scared to go inside since I knew I had backup, as well as his parents being home. I wouldn't have agreed to go if they weren't there. We both walked up to the door and knocked. Robert opened the door and gave our friend, who I'll call Quentin, a nasty look. Robert asked Quentin why he was with me, and Quentin said he was there to make sure nothing happened. Robert invited us in but kept a look on his face as Quentin walked in behind me. We went to his room where all my stuff was in a bag, and Quentin sat next to me on the bed while Robert sat in his desk chair. Before I could start talking, Robert cut me off to say how sorry he was and that he didn't mean to make me uncomfortable. I wanted to think it was a sincere apology, but because of this whole situation, there was no way it could be sincere. I said, I know you said you're sorry, but how do I know it won't happen again? I don't trust you anymore, and I can't be with someone I don't trust. His face immediately changed. I stood up to grab my bag of stuff when Robert sprang up and pushed me back onto the bed to make me sit down. Quentin got up and told Robert not to start stuff he couldn't finish. Robert got in Quentin's face and started yelling random insults at him, accusing Quentin of being the reason why I decided to end it. I stood up and told Robert to back off, and that he ruined this relationship the second he tried to pressure me into smashing with him. Robert shoved me again, and that's when his dad came to the room, I guess from all the yelling. Given that I was just shoved and with all the shouting going on, his dad just yelled at Robert with his name. Robert turned to the door and stood there as if he did nothing wrong. His dad told me that he would take it from there and to gather all my stuff. If I forgot anything, I was to message him, and he would return it. Quentin grabbed the bag while I thanked his dad, and we both left unscathed. I had a talk with his dad about what happened, and his dad basically chewed him out for how he treated me, and how that's not how you treat a woman. I thanked him again because he de-escalated the situation by coming into the room. Yeah, I was shoved, and Quentin was insulted, but both of us agree that this is the best outcome. His dad basically saved Robert from being beaten up in his own home by Quentin, given that Quentin is way bigger than Robert. I'm lucky enough that this was the outcome, and that I wasn't essayed or anything of the sort. Thank you all for the advice, and for those who called me as dumb as a doormat, this doormat left him. Robert is blocked, and both I and his father will not allow him to reach out regardless of the circumstance. I appreciate all the concerns and worries, but I will not be dating anyone until I heal from whatever BS this was. Thank you, everyone.
I blew up at my mom's engagement party because she abandoned me when I was 11 to start her new life. Now her new man has banned me from their wedding if I don't repent for what I've said. I, 17M, have a strained relationship with my mom, 35F, after an incident that happened about 6 years ago. My mom was super strict and a helicopter parent, so we fought a lot over my grades and the trouble I got into at school. She had essentially abandoned me, signing over custody to my dad after I had told her something along the lines of, I hate you, and, I wish I lived with dad, which I said out of pure anger and didn't actually mean back then. But that fight seemed to have broken her, and she cried before dropping me off at my dad's apartment. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal and I would just see her the next day after she proved her point, but she left me there. After that, things got essentially worse for me. My grades dropped, and I kept getting into trouble at school, almost to the point where I was kicked out. My dad never had job security, so money was always tight. His girlfriend also wasn't fond of me, saying I was dumped on them. I wanted to go back to stay with my mom. I thought to apologize, but my mom had essentially moved on with her life. She went back to college to get her degree and was always studying, and later on, she was focused on her new work. On the weekends I would get to see her, things were tense between us. She tried so hard to be the fun parent, eating takeout and leaving me to do what I wanted, but it was so unlike her, and we became more estranged. 3 years ago, she started dating Paul, 39M, a widower with 2 daughters, 9F and 13F. She started treating his daughters like they were her own, and they started calling her mommy, which irritated me. Eventually, they moved into my mom's house and changed my childhood bedroom into one of the daughters' rooms. I was livid when I found out, saying some mean things about the girls, and refused to go back there for my mom's weekends, but she was confused about why I was acting this way. Because of this fight, she thought I wouldn't be attending the engagement party when she announced she and Paul would be getting married. Besides, she didn't want me to ruin the perfect picture of her new family, so I made it a point to go to the party and called her out on her behavior. I wanted to confront her and tell her she wouldn't have to bother with me after I go off to college, but I may have taken it a tad too far. Everyone kept talking about how Paul's daughters were like her children and how it would be when she had more kids, and it snapped something in me. I called her a horrible parent and told her she was trying to replace me with the little brats after she had abandoned me, along with some other insults I don't really remember. Paul kicked me and my dad out, saying I was the jerk for making his fiancée and girls cry and ruining the engagement party. He said I wouldn't be allowed at the wedding unless I called and apologized. I may have taken it a bit too far, but my dad agrees she had it coming after abandoning a young child at an age when I needed my mother. Edit. There's a lot going on here, and I haven't had the time to look through everything, so I still haven't decided on what to do, but to answer some questions, my parents separated when I was a baby. My dad is 40 and used to work in construction until he got injured and could no longer pay child support. When my mom transferred custody, she began to pay support. I'm with my dad full-time and my mom on weekends when I feel like going. During winter break, my mom takes me out of state to Grands where we stay with the rest of the family. I can do the math, I know how old my mom was when she had me and that I basically ruined her life, so there's no need to point that out. About the helicopter parenting, I mentioned some of the things my mom did, but it didn't give the entire picture. Some people say it was just usual parenting, but it felt so constricting, and it was very different from when I was at my dad's. I also wasn't the smartest kid out, and sometimes it felt like I was being punished for that. My mom and I were prone to screaming matches if I didn't immediately do what she said, and no, I never hit her, it was mostly shouting. About therapy, I spoke to someone when I was younger, and my parents had me see the school counselor 2 years ago, but I find it hard to talk to other people. I'm also on meds, which were supposed to help with my moods. There is an overwhelming amount of attention on this post that is giving me mixed messages. I regret posting this because of how confused it has gotten me about my parents and childhood, but I do appreciate the support and advice, especially from other people who had similar issues. I will try and do another update when I figure out what to do. Update 1. So, a lot has happened. I never expected this post to get this much attention with so many mixed reactions, and honestly, it confused me to say the least. While this forum was blowing up, I had to go to school like normal. It's been a few weeks since the engagement party, and a kid who was there had been relentless in mocking me for what happened. I thought he would eventually let it go, but yesterday when he brought it up again, I lost my cool and decked him in the face. He was given detention but I was suspended. The school called my mom and got Paul instead. Since she was in a meeting, he came and got me. Things were awkward in the car ride, and we didn't say a word to each other until he asked me if I was going to apologize to my mom. I told him I didn't even want to go to his stupid wedding. Paul was confused when I said this, and told me that my mom had gotten mad at him for saying I couldn't attend and that she knew I wouldn't apologize if they told me to because I was stubborn. He said she had called my dad weeks ago and said I could go because she really wanted me to be there, and my dad said he would talk to me. I don't know why, but when I heard this, I burst out in tears, embarrassingly enough. I don't know if it was the suspension or reading all the comments, but I really couldn't hold it in anymore. It took me way too long to stop, and Paul was really freaked out, so he parked somewhere and tried to calm me down. I ended up telling him everything, about what happened when I was a kid, and how I felt about my mom. I also confessed that I wished she would yell at me or scold me for my outbursts because it felt like she didn't care anymore and just hated me for what I said. It's messed up, I know. I thought if I ever repeated what I wrote on this post to another person, they would think I was human garbage, but he just listened to me and let me get everything off my chest. Surprisingly, he didn't blame me. In fact, it was the opposite. He said he understood me. He works with her, so he knew that my mom was a tough woman, and he had never seen her cry before until that day and was unsure about how to approach her after, so he didn't blame me for not knowing how to talk to her after what happened when I was a child. He didn't give me details, but he assured me that my mom didn't hate me, and the situation is more complicated than what I know. Paul said I shouldn't bear all the blame, and if I was comfortable, maybe myself and my mom could go speak to the therapist he saw after his wife had passed. He was mad at my dad though. Apparently, this was not the first time my dad had said he would talk to me about something and just didn't. Paul suspected my dad wanted to get me to have another outburst at the wedding because he was still somewhat resentful towards my mother. I don't know how to take this because, while my dad didn't really like my mom, I don't think he would actually do something like that. Either way, I think I owe it to myself and my mom to at least try and reconcile and deal with my trauma so I could let go of my anger towards her. My dad wasn't home, so I spent the rest of the day at my mom's, and I at least apologized to Paul's girls. The 9-year-old forgave me almost instantly, like she didn't actually care about what I said before, but the 13-year-old is still pretty mad, mostly because Paul had her give up her new room and share with her sister. I tried to say I was okay if she took back the room, I wasn't, but it only seemed right to give it to her after what I did, but Paul said they'll make a plan when they remodel. I knew I needed to apologize to my mom as well, but that seemed just so much harder. I know you guys recommended writing a letter, but I didn't really have enough time nor did I know what I was going to say yet. There are these flower bushes in our garden though, and I have a vivid memory of when I was a kid, my mom getting mad when I destroyed one, only to forgive me when I had given her the flowers from them. It's a bit pathetic for her grown child to give her useless flowers because he couldn't get a word out, but I think the gesture meant the same for her like it did for me. She finally asked me if I was better off living at my dad's, and honestly, I don't know. I know you guys don't think the best of him, and things did seem to be worse when I stayed with him, but he was a decent dad, and I didn't want to just lose him like I did my mom. She said she would speak to him after our meeting with the school on Monday for the family therapy and if I was open to the idea of staying with her some nights during the week too. As of now, Paul had spoken to her and she already made the appointment for us to see the therapist next week. She also spoke to me about anger management classes too and said she would go with me if that's what I wanted. I honestly don't know what's going to happen with school, if the therapy will work for us, and if I will ever be able to truly let go of my built-up resentment. But I feel like everything's going to be okay. Thanks for all the comments, even the horrible ones, and to everyone who shared their deep and some dark stories that made them relate to my relationship. I hope things turn out okay for you too.
My friend's little sister is a money-hungry goblin and went too far when she tried to latch onto my husband, so I shamed her in front of her family and now they want me to publicly apologize. For context, I, 31F, am close friends with my college roommate Lisa, 33F, and I love her dearly. She has a younger sister, Amy, 22F, whom I've occasionally met in college, but she was so young at that time we never really hung out. Lisa had a bridal shower in February, and I financially contributed to most of it since I wasn't able to be there in person to help with the planning. I gave money to Amy to pay for everything, the decor, food, and booze. I even paid for an overnight stay at a hotel for all 7 girls. I did all of this because I couldn't make it to her bachelorette party the week before. I had also paid for the limo Amy wanted to host the party in. At the shower, I saw Amy, and she was gushing about how I had spent a lot of money on Lisa. I simply said if it's for Lisa, I would have paid for anything. Amy was hinting that my job must have been paying a lot of money for me to spend this much on Lisa. I'm a new surgeon who just graduated from residency. I got a pay bump, but it wasn't much. I'm lucky because my husband, 40M, is supporting me while I go through fellowship. My husband is a doctor too, but so much more advanced in his career than me. For my wedding gift, he paid off the remainder of my student loans. He is amazing, and I couldn't ask for anything more. The wedding happened in March, and my husband and I attended. Family and close friends were invited to Lisa's parents' place for dinner afterward. Amy was very handsy with my husband, even during the wedding. She was asking him about his job, how smart he was to be working in the ICU, how hot he was, how he looks like a young Alain Delon, and so on. My husband was giving me signals to come to him and bail him out, and I did. This happened at least 2 more times. At Lisa's parents' place, Amy was wrapping her arm around my husband's back and serving him drinks and food. I told Lisa's mom about how Amy was making me and my husband very uncomfortable, and her mom pulled her aside and told her off. Despite that, she was still acting like a crazed teenager because when we wanted to leave, she wouldn't give my husband his jacket back and kept sniffing it. I had a feeling that she was drunk and completely out of it. My husband raised his voice and told her to stop messing around and give it to him. I yelled, "Can you stop being so difficult? You've been shamelessly flirting with my husband in front of me the whole day. Give me the damn jacket and leave us alone." Later, I got a text from Lisa's mom demanding I publicly apologize to Amy. She wanted me to post a heartfelt apology on social media because some of the guests heard me yell at her and thought I was overreacting and humiliated her. Lisa is on my side and told me Amy has always had gold-digging tendencies and that this isn't the first time she's done something like this. She flirted with her friend's dad and their next-door neighbor who was married when she thought that they were wealthy. Lisa said that she'll handle it. I already felt so bad I ruined the last moments of her wedding day, and now she has to deal with this. I'm ruminating on this a lot lately and wondering if I should apologize to Amy. I don't want to, but then again, if I did, I would explain exactly what happened and how it merited my reaction to her. Though this might add fuel to the fire. There is so much drama right now, and I want to preserve my friendship with Lisa. Update 1. The previous post got so popular that Amy's mom found it and texted me to take it down, but I gaslit her into thinking that I never did such a thing and that I did not have a Reddit account. She believed it, I think, since she didn't text me back, but come on, the details I put in that post were exactly what she experienced, so of course it was mine. Moving on, I didn't apologize to anyone or do anything at all, frankly. I forgot about it since I had people in emergencies on me left and right at work. One of you said I had the spine of a jellyfish, and not apologizing was the right thing to do. I was hesitant and was actually considering giving that apology because of the fact that she fed me and let me stay in her home during Thanksgiving and Christmas many years ago when I couldn't go home to my family. I'm the kind of person who will remember every good thing you do for me and do my best to reciprocate or get even so as to not be indebted to you. A lot of people insinuated that me being docile and restrained in those kinds of situations makes me a bad surgeon, to which I say, I beg your effing pardon. Would you want someone who's operating on you to have a criminal record for causing bodily harm? Also, I've dealt with worse than Amy. I've survived handling 19 psychotic patients with TBIs for a whole rotation. Me being aggressive would have gotten me kicked out of my fellowship. Now, for the things that have transpired. I tried to avoid contacting Lisa since she went off on her honeymoon, but because of the popularity of my previous post, I decided to give her a heads up. Lisa was more than apologetic. In fact, she FaceTimed me, and we had a very teary conversation about her family. There was a lot more going on that I never knew, but mine and my husband's involvement in her family drama was the last straw. She had decided to go no contact with her mom and sister. She also warned me that Amy might approach my husband in some way, but I have no idea how. She's also getting her extended family involved about Amy. My husband does not have any social media, and he did not give out his number to anyone at all during the wedding. He is big on loyalty and transparency in our marriage. We have access to each other's electronics, and I know he would never cheat on me. 3 days ago, someone called my husband's clinic asking to get his number for an emergency and that she needed to get a hold of his wife. The nurse who answered refused to give a physician's personal number, and the conversation got heated. My husband's colleague, another intensivist, took over and asked her to tell him what the emergency was so that he could tell my husband himself. The person on the phone argued some more, and when the doctor wouldn't give, she hung up. That friend told my husband what happened and said the woman didn't give her name but had a very high-pitched childlike voice. My husband immediately knew it was Amy, but we have no proof. I know it was her. She must have searched my husband's name on Google and found where he works since his professional profile is online along with the name of his hospital. I'm getting more and more irritated by this whole thing and have gone full-on mama bear mode over my husband. He was furiously annoyed after the wedding and was saying if the genders were switched, he would have definitely gotten punched not even halfway through the wedding. My husband had terrible experiences with women before. 2 women at different times tried to baby trap him, one did some Moriarty-level manipulation, and one harassed us when we were dating. He is usually a cool and calm guy, but now he hasn't been smiling or joking around with me like he always does ever since the wedding. I consulted my uncle, who is a lawyer, but we don't really have many options yet. We couldn't prove it was Amy that called, so we just have to wait and see if she does anything. We have since informed the security at my husband's department and around our home, but we hope that she stays broke and can't afford to travel to where we live since it's far from hers. That's all for now.
My wife wants to throw away all we've built together for a gym rat she's only known for 3 months. He says it's not like we have kids or anything, so it's not like he's breaking up a family. My wife, 30F, and I, 33M, have been together for 12 years, married for 7. We started going to the gym together, and we were loving the results of our fitness efforts. It made our bedroom life even better, and we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Her brother, one of the closest people she's held dear in her heart, was a struggling drinkaholic and just returned after serving a 10-year prison sentence. He immediately started binge drinking upon release, got into an accident, and passed away in front of her. 3 weeks after her brother's passing, a guy struck up a conversation with her at the gym, and she immediately clicked with him and entertained him in conversation. I was wary, but I trusted my wife. She is a sweetheart, and I never imagined her capable of having an affair. One day, I noticed she was acting giddy while she was texting, and I asked her what was so funny. She said she was texting with him. At this point, she had not told him she was married, but he had definitely seen us at the gym together. She showed me the messages, and it was playful banter back and forth, kind of making fun of each other. I'm like, this dude is for sure going to think you are coming on to him. She told him she didn't want to assume he liked her, but she was happily married. He said, okay, that's fine, don't want to intrude. A few weeks passed, and I noticed the same giddiness again while she was texting. This time, I asked to see the texts, and she said, I would rather not show you. I told her I really needed to see them for my own comfort, and she eventually showed me. I don't remember specifics, but the texting was flirty, like a different language than I have ever heard from my wife. She told him that they were not behaving appropriately and she needed some space from him. He said, okay, I understand. A few more weeks go by, and I notice she is texting and has this glowing, puppy dog look in her eyes. I ask her if she is texting him, and she quickly turns her phone off and says, yeah, it was just something about a Jordan Peterson video. For context, he loves JP. I said okay, but I could tell she was lying, so I looked at her phone, and all the messages were gone. She says they confessed their feelings for each other but deleted the messages because she didn't want me to see them. She then meets him in person to tell him they need to stay platonic and shouldn't text anymore. The next day, he goes into her workplace and kisses her. After the kiss, I tell her she needs to block him and go no contact, and we're going to couples therapy. She shows me the message saying they need to keep to themselves and be no contact. She told me she blocked him. Then we have 2 to 3 really good weeks. Then she flips on a dime. She never blocked him, he started reaching out again, and this time, nothing was going to stop her from finding out why she has these feelings for him. She couldn't suppress it any longer. She said it herself, I know this hurts you, I know this makes me a crappy person, but I don't care, I'm tired of doing what people think I should do instead of what I want to do. We own a house and 3 pets. Her family and everyone we know are devastated and blown away, but she is absolutely serious. The woman I knew last week even, has left the building. This is a living nightmare that I just want to wake up from. We attended couples counseling 3 times and have one scheduled for Wednesday, but she has completely made up her mind and seems to have rapidly fallen out of love with me. My life as I had known it is over. I just needed to get this all off my chest. Edit. He is for sure sketchy. You guys don't have kids, so it's not like I'm breaking up a family, is a direct quote from him. He is very tall, classically handsome/rugged, charming, confident, and my wife is completely under his spell. Everyone sees it but her. Update 1. I had a kind Redditor reach out to me over the weekend, asking how I was doing regarding the situation from 8 months ago. The original post got a lot of attention, so I figured I would give an update. My wife filed for divorce a month after moving out. During this time, I did the whole online dating thing, which was way worse than I could have ever expected. I kept myself busy working out, building my own confidence, and hanging out with friends. In general, it was horrible, but I was trying to keep my head up. I was in therapy. It didn't jive with my first therapist, but I found a new one in December whom I liked a lot more, and I'm still seeing her. In mid-December, my wife calls me, crying, asking if she can stay in the guest bedroom because she has nowhere to go. I say yes, even though she hurt me so badly, because I still loved her. Turns out, things with the guy at the gym turned very toxic very fast. I know the word narcissist gets thrown around a lot these days, but this guy though, it's hard to believe these subhuman pieces of trash actually exist. She stays in the guest bedroom for a week, then goes and stays at her parents' for a month. She had a nervous breakdown and was able to get a medical leave of absence from her work. Mid-January comes around and she is back at the house, but still in a very frantic and erratic state, sort of like she was withdrawing from hard substances. I had no idea about the addictive nature of toxic relationships. It's a psychological clusterflop. She is clear that she is too messed up in the head to be in a relationship and is going to work on herself. I give her the time and space she requested. She goes all in on learning about the psychology of all of this stuff, inner child work, how the nervous system reacts and attracts you to toxic people if you grew up in a toxic household, anxious and avoidant attachment styles. There is this book called How to Stay Married, where the wife had an affair, and it turns out the root of the issue was her unresolved childhood trauma. Long story short, the same thing happened here. It hurts, but I can forgive her. She is my best friend, and we are insanely compatible in many ways. She has really been returning to herself over the past month. She is the happiest I have seen her in at least a year, and last week we filed the paperwork to dismiss the divorce. We are both in individual counseling and soon to start couples therapy. I am sure a lot of people will think I am making a mistake in reconciling, but I am happy. I do trust her that she now has the knowledge to not let this happen again, and she has the drive to become the best person she can be. Edit. I am reading all the comments and taking everything to heart, even and especially the ones calling me stupid, chump, and doormat. I completely understand where you are coming from. Right now, I have complete access to her phone anytime, individual counseling for her, and couples counseling for us. Basically, anytime I even have a hint of suspicion of any sort of nefarious activity, I can investigate, no questions asked. This hasn't been necessary because we spend nearly all our free time together or doing our own things around the house. If we aren't spending time together, she is reading self-help or watching self-help videos on YouTube. We work the same hours, we go to the gym together, we come home. What she did was beyond messed up, and we are all on the same page with that. She says that what she did is unforgivable, that she is a huge piece of crap, a complete idiot, and that I deserve better. I want to make things work for the sake of the life we built over 12 years, the beautiful home and land we own together, and the vast array of common interests we share. I want to continue building memories of love, laughter, and fun like we did for 12 years. There is a lot that is important to me that can be salvaged if the work is put in. Her estranged brother passes away in front of her while she is holding his hand, and then weeks later this guy comes into her life and love nukes her while she is spiraling in grief. It's no excuse for what she did, but it is enough for me to give her at least some iota of grace that she was not in a sane and rational mind when all of this went down.
I rent alone in NYC, and my family tried to force me to house my cousin for his college years for free or it'll be my fault he won't succeed. My 25F cousin, 17M, recently got into NYU, which I am so proud of him for. My mom told me when I invited her over for dinner a couple of weeks ago, and that's when she brought up that he could live with me instead of dorming. She brought it up in such a casual and joking manner, so I laughed and said, I can't live with that drama queen for the life of me. She shrugged it off, and she didn't bring up the topic again that night. Almost 4 days later, I got a call from my aunt, and she reiterated what my mother said and said she was so grateful for what I was doing for my cousin. I went silent for a little and asked what she meant by that. My aunt said that I had agreed to take my cousin and let him live with me for his academic career. I was shocked at first and told her that I never agreed to that. She then followed with, word for word, I know, but he's your cousin, the least you can do is let him stay at your apartment. Now that I type it out, it seems sort of innocent, but in that moment, it angered me. I lost my cool and told her I don't owe anybody crap and hung up. I'll admit, I didn't handle that in the best manner, and I could have been a lot calmer, but I really don't want someone to live with me. I live by myself in a 2-bedroom apartment in Forest Hills, and I already pay a lot for rent and have a very tight budget for food. Even if his parents offered to pay for his expenses, such as food and transportation, I still wouldn't want him living with me. Shortly after my blow-up with my aunt, a few of my family members began blowing up my phone, saying that I'm being selfish and I'm jealous of my cousin's success. My uncle texted me, saying that I'm ruining his son's life and ranted about how self-absorbed I am. Yet they haven't even offered me anything in return for housing him, and to be frank, I don't care what he or anyone else in my family tells me about this situation, there's a reason I try to avoid them at family functions. My mother said that I was being unfair and that I'll open my apartment door for one-night stands but not for her own family. I told her that she can have a say in who I let into my apartment when she starts paying my rent. Right now, I'm contemplating blocking my mom. Part of me feels like a jerk and the other part of me feels like it's my apartment, so I shouldn't be bullied into anything I don't want to do. I'm not mad at my cousin because he's a kid, but I'm really mad at everyone in my family taking his parents' and mom's side of the story. My dad has been very supportive of my decision and is reprimanding my mom and her family about the whole situation. Edit. I forgot to add that I did contact my cousin last week to tell him that it's not personal and he's more than welcome to visit if he decides to dorm. He hasn't replied to my text, and I didn't think he would because we're not really that close. Update 1. So last night, I called my cousin, and he picked up. We talked about the whole situation. He said that he didn't like how I talked to his mom that day, which is why he avoided my text. I apologized to him for cursing at his mom. He asked me not to get mad at what he was about to tell me. He then said that he's not even sure if he wants to go to NYU. I immediately felt like screaming into a pillow. He didn't want to tell his parents because he knows how much they want him to go to NYU, but he wants to go to the University of Toronto. I didn't say anything for a bit because, at the moment, I'm just over this whole thing. I told him that I wouldn't care when he decides to tell them because at the moment, I'm going to have low contact with my family members. He must have told his mom because you know what happened today at work? My mom and aunt showed up at my workplace. They didn't get past the lobby, but they were damn loud, demanding that I talk to them. I came down to see if I could get them to leave. My aunt accused me of manipulating my cousin so he wouldn't go to NYU. It was honestly the most embarrassing 10 minutes of my life. The guard, thankfully, ushered them out of the lobby, but my manager called me to talk to her in her office, and she wasn't happy with the whole situation. She asked if this would happen again, and I told her what I honestly thought: I hope not. I made a group chat with my mom, aunt, and everyone else who sided with them and texted them, "It's one thing to go after my moral character, but I can never forgive you for embarrassing me in front of my coworkers and in my workplace. You're never allowed to come near my apartment, or else I will call the cops on you." I blocked them all, and tomorrow I'm going to talk to my landlord to switch out the locks and get a new key. I want to thank everyone for their comments and advice. I really do appreciate all the support. Good night, and I hope nobody has to go through this. My husband has always wanted kids, but now that we have triplets, he hates their existence and makes them cry. Now he's talking up a new girl for a new life over his used wife. I, 35F, have been with my husband, 42M, for 8 years, married for 7. Due to a health issue my husband suffered, he developed fertility issues, and we had to get medical assistance to be able to have our children because if we didn't, he'd probably never have kids. So we did just that. We went through fertility treatments, even if it meant spending a fortune in doing so, because it would mean bringing in his own biological children into the world. He has wanted them for so long, so when I finally gave birth to our beautiful miracles, I thought he would be happy. Now, he's become cold, withdrawn, and constantly in competition with his own infant children. If I hold the children, he gets frustrated. Anytime they take my attention away, he gets completely pissed off. He's always in a foul mood, irritable, and just downright nasty. I don't understand it. Why is he like this? Our children are barely 6 months old, and they won't stop crying every time he's near. It's like they can sense his negativity. I tried talking to him. I've suggested he take interest in the kids and spend more time with us as a family, as I know it can sometimes take a little longer for parents to bond with their children, but this is downright scary to experience. He's full of jealousy and envy. He sees our children as competition for my time and affections. A few times now, he has made comments about feeling frustrated that I still breastfeed our children. The thing is, we mix feed, so he has had ample opportunity to feed them, and he just doesn't. He also said that this, meaning our life and our marriage after children, wasn't what he thought it would be like. I mean, what did he expect? A single baby cries, and 3 of them cry a lot. He wanted these children, he pushed for them, and now he does this to me? I never thought this would ever be me. I have tried talking to him, but he just brushes me off. I've suggested counseling, but he refuses. He tells me it's all in my head. I want to save this marriage, but I am scared I won't be able to, and maybe it's not worth saving. He comes home later every day. He avoids us on the weekends and any time he has off. I'm not ashamed to say that I went through his phone, and there are a lot of flirtatious texts between him and a Jessica. I don't think anything has happened between them, but it sure looks like they are building up to it. I haven't said anything because I'm afraid. Where do I go with 3 children, with no money and no family that can help me? I haven't worked in 2 years, and I've spent all my savings on having these children. My mind is in a complete meltdown. I can't sleep, I can't think, and I'm always exhausted. What the hell happened? Is this him now forever? Update 1. Thank you to the person who suggested I should watch his interactions with my babies more closely and frequently. Not even hours after I posted here asking for advice, I caught him pinching my son in a malicious manner. While I was scrolling on here and replying to people, I decided to check my baby monitor, and I watched my husband enter our children's room and insult them in a hushed and whispery tone. I couldn't make out much of what he was saying, but he was without a doubt telling them that he hated them and wished they weren't alive. Then he pinched my son, and my baby boy didn't even cry, which made me think he's done this many times before. It all happened so fast, and by the time I could make sense of what was happening on the monitor, he was already walking down the hallway and down the stairs. At the same time, I had leapt off the sofa and pretty much tackled him as he came off the stairs. We got into a physical and verbal altercation. We fought, argued, and shouted for hours. I guess the police were called by the neighbors because the next thing I know, the police are knocking on my door. I explained the situation to the police, and the officers said that they could not prove that my baby was harmed since he didn't have a bruise, and my baby monitor was only on live feed and not simultaneously recording. Eventually, they got my husband to agree to pack a bag and leave, and he left reluctantly. He has since been blowing up my phone, begging for forgiveness, talking about how he's been depressed and stressed by the babies, and that his anxiety and jealousy got the best of him. I just responded once, telling him to go screw himself. I've also been in contact with a lawyer, and she's advised me to leave him unblocked in case he further incriminates himself. I don't even recognize who this man is. Where did all this come from? Edit. Before y'all start jumping down my throat, I'm absolutely getting a divorce, and I will do everything in my power to get full custody. I did take my children to our family doctor, and they are in good health, and there are no other signs of abuse. I filed a report with the police, and my lawyer is dealing with it. I'm also about to start the process of divorce. I wore a gold dress to my best friend's wedding, and it exposed his wife's cold black heart because she exploded at me for ruining her special day. For some context, my 30F best friend Dan, 30M, got married to Lauren, 27F, yesterday. Dan and I have been best friends since high school, and despite always being platonic with no romantic interests on either side, his now wife Lauren has always disliked me. In their 3 years of dating, I have not been allowed to see Dan alone because she feels that it's suspicious that I want to hang out with him. Honestly, I just miss my friend. Despite me being happily married, she's always kept me at arm's length. I always figured this was because she's from a very conservative family. Dan has spoken to her multiple times, and after she backs off for a bit before reverting to complaining about him being friends with a girl again. It's not ideal, but she makes Dan happy, so I made my peace with it. That brings us to the wedding. Originally, I was going to be in the groom's party, but Lauren ended up crying, saying a wedding is not a place to swap gender roles. Dan was fighting her on this, but I told him I'll just attend as a guest and not to choose this hill to lay on. The dress code was warm tone garden party, and we were encouraged to wear earthy warm colors. I picked out a bronze/orange dress that I thought fit this perfectly, and the style even matched some examples they gave. In short, I thought I had nailed it. The wedding went great. However, at the reception, Lauren dragged me aside and said, "I cannot believe you would wear gold to my wedding. You're not the first prize, you're just bleeping trashy." I was so shocked in the moment, I just stared at her. She practically screamed at me to leave, and she was drawing attention, so I grabbed my husband, said goodbye to Dan, and left. Dan reached out after and told me he was upset I left his wedding so soon. Lauren's mom has texted me saying I ruined the wedding for her daughter and I'm stupid for wearing a gold dress, saying it's as bad as wearing white. I was genuinely not aware this was a thing. I want to reach out to Dan to explain, but I don't know if I'm in the wrong here. I don't even think my dress is gold colored. Update 1. Wow, guys, I genuinely didn't know what to expect posting to strangers on this, but I am so thankful to my husband for suggesting this. I needed a non-biased view on this wearing gold to a wedding issue, and now it's clear that that was never the issue. Many of you asked if the dress I wore stood out, and honestly, I know I'm biased saying this, but I genuinely don't think so. Another girl was wearing the exact same dress but in a dark red, which we had a laugh about. Slip dresses are a pretty common wedding guest dress where I am, and it was the type of dress that was recommended by the bride. I think many of you were right in saying that it was never about the dress but how I looked wearing it. Turns out Dan found out pretty quickly what actually happened and called me last night. Apparently, Lauren's mom had told him I was really drunk and told Lauren her dress wasn't it, so I was requested to leave. Dan had his suspicions that it was BS, but it wasn't until his mom called him that confirmed it. Turns out she was nearby when Lauren pulled me aside, and ironically, was actually wearing a yellow gold dress and tore him a new one about letting Lauren treat me like that. Dan didn't have a solution when he called. I could tell he was emotionally exhausted and pretty defeated. He said he wished I had taken it out on the open bar rather than leaving, but he understood why I left. He thanked me for taking the high road and that it hasn't gone unnoticed. He apologized for what happened. Apparently, this is an ongoing fight between him and Lauren. For all of those who said Lauren just hates me, turns out it's 100% true. Apparently, she has been trying to convince Dan to cut me off because that's what a good husband does. He said he thought she had gotten over it now that they were married. I told him that he needs to focus on his happiness and that I will always be here to support him and that I will take a step back if that's what he needs. They were supposed to leave for their honeymoon yesterday, but when Dan called, they were still at home, so who knows. I've blocked Lauren and her mom and forwarded the messages to Dan as recommended. Thanks again, everyone, for your comments and judgment. I'm losing my crap over my roommate thirsting for my boyfriend. She has been walking around with her Lululemons in plain sight to bewitch my BF. How do I put an end to her thoughty behavior? For some context, I, 21F, have been renting a room at this place since January, so I'm still fairly new to everyone's routine, and there are a total of 3 other roommates. For the most part, everyone is very respectful of each other's space, privacy, boundaries, etc. That's why I still can't believe what occurred last night. I had my boyfriend, Ricky, 22M, over because it was his day off and we had just finished working out and had dinner together. We were trying to find a good movie to watch and my boyfriend got up to use the bathroom. My room is directly across from the roommate in question, who I'll call Callie, 27F, and the bathroom is right in between us. Right as he's leaving, she's trying to open the door and says that she left her glasses inside. She is only wearing a towel wrapped around her because she showered not too long ago. This is important for later. Ricky gets out quickly and comes back to bed with me. He tells me about it, and I just brush it off because the towel was wrapped around her. No big deal to me, but keep in mind that she's nearly walked in on me before when Ricky was staying over, like the door is closed, she knocks and doesn't wait for an answer and tries to open it. Now, the second part of the incident is when I have to use the bathroom. We were watching Spaceman, and I had to use the bathroom an hour in. As I'm leaving my room, I see that her door is cracked and I barely have time to react when she also steps out of her room wearing nothing. The towel that was wrapped around her prior was now only hanging in front of her. I fully saw her Lululemons and lower parts, so I know she wasn't wearing something like Skims. She sees me and just says, "Oh," and I'm just in shock, and I say something like, "Oh, do you want to go first?" I go back into my room and tell Ricky what happened. I already have my opinions on why that happened and why she did what she did. My question is, what the hell do I do about it? Is the best course of action to confront her? I'd personally love to avoid any conflict because, again, I've only been living with them for a couple of months, and I think having a conversation about seeing her exposed is very uncomfortable for both of us. One solution Ricky suggested was that we go to the bathroom together from now on, but I know that's not exactly plausible because he has to use it much more often than I do. I really don't know how to go about having that conversation, if I even need to have it, so any advice you have for me, I would really appreciate. Another question too, is it wrong for me to feel like she possibly did it on purpose? She has made it clear she's very single and described my boyfriend as her type, white with tattoos and in the Navy. She talks to our other roommate about how she's been striking out and hasn't been late in a while. There's a lot of other contexts where she's said notable things about me and Ricky that had me scratching my head. Update 1. Okay, so here's the update on my situation. I've tried to make this as concise as possible. Just know that I am gobsmacked by what our third roomie, Elena, has told me. I texted her yesterday while we were both at work to see if it's normal for that to occur. Elena said we would talk later in the evening, and we did. To start off, Callie is 37, not 27 as she has told me. Even the Facebook ad for the room said everyone is in their 20s. Come to find out that's not true, which, whatever, good on her because she did look older, just not 37 older. Elena has been a roommate with Callie for much longer than me. She's communicated to me her shock that it happened and said Callie is more often than not drunk as hell. She's a drinkaholic, and last night when Elena and I had our convo, Callie was drinking in her room, stumbling around, and broke the shower rod in the bathroom. Elena said that Callie was drunk the night she came out exposed, and our fourth roommate, Tyler, who is male, also saw her in her birthday suit when she was going into the bathroom because he was in the kitchen. From what he said, he has never seen her exposed like that, and Callie, Tyler, and I share the bathroom, so no, this is not a regular occurrence. Elena also confirmed that what happened was not a normal experience and that she had never seen Callie this bad before. Some things Elena mentioned also point to Callie being low-key a pick-me. Elena has said that whenever she has a conversation with Callie, she's always talking about these potential guys she's talking to, these sailors who are hitting her up, and lots of military guys in general. I noticed this as well when she talks to me. She has asked me to set her up with Ricky's friends and co-workers, but she was adamant about not seeing two specific single co-workers. In a comment I mentioned how they're local, Hawaiian and Filipino, but she denied them because she likes her men white. And also, the guys that would be considered her type are our age, much younger, and a lot of them are already seeing someone. We actually hooked up one of Ricky's friends with my own girlfriend, so that was really fun. In fact, when Elena met Callie, Callie was talking about how she loved them dark. Then when Elena started seeing white guys, Callie started talking about liking them too. Elena has never brought a guy home until last month because of Callie, so take that how you will. So many small details that didn't make sense in my mind about Callie finally came together when Elena started talking about her experience. Like how Callie would have the same convo over and over again with me, likely because she can't remember them, about Ricky, what he does in the Navy and what gate he works at, how I sleep over at his place but I'm not supposed to, etc. This detail is only important here. Callie does work with the Navy base housing and she does have access to the base. Her asking about what gate he works at was very unusual because the person you see at the gate is different every day. She's asked multiple times about which gate he works at. There is also an instance that I'm pretty sure Callie was flirting with my dad when he came over to help me move a couple of times. And afterward, she said how I should let her know if my dad is coming because she didn't know that day. The next time I texted that I was coming to move, she was wearing a red strapless bodycon dress. Elena also confirmed that she remembers that and also thought it was weird because that's not what Callie usually wears at home. Everyone tells me my dad is a good-looking guy, I just don't see it. Elena, who's been renting here the longest, has said that she is able to kick Callie out but expressed that she feels bad due to her not having anywhere to go. After confiding in Elena, she's agreed to initiate the convo about what happened the other night. Perhaps I will update on that later if it's substantial enough. For the people saying I'm insecure or trying to be controlling, I am comfortable and confident in my relationship and body. Both Callie and Elena wear what's considered as tight/revealing clothes, even when Ricky is around, and I have no issue with it. I've never made it a problem with them or Ricky, and he is always respectful to them. The issue is when she struts around completely exposed, which she has never done before, according to Tyler and my own knowledge. I am not objectifying her body by expressing my discomfort. The whole reason why I left my prior living situation was that my old roommate, someone I trusted and lived with, had taken advantage of me when I was inebriated. When I saw her exposed, I was in shock that was similar to when I was SA'd, and I just backed out of there as fast as I could. I have told Callie what happened to me, so she knows the situation. For those suggesting having a three-way, Ricky has been very clear he is not interested in that with anyone, and I do not see myself consenting to that, seeing as I'm straight. Maybe it's some of y'all's wet dream, but we can live without it, thank you very much. I mentioned in a comment, but Ricky only comes over a couple of times a week due to our conflicting schedules. He typically stays over Wednesday or Thursday nights, and I'd stay with him at his place Friday and Saturday nights. I asked my roommates prior to moving in if it is okay to have overnight visitors, and they were completely okay with it. Also, he lives on base, and I'm not able to go on and off without a sponsor or ID. Our routine for me to stay over is that I leave my car in a safe neighborhood, he picks me up off base, and then we go on base together. Doing that throughout the work week would be difficult because he starts at 4, and I have the typical 9 to 5. My sister told me to trap my man if I really wanted to keep him. I didn't, and 6 months later, she's got him as her new boyfriend, pregnant with his kid, and now she's going for my inheritance. When I, 27F, was 20 years old, I was in a situationship with a guy, now 40M. It was messy, we were on and off for almost 5 years. He was always clear he wasn't ready for a relationship, and I was always clear I was madly in love with him. Every time I got tired of the situation and wanted to leave, somehow he convinced me to stay, saying things like love is free, we have so much time together, and he wasn't ready for commitment. I asked for advice from my sister, now 42F, and she gave me some crappy advice like making him compromise, leaving stuff at his place, and basically turning him into a boyfriend until it was too late for him to say no. I never managed to do that because I wanted him to love me as much as I loved him, not to trap him. During the last night I spent at his place, he said he wanted to try something more serious with me, talked about some dates he planned, the future, etc. And then he ghosted me forever. It was hard, this was the first person I ever loved, and he treated me like trash. 6 months passed, and my sister came home one day saying she wanted to introduce her brand new boyfriend to our parents. She had tons of boyfriends before, but she claimed this one was the one. It was a dinner meant to be only with my parents, so I was excluded and was expected to just go outside or chill in my room. The day came, and while they were dining, I ordered a pizza. I came downstairs only to find the guy I had been with 6 months prior dining with my parents and sister. I was shocked, but I paid for my pizza and went back to my room to cry. After dinner was over, I confronted my sister in front of our parents and begged her not to be with him, to be loyal to me, her little sister. There was no way she didn't know who he was. I had shown her pictures of him, his social media profiles, where he worked, and she even knew where he lived. They never met because he didn't want to meet my family and never introduced me to his, but she knew who he was, and she excluded me from that dinner because she knew. She said they met by chance after we stopped seeing each other. She knew how hard that breakup was, she knew how painful it was to not even have closure. He just stopped replying, not even blocking me, just left me there wondering after 5 years. She knew that during those 6 months, I was still hurting. I know it was my fault, I was too naive and thought that if I stayed long enough, he would be ready for the relationship I wanted and would learn to love me. Stupid, I know. She defended herself, saying it was a coincidence and the chemistry was there. She loved him, and she wasn't going to lose the love of her life. This stuff only happens once in a lifetime. When I was in my early 20s, I would have believed that. However, now I know that there are 8 billion people in this world, there's no one love of your life. You can find the love of your life multiple times if you look for it. My parents sided with her and said I should get over it since we never had a real relationship. Since then, I've been excluded from multiple family gatherings because he would be around, and my family thinks I will bring negative vibes since I'm still bitter about everything. I have no feelings for him, but I feel betrayed by my sisters and my parents. He is just a piece of crap in my eyes now. My sister is now 6 months pregnant, and due to her age, she has been extremely pampered by my parents. She still lives at home and is going to move in with him maybe 2 months after the baby is born, then they're going to marry. In my culture, it is normal that if a woman gives birth, she moves back or stays with her mom, so the mom will help with the baby for the first months. A week ago, my sister's friends made a surprise baby shower, and I happened to be home at the time. I tried to talk to them. I don't know why, maybe because my sister and I were so close before, and I'm sad we're no longer friends. But her friends acted like I wasn't there and only replied to me with one-word answers or completely ignored me, treating me like I was the one who made this mess, like I am sort of a homewrecker trying to steal my sister's man. I was planning to move already. I was saving money and everything, but after that, I left immediately to a friend's house. I'm in the process of finding my own place now. 2 days ago, I received a call from my parents asking me to have a talk. I went to their house, and they informed me that the diamond earrings my grandma left me will be given to my sister. Those earrings have been in my family for 4 generations, and before my grandma passed away, she said the earrings would be mine and my sister would receive a gold necklace. My grandma trusted my parents with the earrings, there was no will or anything. She just asked to give it to me when I was mature enough to appreciate and take care of a family heirloom. Now my parents think that since my sister is getting married first and is having grandma's first great-grandchild, my sister should have it. I'm really mad now. They're robbing me of something my grandma left to me. I don't think my parents are evil, just overly worried about my sister not marrying due to her age. Again, in my culture, a single woman in her 40s is a concern for her family, and now that she's forming a family, they want to reward her with everything. But I was the closest to my grandma. She made it clear that the earrings would be mine, not my sister's, not the first one to marry or have a child, but mine. After 2 years of being excluded in favor of my sisters, I gave the ultimatum to my parents: they give the earrings to me as my grandma intended, or I will cut them out of my life forever. Not gonna lie, the idea of cutting my family off is too painful, but I feel they have already wronged me so much that I don't want them in my life anymore. I feel a little shallow fighting over this, but those are the only things my granddad left, and they are not entitled to them. Update 1. This is old, but I keep receiving messages every once in a while asking for an update on my post from 5 months ago. Yes, I got the earrings. After my post, I went to my parents' house, opened the safe, took the earrings, and left. Then, after that, I went again, told my parents I needed time to process stuff and be my own self, and gave them their house keys. I said I was leaving for good. There were some tears from my mom, saying she couldn't believe I was such a bitter person. She raised me better, I was turning my back on my family over nothing, and finally, that it was shameful that I would leave the family house without being married or anything. So, it was never about me or her loving me or anything, but social pressure to keep an outdated tradition. My dad was very neutral, gave me a hug, and wished me luck. For 2 months, nothing happened, and I barely had contact with my family. My sister and mom never reached out to me, only my dad sent a text once a week asking how I was, and wished me well. Then my sister's boyfriend/my ex started to follow me on Instagram again. I found it weird, but anyway, after all, he's my future brother-in-law. I stayed ignoring him. Then he started liking my stories. I still ignored him. Then he started replying to them, saying things like, "Looking good, heart emoji, heart emoji." This happened 3 times maybe, and I ignored him every single time. Then one day, I received a voicemail from my mom, calling me all sorts of names for going after a man that I knew was engaged, that it was some kind of revenge over my poor sister, and claiming that I was causing her so much stress, her blood pressure level was over the moon. I was an inconsiderate femme fatale, and she raised me better. Later, I learned through a cousin that my sister took her fiancé's cell phone and found several conversations with several women, including his attempts to talk to me, so of course, she went to my mom crying about me trying to steal her fiancé. All messy, to be honest. Less than a week later, another voicemail from mom asking me where the bleep were the earrings. She went looking for them, and when she couldn't find them, she deduced it was me. She called me a thief, a disgrace, dishonorable, and said they didn't consider me family anymore. I was trash to them, and she would be taking legal actions against me for theft if it was possible. I had no option but to block her and my sister and other family members that sided with them. My dad later texted me to let me know my mom went nuts and they won't take any legal action. By the end of last month, my cousin texted me saying my sister had given birth to my niece. I know I shouldn't have, but I did it. I went to the hospital with a gift while wearing my beautiful and fancy earrings. I was kicked out, of course, but it was worth it. I have no plans to see them ever again. Well, maybe my dad. Also, my cousin, the big gossiper, let me know my sister is getting married in May, so she will have her happily ever after all. But I'm also living my best life right now. I just found out I'm pregnant, but I have not smashed with my husband in months, and I'm on medication that puts me to sleep. I think I was knocked up while I was knocked out. For some context, I, 25F, have a serious medical condition that requires some pretty heavy medication. It does a lot of things, including destroying my desire to smash and knocking me out for long periods of time. My husband, 28M, and I were married before I was diagnosed, and he supported me through diagnosis and treatment. He's a wonderful man. We used to have a very active bedroom life, and it has been a considerable strain on our marriage that I now never feel in the mood to smash. I feel like a terrible wife in this regard, and I miss being able to do what we both enjoy. To be clear, when I take my medication, I am extremely numb to the world. You could blast a fire alarm next to me, and I wouldn't wake up. You could pick me up and toss me around, and I might not wake up. Lately, I've been feeling worse than normal, really sick, dizzy, uncomfortable, etc. I went to my doctor, scared I might be sick with COVID, and it turns out I'm pregnant, 5 weeks along. But I haven't smashed with my husband in at least 2 months, maybe more. I did not cheat on him, nor was I SA'd by anyone, anywhere, that I know of. This was not immaculate conception. I told my husband, and he was surprised. It's probably a 1,000,000 to 1 chance I got pregnant due to the medication I'm on and my condition. He was shocked, then excited, and I was just so relieved he didn't accuse me of cheating that I didn't stop to consider why he didn't. It's been a few days, and I've been thinking about when I first started taking my medication. It was hard for him to adjust to me not wanting to smash, and he used to joke that I could just lay there and watch TV while we do it. And here's what makes me scared, He used to joke that he could just do it with me while I'm sleeping, and that way I wouldn't have to deal with it, and he could be satisfied. He's mentioned this a couple of times, but always lets it drop when I'm not okay with it. I've started thinking about all the times I woke up in the morning and had uncomfortable pelvic pressure that usually only comes for me after I've done the deed with my husband. That could also explain some bruises that have appeared randomly that I can't explain. I confronted my husband about this, about me being scared he did this to me, and at the least, why he wasn't surprised the dates don't match up. He was angry I would accuse him of something so horrible and insists that I'm just misremembering the last time we smashed. The medication does play with my memory sometimes, but I remember the last time we did it. I remember every time we smash now because I don't enjoy it. I don't want to panic, I don't want to talk myself into being convinced he's been forcibly smashing with me while I'm asleep, and I don't want to talk myself out of this possibility just to protect our marriage, but I'm terrified. This is the only possibility I can come up with, and if it's true, I don't know what to do. I've been heartbroken for a while over the idea that I wouldn't be able to have kids. Now I'm going to have a baby, and I'm so happy, but what if this baby happened because of what my husband did? Edit. I'm really lost, and I don't know what to think or do. I'm going to take some time to think about this, get additional information and resources depending on how this is going to go, and figure it out. Just to be clear, however, because there are too many responses to answer directly, no, I have never given permission for my husband to smash with me while I'm sleeping. Yes, I have asked him if I have ever instigated something while asleep, sleepwalked, sleep spoke, or did anything in my sleep related to smashing, and he answered no. We have never smashed outside of a time when I was fully cognizant and aware of what's happening. And yes, I'm keeping the baby regardless of what happened. Update 1. I wanted to give an update on what's been happening in the past 2 weeks. My first post got a crazy amount of attention, and lots of people were really kind and helpful, and I want them to know I'm okay. To clarify, the medication I'm on for my condition is taken at night because it affects me the way it does, completely knocking me out. To reassure people, I would not be taking this medication if I had a baby to take care of, regardless of my condition, and I discontinued it almost immediately after finding out I was pregnant. Nor does the medication impact my fertility, that has to do with my condition. After I made my post and read through about 300 comments, I think I went a little crazy. I convinced myself that I was making it all up in my head. I doubted everything I thought I knew, and I doubted myself. I went to the hospital to speak to my doctor about the medication and its severe side effects. I asked if it could make me engage in any intimate acts while asleep. I asked if it could make me misremember things. I asked if I was going crazy. The answer to all these questions is no, the medication doesn't make any of this even a possibility, and no, my husband doesn't have smashomnia. Neither would the medication mess up my memory so much that I might not remember smashing or consenting to it. This medication is not a sedative. After emailing with Myovgen, who absolutely assured me her prediction of 5 weeks could very well be off by as much as 3, which would explain my pregnancy, I had to accept that even if some things didn't add up, maybe I was worrying unnecessarily, potentially harming 3 lives for nothing. I never woke up with any fluids in me. I tend to sleep in just undergarments, and I don't remember that being missing or wrong in any way. The pelvic pressure could be explained by the pregnancy, but for the bruises, I don't know, but people bruise themselves all the time without knowing how. I talked to a counselor provided by the hospital twice, and I made the choice to seek out professional help long-term for what happened. Things were bad with my husband, though. I accused him of raping me, and that destroys a relationship. I was pissed at myself. I've kinda spent almost the past 2 weeks locking myself in the bedroom, humiliated and embarrassed, feeling like crap. We didn't really talk much to each other, and if we did, it was about the baby. I think I knew our relationship was over at that point. 2 days ago, I went to get another ultrasound at 7 weeks, just to check on the baby because I'd been feeling weird, and to get the pregnancy dated again so I could maybe feel less insane. Myovgen had a better look at the fetus this time, and turns out, the original 5-week prediction was wrong. Even with a little bit of buffer time to be safe, I was most likely 8 weeks or just about as close as you can get. We absolutely got pregnant during the night I remember smashing. And to clarify, we never used protection because my husband doesn't like condoms, we're in a monogamous relationship, and I've been told since I was a teenager the chances of getting pregnant are slim to none. I was even more humiliated and embarrassed. We just fought after that, and he got really mean and cold. A couple of nights ago, we were watching a movie, and it was the closest I felt to him since this started. The fact that he even wanted to watch a movie with me felt like a victory. When it was over, he asked if I really thought he could have raped me. I started crying, and he started yelling, demanding an answer. Before I could answer, he started laughing and said he couldn't get me wet enough to penetrate me if he tried. It was him just being mean about my health. My medication doesn't just make me disinterested in smashing, it makes it really hard for me to get in the mood. When we used to smash, I would have to use a ton of lubrication so I don't rip and bleed. I told him that wasn't funny, and he said he really thought it was. We started to fight about my accusation and how it made him feel. When I tried to tell him how sorry I was and how I was just really scared he wasn't the person I thought he was, he said I tried to ruin his life. Then he admitted he tried to finger me a couple of times while I was asleep, and never got anywhere, so he gave up, and that isn't grape. I started screaming at him, demanding to know if he was telling the truth. I started hyperventilating. He started screaming back that he never graped me, he only used his fingers to penetrate me, only because he was desperate. He said I really hurt him by accusing him of grape, and it can't be grape because we're married, and it was just his fingers and not his willy. And then he said he'd given me oral while I was sleeping once, trying to get me wet enough for action, and that was when he'd stopped. He also admitted to using my hand to touch his manhood while I slept, but only a couple of times. So that's the truth of it. Our baby was conceived while I participated, but my husband admitted to touching me while I slept, and it's apparently not grape because we're married. He believes that, he stands by it, and I'm the crazy one for thinking otherwise, according to him. Maybe I'm crazy. He's my husband, and I never heard of marital grape until my first post. I don't know what to do now. I don't have any family outside of him. I have some friends, but COVID is happening and I can't impose on any of them. I don't have money, I live paycheck to paycheck normally, and I'm out of work right now. I'm scared to leave as well. I'm not dumb, I know staying is stupid. We didn't sleep together after he admitted what he did. He slept in the living room, and I slept in the bedroom. I think I slept for an hour, scared he'd come pick a fight again. It's been like that for 2 nights now. This feels like the end of everything, and I just don't know where we go from here, or where I go from here. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, and he's so mad at me for saying otherwise. I cheated on my husband for another man's meat, but it only made me feel defeat, so I repented and became the best wife I could be, but I think he's already started cheating on me. I, 30F, have been married to my husband, 27M, for 5 years. The affair was with a client, and it lasted a couple of months. I don't know why I did what I did, my body felt like it was on autopilot. I felt awful and disgusting, and when I couldn't bear the guilt anymore, I cut off my affair partner and confessed everything to my husband. He became more upset and depressed than angry, and I begged him not to divorce me. I proposed counseling, therapy, even allowing him to smash with other women, but he wasn't interested. He said he wanted to try to work things out, and I jumped in, striving to be the best wife a man could ask for. I started cooking his favorite dishes, leaving him loving notes, and making love to him every night, but his reactions are lukewarm at best. He smiles and thanks me, but he hasn't said he loves me once since I confessed. He barely initiates anything, and I basically have to push myself on him, not that he complains. 2 weeks ago, he started coming home late, very late. And when he does, he just goes to bed. I asked him what's going on, and he told me in the kindest way possible that it's none of my business. I call him when he stays out, but he's only picked me up once, and when he did, I heard a woman laughing in the background. I'm starting to think he is cheating back on me. It freaking hurts. If he told me at least, I would do my best to stomach it, I deserve this after all, but he won't tell me, he just shuts me out. A common friend told me she spotted him in a car with a woman she didn't recognize, and this felt like a stab in the heart. She said she couldn't describe her exactly because she wore big sunglasses, but she recognized my husband because of his particular taste in neckties. They were talking, but my friend said that from their position, it looked like they were holding hands or one of them was touching the other's lap. I don't know what to do. If he is having an affair, I deserve to know, but the uncertainty is eating at me. Should I confront him? Should I try to find out more? I want him to express his true emotions with me, even if he hates me. I still love him so much. What can I do to fix this? Update 1. He left me. I did what you guys suggested and begged him to talk to me. Initially, he didn't want to, but I cried and yelled so much that I ended up puking all over. He softened towards me after that incident. He helped me clean up, and we talked. I asked him if he was cheating on me, and he said he was talking with someone but hadn't done anything with her. When I asked if she was the woman my friend saw him with, he thought about it for a moment but said no, it was another woman he met a month ago in his office. I asked him how he could do that to me, even after I gave him permission to sleep with other women but to just at least let me know. He reiterated that nothing happened between them, but he portrayed it as if he was having a full affair so I could understand his pain, especially because, according to him, I neglected him and made it obvious that I was cheating on him. He said he was suffering, and it felt like I was rubbing it in his face. I told him I wasn't doing it on purpose, and he said that was even worse because it showed I didn't care at all. He said that everything I did after confessing meant nothing and just made him think I am selfish, self-centered, and lack any sort of self-respect. I asked him if we could work on ourselves and our marriage, but he said we can have counseling to sort ourselves out, but the marriage is over. He said he wishes no ill will on me, and decided to end his charade because he could no longer bear to see the woman he once loved suffer like that. I started sobbing again, and he held me, but he kept saying no when I asked him if we could work this out. I asked him what he was going to do, and he's moving out. He had already found a new place. I asked him if he was going to live with that woman, and he said he would, but she was close enough. I asked him how he could pick a total stranger he met a month ago over his wife of 5 years. He said his wife of 5 years no longer exists, he has to pick between 2 strangers, and that woman made a much better impression on him. I told him he was a fool, and he did not know this woman would probably use and dump him. He got harsh and said she's better than me for sure. He said he won't tell our families that our marriage ended because I cheated, but rather because we grew apart. He also said that he will leave the house to me as long as I make the divorce process smooth. However, if I attempt to take advantage of him, prolong the process, or cause any issues, he will disclose what I did to everyone and destroy me and my reputation. This all happened yesterday, and he has already packed up almost everything. I can't stop crying, and I can't believe this is happening. This is horrible and unfair. Edit. You guys are right in saying that I'm wrong, but he is at fault too. He never really wanted to fix this. He used me for months and then discarded me. And yet, I want him back and to forgive and forget all the hurt we've done to each other. As for his girl, I don't think she will be good for him. My husband of 20 years slid into our son's 18-year-old girlfriend's DMs, but now I just found out that's not the only thing he's been sliding into. I, 41F, am a stay-at-home mom, and my husband, 48M, who I'll call Paul, works in finance. We have been married for nearly 20 years. We have 2 kids, Eric, our 18-year-old son, currently a senior in high school, and Mary, our 15-year-old daughter. They are both the lights of my life. My marriage with my husband has grown somewhat stale over the years for a myriad of reasons, such as his work schedule and how I've aged poorly since we first met. Our son Eric has a girlfriend, 18F, whom he's been dating since they were freshmen in high school. We'll call her Amy. Eric absolutely adores Amy. She's his first love, and she's someone I've always considered as family. This makes the whole situation that much more excruciating for me. Last week, I inadvertently saw my husband's phone screen and got a glimpse of a text thread between my husband and Amy, our son's girlfriend, and I read what looked like a message of her telling him that she misses touching his manhood. I froze in place, in complete disbelief. I spent most of the day convincing myself that I must have misread what I saw. However, I didn't misread it because, over the last several days, I discovered a folder on his computer filled with tons of inappropriate intimate images. He clearly has a bleep addiction. He also has saved photos of Amy from her Instagram on his computer. Although they weren't inappropriate, she was fully clothed, it was still the proof I needed to confirm that I wasn't going crazy. I also looked at his phone during opportune moments and saw more of their interactions. I wish I had never looked. They were filled with mean, horrible things said at my expense, with him constantly comparing me to her. He would call me fat and old, among other things, with Amy giving laughing emojis. I've always had hunches or paranoid feelings that Paul has been cheating on me, but never in a million years could I have fathomed something like this. Last month, I found an intimate women's clothing in our bedroom that I know wasn't mine. I turned a blind eye to it, being naive and acting like it was maybe our daughter's, even though that made zero sense. Not only is he cheating on me, but he's betraying our son. I'm completely devastated. I don't even think words can adequately describe the dread, anger, and shock I feel right now. I'm totally overwhelmed on how to handle this because obviously action needs to be taken, but I'm terrified of what kind of psychic blow this will be for my son. I have no idea how to even broach this completely messed up topic with him. I wouldn't wish this predicament on my worst enemy. I can't even believe I married this scumbag in the first place. And then my mind started to race, realizing that I started noticing specifically unusual behavior from him around the same time Amy turned 18. Was he waiting for her to turn 18 before pursuing this affair? There are so many layers to all of this, and I'm completely paralyzed with fear and dread about it all. None of it makes any sense. How did this happen? Am I that much of a stupid idiot that I let all of this happen under my watch? Eric adores Amy, and the thought of revealing this sickening truth to him terrifies me. The impact on his young heart and mind could be devastating. My heart aches for Eric and Mary, who are completely innocent bystanders. I haven't confronted my husband about this because I'm frankly scared of the domino effect. I don't know who to turn to first about this. Please help, what should I do? Update 1. My brother connected me to a very tough junkyard dog-type lawyer. I saved screenshots of all his conversations with Amy, but I was only able to get the last 3 months from my cloud. The conversations were mostly flirty and dirty talk, it was hard to stomach, completely sleazy, and I saw several negative things said about me. His call history showed he talks with her for hours pretty consistently. He is also on the dating apps. I took screenshots of his profiles and all of the active chats he has with his matches. It's very clear he uses a filter to seek out girls who are 18 to 22 or so. I copied all of his files from the computer. He goes on intimate chat rooms and forums, and he spends a ton of money on purchasing adult content. I rummaged through every possible hiding spot I could think of in the house. He had various toys, blindfolds, cuffs, lubricants, etc. He also had different outfits, which looked kind of like a girl's Catholic school uniform and a French-maid type outfit too. I picked up Eric and Mary from school, and we all drove to my brother's. They were able to sense something was awry when I picked them up. I delicately told them the entire situation, and I broke down crying. Mary had the most anger, even more than Eric. I met with Amy's mother and told her everything. She confiscated Amy's phone and gave me the entire chat log. It only dated back 3 months ago, like on my husband's cloud, almost as if they both deleted the messages at the same time. She told me Amy sobbed when confronted. Amy basically told her mother that she will never understand and that she and him are in love. I don't want to get into too many details with what else she was saying, but suffice to say, it's very easy to assume that my husband slowly and methodically became a sage-like figure in her life, making her feel she could rely on him, and he took advantage of the fact that she came from a broken home. Amy is also non-stop insistent that their friendship only became romantic and physical recently, and before that, she said he was more of a friend and mentor. I confronted Paul over Zoom. The look on his face was scary. He became red and looked so sweaty. He had anger and panic in his eyes. His tone of voice was very defensive and frightening. He kept yelling the word context over and over again, and that none of that happened. He was unable to speak without constant stutters and intensity. Nothing really made any sense to me. I refused to tell him where I was, and he said I had no right to take his kids away from him, and then he abruptly left the Zoom. My lawyer is filing for temporary sole custody of Mary and a restraining order. Mary is still the most angry. She's totally furious with her dad and Amy, justifiably so, of course. Mary is recollecting moments and times she watched her dad interact with her friends, and she's in knots about it. Eric is very clearly hurting, but he's so strong and very level-headed. He wants to see a therapist. The maturity my kids are showing makes me proud. They don't deserve this at all. We made the authorities aware of everything. I plan on being completely unforgiving and ruthless in this divorce. I'm reflecting on how I've been treated and how it's made me a shell of myself, and how I've had a very negative opinion of myself because of him over the last 20 years. I don't want to let this scumbag get away with it. I want to reinvent myself and move on stronger than ever. Update 2. Thank you again for all the love and encouragement. It gives me comfort and means so much to me. I've been focusing on and worrying about how others are feeling over this, somewhat ignoring my own feelings, which I'm trying to change. I range from anger to numbness like a light switch. We're all safe and still at my brother's house. We're very careful, and his house is secured. Paul has tried to call my cell phone several times a day. I'm refusing to interact with him, and I will have my lawyer handle all correspondence. He scares me, frankly. My brother has a very secure house with an alarm system and bolted locks. We feel safe with him. Both my son and I got checked out and tested. It appears so far that we're both clean based on the immediate rapid tests, but in the coming days, we'll know for certain when the lab results come in. I'm not overly concerned. Eric is scheduled to see a therapist early next week, which is very good and needed. He's not himself right now. He seems a bit shell-shocked, and I am concerned. He internalizes a lot, and it's hard to get a read on what's going on in his head. That being said, he's thoughtful and has been talking with me, asking me how I'm doing and everything. He's not interested in corresponding with his dad at all. He calls only my cell phone, and he hasn't tried to reach out to either Eric or Mary. I get the sense that Paul is extremely nervous. He's scared, and I think he deep down knows that if investigated thoroughly, he would be in big trouble. That's what my gut is telling me. I still think about the Zoom call with him, and the more I think about it, the more it looked like he was a man whose entire world was crashing down on him. The panic in his face was very apparent. I offered Mary to make an appointment with a therapist as well, but she doesn't want to see one yet. She said she's open to it eventually but wants time to herself. She's been asking her friends about her dad and if they experienced any creepiness from him. Her friends were open and honest with her, and apparently, they felt like he stared a lot and sensed his hovering presence whenever they were over. One of Mary's friends went so far as to say that she felt like he was checking her out a lot, like looking at her rear and complimenting the color of her yoga pants. At the time, no issue was brought up about it, but in light of everything that has been happening, it seems strange now. He would sit himself in different areas or vantage points to get a good view of her, she claimed. He also asked questions about what kind of friend group or which clique they were in at school. He kept asking about if they were popular girls. I'm completely embarrassed that they had this experience at our house. As for updates on Amy, which is the main reason why I wanted to write this update, I completely agree that she is also a victim. A lot of people have been emphasizing that, and I agree. I've done everything I could in my own power to indirectly get her opportunities to get help. Like I said, I told her mother, and she's been updating me on everything. Amy, unfortunately, is still living in her deluded reality, and I can only pray that she'll eventually come to her senses. She doesn't want to see any doctors or therapists at all and has been constantly trying to reach Paul because, again, she believes that they are in love. From what I've been told, she hasn't been able to get hold of him, and he's been avoiding communication with her completely. Amy blames me for that and believes I took away his devices and am very controlling. Any truth that her mother tries to convey to her is met with conspiracy theories and hostility. Amy looks at me as a villain and still sees Paul through rose-colored glasses. Her mother showed her screenshots of his dating app profiles and matches, and she refuses to believe it, saying I photoshopped it. According to her mom, Amy keeps saying things like everyone is just mad because she found herself a real man and that I'm jealous because she takes better care of him than I do. It's in line with some of the conversations I screenshot, where a lot of what Paul says is him complaining about things I don't do for him intimately. Right now, she's insistent that she and Paul will be together in the long run. Completely disgusting, he's honestly a slimeball. I can only hope that Amy comes to her senses, but me directly intervening doesn't feel like it would be productive at the moment, maybe eventually though. My husband almost let our baby get naturally selected by a car because he got distracted. Now he can focus all he wants because I'm taking the kids and letting him be childless. I, 25F, have been with my husband, 30M, since 2018. We have a 3-year-old girl and a newborn baby boy. My husband has always had trouble paying attention, but tonight, things almost took a turn for the worse. For context, our neighborhood is weirdly laid out, with cars zooming by at crazy speeds at all hours of the day. I was folding clothes when I heard our toddler screaming, "Daddy, help." The tone of her shrieking made me drop everything and sprint outside. What I saw made my blood run cold, our newborn in his stroller, careening towards the busy street. I screamed and ran to him, barely stopping the stroller in time. My baby girl's hands and knees were scratched up because she tripped trying to run after the stroller. I snatched up my baby, heart pounding, and scanned for my husband. He wasn't watching, he was chatting with the neighbors, completely oblivious. The anger I felt was unlike anything I've ever experienced. I stormed up to him, shouting in disbelief. He looked shocked at first, then realized what almost happened. The apologies and tears came pouring out, but it was too late. I couldn't wrap my head around how he could be so careless, so blind to our toddler's screams and the stroller rolling away. I packed up the kids and left and am now staying with my parents. They're on my side, but my husband keeps texting, begging for forgiveness, calling it an honest mistake, but I can't shake the terror of almost losing my baby because he couldn't focus for a single second. My baby girl got hurt in the process because he couldn't pay attention. I almost lost my son because he couldn't pay attention. I can't stop crying, I feel so guilty. I wish this all never happened. Edit. Sorry, I'm rambling. I just want to hold my babies, and I can't stop shaking every time I think about it. What if I was just 1 second late? Would I have been planning a funeral? The reason I left the house instead of him was that I hate that house. I don't feel like it's safe for the kids with all the traffic, and I was right. It's also my husband's workplace, and I can't be running around either because I had a C-section less than 6 weeks ago. A lot of people are asking why I wasn't watching the kids. I was doing their laundry, like a parent should. Does he take them for walks to have bonding time with them? He literally created this problem by himself. This has never happened before, how was I supposed to know? And people are asking why I didn't get him checked out? I'm not his mother, he is 30 years old. I'm sick of people acting like I have to parent my own husband while I literally have a newborn, a toddler, and I'm still healing from a C-section that I tore my stitches from when I ran to save my baby. I don't care if it was his ADHD, the court wouldn't care either. If my child got hit by a car, he would have gone to prison either way. Edit. Let me just clear it up for some of you. I was sitting inside in the lounge room, and there's a huge window behind the TV that was a little open so I could hear outside. That's when I heard my toddler scream for her daddy to help. When I went outside, he was standing on the neighbor's driveway. I assumed that he must have left the baby literally on the road because there was no possible way that it would have rolled off like that. My toddler was playing with the neighbor's cat before she noticed her brother was rolling away. When I confronted him about it, he tried to explain himself, but he just kept stuttering. I still don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if he didn't put the brakes on the stroller or if the wind blew him away. I just don't know. My neighbor contacted me and asked if I wanted the security footage because his wife is 100% on my side, so I'll probably find out once it gets sent to me. Update 1. So, the neighbor's wife just sent me the footage, and I really can't wrap my head around it. In the footage, my husband was walking with a stroller, and my toddler was in front of them when they passed the neighbor's house. My neighbor was outside, washing his car, and my toddler saw his pet cat and stopped to go pet it. Then, my husband just full stopped, left my baby on the road, and went to go talk with our neighbor. He left my baby on the road. He didn't even bother locking the wheels and walked all the way up the driveway without even bothering to look back at the baby. He had his back facing him for about 5 minutes before the stroller suddenly started moving. I think it's because the road is on a hill or it could have been the wind. My toddler never went near the stroller, so it couldn't have been her. The stroller went down the road, and my toddler started screaming and running for it when she saw. But the neighbor started running after my daughter when she tripped and tried to pick her up. That's when the neighbor's wife's car comes into frame, and she stops and starts running back to where the stroller is coming. After that, you can't really see anything because it's all out of frame, but you can hear all the commotion. My husband just stood there the whole time, hand on his head with a blank stare on his face. He didn't even do anything when our toddler was crying from hurting herself. He only started crying when I confronted him. What do I do? I genuinely do not know what to do. This was never the life I wanted for my kids. I don't understand why he was just standing there. I have not even gotten a text or a call from him since I got sent the video. It's just been silent. I just can't get the sound of my daughter's screams out of my head. That's the sound that no mother wants to hear. I can't explain it, but in the moment, it felt like my blood went cold, and I just felt pure fear. I never want to watch the footage again. My best friend used to hate my husband because he would get in between our friendship often. Now that I'm a stay-at-home mom, she's trying really hard to get in between his legs. My husband, let's call him James, 26M, and I, 26F, have been together since our early teens, and we got married last year and have a 6-month-old daughter together. She is the light of both our lives as we both came from broken homes and are trying to live a better life than we grew up in. My best friend, let's call her Carla, 23F, came into the picture a few years later. We used to live in the same neighborhood and casually started to hang out together. She lives with both her parents and siblings as she is studying to get her bachelor's degree. At first, she didn't like James. She said that he was clingy and tried to insert himself into our friendship too much. Well, he is my husband, so I would hope that he wanted to be friends with my friends. Anyway, she was civil to him despite how he acted because he was my romantic partner. For context, James is on the spectrum, has BP type 2 and PTSD, and it causes him to be a little socially awkward and miss certain social cues and taboos. I love him regardless of it all. Over the last few years, we have been hanging out a lot more. She comes over for a few drinks, we go to movies, and even visit local attractions together. We all three have a good time, and my husband does try to make nights for just the two of us often too. However, last year James and I found out we were expecting a child together in January. At the time, I was working at a fast food place and started to feel nauseous. I threw up and immediately went to the doctor. Come to find out, I was 8.5 weeks pregnant. My life changed, and I had become busier preparing for motherhood. Carla saw me less and less, and we couldn't talk as much. James and I got married almost a month and a half after discovering we were going to become parents. That's when our dynamic changed. Lately, I've been trying my best to juggle being a stay-at-home mom while taking online courses for college, so I've been super busy. One day, James gets a text, and it's from Carla. She asks if they can talk, as she was upset. He took the phone call despite me protesting, and a few minutes later said, "Hey, we need to go get Carla. Her father is picking a fight with her." I got upset as we were watching a movie together, and I had just gotten the baby down for bed. We go to her house, which is about 20 minutes away, and she stays with us for a night. As I get our daughter back down to bed, Carla asks to cuddle with the two of us in our bed. I was hesitant. I have issues with claustrophobia due to a traumatic experience as a child, but James gave the go-ahead, and we settled in for the night. Carla's dad called to apologize, and she went back home. Once she was gone, I blew up at James. What he did was not only inappropriate but also disrespectful to my boundaries. Ever since, when she has an issue with her dad, she calls James and vents. One day, while my in-laws were staying with us, my mother-in-law overheard a conversation with James and Carla. She was concerned and asked me if I was okay with it. I said, "No, not really," but every time I bring it up, he gets defensive, saying that she needs help, that she is going through a hard time, blah blah blah. It is important to note that my mother-in-law was cheated on in the past by her ex, my husband's father. We are also extremely close, and she sees me as a daughter. She hates cheaters with a passion, and my husband was using the same excuses his father did. She asked to speak to him privately and walked to our living room. They got into a heated argument, and James apologized to me. He said he didn't know that it was hurting me and causing issues in our marriage. I asked him, how would he feel if I had asked him if another man could sleep in the bed with us? He kind of deflated and tried to say, "It's different, blah blah blah." His stepfather spoke up and said, "It is the same, you're uncomfortable with it and so is she, so quit with the excuses." James respects his stepfather quite a lot since he raised him since he was 8, and his own father was in and out of the picture. Once the dust settled, my husband truly apologized to me for his actions and said that he would do better. I kissed him, and that was that. However, I wouldn't be right here if that was the end of the issues. Lately, Carla has been calling him 3 to 8 times a day. She says it's because she is bored and has no one else to talk to. I snapped, and I called him out over the nonchalance about the situation, how when she calls, he answers, how it is making me feel like a third wheel in my marriage, etc. He just says, "She's just lonely. You're letting it get to you." That night, I slept in the living room. I'm starting to suspect that she is trying to monopolize his time. She calls him for over an hour each time she calls, they talk, she complains about her life, etc., almost like she is his girlfriend or something. I'm starting to find this relationship troubling, and it's getting to the point that it is affecting my marriage. Where do I go from here? Update 1. So, some things have happened, and everything about this situation sucks. I don't know if I will be okay for some time, but the baby and I are currently staying with my friend. To start, James and I are getting a divorce, and Carla is no longer a friend to me or our mutuals. The betrayal is too deep for her to be friends with our group. As most of you assumed, James and Carla are indeed having an affair. It started about 3 months ago and just turned physical last month. They were planning on just up and leaving after James served me divorce papers. They used the ruse that he was helping her through emotional issues to hide the fact. I was crushed. She wanted to clear the air before it got worse, and that was when she let wind that James was going to try to get me to terminate my rights to my child in order for Carla to adopt her. Their reasoning is because of my borderline diagnosis a few years ago that supposedly makes me unfit to be a mother, and he was sure that the courts would agree. She then handed me 2 separate stacks of paperwork and left. I am contacting a lawyer as I am writing this. I am seriously hurt. You guys were right. Carla was a snake and only told me this so she wouldn't feel guilty. However, I am not letting my soon-to-be ex-husband bully me into termination of my rights. I called him afterward and got very heated about what was going on. James just sat there in silence. I was crying afterward, and I pleaded with him to tell me what I did wrong. He said I wasn't putting out like a good wife should, and I wasn't able to give him a big family, so it's all my fault. For context, I had a near-fatal complication with the delivery of our daughter, where I bled throughout the entire labor. I had to have 2 blood transfusions and haven't fully recovered from it. I was not cleared for any strenuous activity for 3 months, including bedroom intimacy. James was getting unsatisfied with all my doctor's appointments and not getting the bedroom fun that he wanted. Meanwhile, I was hurting and ended up needing another procedure to remove some placenta that didn't naturally come out. I even had to have my tubes tied because if I have another child, I won't make it. James wanted at least 2 more kids, so this put an end to his plans. I thought I knew him, but he's a complete monster. We were together since we were 15, and this is how he repays me. I am absolutely heartbroken. I'm going to step back and take some time to adjust. There is no chance for a healthy co-parenting situation. I'm fighting for primary custody with supervised visits. Carla will not have any access to the baby, as I will ask the judge to make a clause preventing her from interacting with my daughter. Thank you everyone for the advice. Edit. I spoke to a lawyer who is helping me at a reduced rate, and my in-laws are helping me foot the cost of a lawyer against their wayward son. With all the info that I have, including some threatening texts from Carla and James, I have decided to file for a protection order. They were even stupid enough to send me a text that pretty much confirmed the blackmail. I intend to use this to my advantage in the upcoming divorce proceedings as evidence of emotional abuse. James has continued to maintain that I need to terminate my rights to our daughter and that she'll have a better life with Carla, but I shut that crap down. I go to court Friday for our divorce proceedings. We have a mediator that my lawyer is speaking to directly for me so I don't have to deal with James's bully tactics. Update 2. Hello guys, it's been a while, and I have some news. Firstly, I got full custody of my daughter with supervised visitation from my ex. His own words came back to haunt him. I had proof of all his threats and the blackmail of him trying to get me to sign away my rights, and the judge wasn't happy. He tore into James and Carla about their behavior and how they tried to blackmail me, and he expressed how lucky they were that I didn't press charges for extortion. Because of their bad behavior, he told them that he couldn't in good conscience grant shared custody due to the evidence of their behavior towards me. He was also concerned that they would try to run off with her. Next, because of all the behavior and aggression towards me that was unwarranted, my protection order was granted. My mother-in-law, who stayed beside me in court, volunteered to facilitate the supervised visits until my divorce becomes final. If Carla and James try to contact me again, unless it is strictly about our daughter, then both will go to jail. James has to pay me child support, and of course, he tried to protest it, but it wasn't happening. Lastly, after court, James said something that kind of broke my heart about our daughter. If he can't have primary custody, then he is going to petition to terminate his rights. He doesn't want to be tied to me anymore and is willing to let my daughter suffer for it. So my daughter pretty much just lost her father because he would rather break away from me and pretend that I don't exist. I have some additional information from Carla that she said to me afterwards. Apparently, she is infertile due to an illness she suffered from as a teenager. She wanted a baby so badly and to get me out of the picture so that they could play happy family with my daughter. I was stunned. She then asked me if I was happy for tearing their family apart. I had to look at her for a second. She's the homewrecker, not me. I wanted to slap her so badly. Because of her, my daughter is probably going to lose her father. That's all that I have for you. My next update will probably be when the divorce finally happens. Update 3. The court was on Friday, and I was waiting for the dust to settle before posting again, but my soon-to-be ex-husband was recently hospitalized. Carla called me this morning, crying, despite the court order. James tried to commit suicide this morning and she found him just in time. He's in the hospital now, and the doctors don't know how long he will be there, but I will keep my hopes up for a speedy recovery. Despite the literal hell he has put me through, he is still the father of my daughter. I'm not pressing charges this time against Carla because it was a dire emergency. James is stable, and they are transferring him to another facility for the foreseeable future. I feel almost sorry for her. I don't know when I'll be back. I have a lot to deal with and emergency care to plan for. My husband is infertile, so we had help from a donor get me pregnant. Now he thinks he's less of a man and told his whole family the baby isn't his, so they all think I cheated. My husband Owen, 39M, and I, 27F, have been trying for a baby for years with no luck. I would be happy to adopt, but Owen's family is against it, and they have influenced my husband to also be against it. After our second year of trying, I begged my husband to go with me to get a checkup to see if either of us or both of us is infertile. He was strongly opposed to this, as all the men in his family are extremely fertile, but eventually gave in. As it turns out, his sperm count is extremely low. He was heartbroken, as was I, and we both got therapy. After a year of no longer trying, I luckily did find myself pregnant, only to lose the baby partway due to complications, and we were beyond devastated. Owen blamed himself and proposed that we start the process of getting into a family planning center for a sperm donor, to which I agreed. He asked me that we not tell either of our families about this or our friends, and I agreed because I would never want to emasculate him. With the help of our donor, I was able to successfully become pregnant, and we had our little girl last year. She is healthy and progressing amazingly, and I thank God for her every day. I kept my promise and never told anyone. However, Owen is struggling to connect with our little girl. Last month, when he went out of town with his brothers for their friend's bachelor party, Owen let slip to his brothers about our infertility issues and that our baby wasn't biologically his. One of his brothers must have told his wife, who then told my husband's mother. I don't know why she would tell my husband's mother, except that she has never liked me and wanted to be malicious. Their mother then came to our house and called me a lying bleep and tried to get my husband to leave with her. He just stood there silently. I told her that it was Owen's decision not to tell anyone, and she asked him if this was true. Again, he was silent, which his mother took as me being the liar. She then went to our nursery and started taking everything she'd ever given us for the baby back. I told her I didn't care about it and that I made more than enough to buy everything she gave us myself, and of better quality. This set her off, and she called my baby a piece of filth who didn't belong in her family. When she said that, I did something I know was harsh, but I believe she deserved it. I shoved her out the door and threw all her things out with her. After emotions had calmed down, I realized my husband had said nothing when his mother was berating me, calling me a liar, and when she insulted our child. When I asked him why he was silent, he said he wasn't raised to be disrespectful the way I was, and that his mother hadn't said anything that wasn't true. She was just hurtful with what she'd said. He told me to just let it go and wait for his mother to forgive us. I told him that I would never let it go, that his mother and anyone who agreed with her were not welcome in our home, and that I don't need to be forgiven when I've done nothing wrong. He then said the house was his, and as the head of the family, it was his decision. I said, fine, but why did you allow her to call me a liar and a bleep? Those things are not true, and she insulted our child by saying she was a piece of filth. He just repeated that he would not argue with his mother. After that, I stopped speaking to him and started gathering up my daughter's things and purse. Then I walked out the door with her. He tried to stop me and told me I couldn't take his daughter anywhere without him, and I lost the little bit of composure I had left. I told him she wasn't his daughter, that he had proved he didn't see her as his daughter when he had allowed his mother to insult her and remain still. He broke down into tears and begged me to come back inside, but at the time, I felt nothing. He just looked so pathetic. Now, me and my baby are back home with my parents, and I have explained the situation to them. They are completely supportive of my decision and are not allowing my spineless husband anywhere near us, as he still refuses to apologize to me or set the record straight with his family. However, I told the truth to one of the sister-in-laws that I was close to, and she told the rest of his family. Half of his family is understanding, while the other side is on his mother's side, but they all are mad at my husband. I need time to cool down, but I know eventually my husband and I need to figure out our marriage. One thing is for certain, I will not return to that house until he apologizes to me and promises to protect me and his daughter fiercely. I want to see this in action, starting with him telling his mother that what she did was wrong and banning her from coming to see us until she asks for my forgiveness. We were also planning on having more children, as he wants a big family, but that is off the table as I don't believe he is ready, and we both need to get back into therapy. Update 1. Thank you everyone for your words of encouragement and advice. Apparently, after I left my husband's house, my mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and brother-in-law's wife accused me of cheating. I had already begun speaking with a lawyer after Owen refused to tell the truth to his family, but knowing he let them tell other people I cheated is like getting punched in the stomach. I'm now renting a nice 2-bedroom apartment that my siblings and their partners have helped me furnish, and my top priority is ensuring my baby has everything she needs. Currently, I'm working to create a cozy nursery for her and hiring a nanny. Facing the end of my marriage is terrifying, but I'm learning to accept my new reality. When I notified Owen that I was going to file for divorce, he started calling and messaging nonstop. His messages ranged from begging me to come home, telling me he would tell the truth and get therapy again, begging to see our baby, and then threatening to drag me home. I told him the divorce was happening whether he liked it or not because he failed as a husband and failed even worse as a parent. He then sent photos and videos of my things in the garbage and his brother and him trashing the nursery. His exact words were, "I don't need it anymore." In the most disturbing video, he threw our baby's car seat in a dumpster. I do not recognize him or his behavior anymore. He claims to miss his daughter and me, but is trying to make his behavior my fault for not doing what I'm told. This is not the man I agreed to marry. The man I married was smart, kind, gentle, thoughtful, and funny, but this fondness from him was waiting for me the moment I didn't obey and take the disrespect from his family to save him from the humiliation of his infertility. Before the fallout with his mother, he was nothing like this. It's certainly not an excuse, but I believe it all centered on him feeling emasculated and humiliated by his family. I just can't believe he couldn't at least stand up to his family for me and our baby, the one he said he would give his all for. I'm not blocking Owen, as my lawyer said to email everything he says to me to him, but the constant threatening messages make me scared to leave my home. Owen knows where I work and has repeatedly told me he will drag us back if that's what it takes and that I'm making him do this. My lawyer and I are working on a restraining order, but every woman who was wronged by her ex-husband knows restraining orders don't keep you safe. And now, the main reason why I decided to update, my father-in-law suddenly showed up on my parents' doorsteps. He asked to speak with me, and my parents told him they would call me and ask, but if I said no, then that was final and he would not be welcomed back. I only agreed to speak to him because he told my parents he was there to apologize for his family and set the record straight. My dad called me as I had my father-in-law blocked, and when I picked up, my father-in-law immediately apologized for his wife's behavior. He wanted to hear my side of the story as he did not believe I cheated. I thanked him and let him know, of course, I did not cheat, and I told him of his son's infertility and that Owen proposed we get a donor. I told him very clearly it was his son's decision, and that because my father-in-law and his family put blood as the only valid form of family, my husband made me lie so our child would be treated equally. After I finished, he seemed stunned. He was quiet for a while, then asked if his wife and son could come over and see my daughter in person, as they missed us and were ready to be a family again. However, I told him no. He then asked if there was anything Owen could do to fix the marriage, and I again told him no. He tried to say I was being unfair, but my dad stepped in and said he was overstaying his welcome. Before I hung up, I told my father-in-law that his son was sending me abusive messages daily, and if he truly was sorry, then he should make his son stop. My parents said my father-in-law was irritated that I did not respectfully say goodbye or give Owen a chance to save his marriage, but he left with little fuss after my parents laid into him about raising a son that threatens his wife and child. Telling his father must have worked because I haven't gotten a single message from Owen since then. I do not want anything from my soon-to-be ex, not child support, not alimony, not the house, or any of his other assets. I just need him to agree to the divorce and give up his parental rights so my little girl can grow up with a family who loves her unconditionally. I have a good degree and a great job, and my child and I will be fine without him. Owen's lawyer has made it clear they're going to fight us for full custody, and my soon-to-be ex has significantly more money than me, but my lawyer is confident in our case, and I trust them. Today, my mother-in-law has been trying to contact me, saying she wants to be in my daughter's life and that she is ready to accept her as she is. As if my daughter needs to be accepted by her to exist. If it's up to me, their family will never see us again. Update 2. Hi all, I know it's been a month since I last posted, and let me just start by saying my husband and I are not American, and we do not live in America. That is all I'm comfortable saying about our location or ethnicity. A 12-year age gap is not uncommon for us, and my family was 100% supportive of the marriage at the time, as he was seen by all as an excellent match. No, I did not sign a prenup, and not wanting alimony or any compensation might be difficult for some, but I will not struggle without his money, and neither will my daughter. I may not have as much money as my soon-to-be ex, but I have a good amount saved, and I thankfully never stopped working. My family has also set aside money for my daughter, and everyone is very supportive of us. I understand some might think I'm entitled to half of his assets, and that may be true, but I don't want them, and I don't need them. I trust my lawyers, they are doing an excellent job. I've already made my decisions, and I stand by them 100%. Some of the evidence I've handed over of my husband's threats and the videos of him destroying our things will be admissible in court, but not all of it. My lawyer thinks what we have is enough for full custody, but I'm still nervous. Owen has partially paid me back for the damages to my property, the rest will be paid out in the coming weeks. We have settled this out of court. I was able to get a restraining order against my ex, but not against my mother-in-law or the rest of my ex's family. My mother-in-law continues to harass my parents to convince me to reconcile. This is a massive embarrassment for her family. My sister-in-law, the one who told his mother about my husband's infertility and started this drama, still tells people I cheated, but my friends have ripped into her lies, and few people believe her. Being alone has made me realize I have been functioning as a single married woman since my little one was born, but now I have less of a burden on me. There are good days and bad days where I break down, and there is much about my life before that I do miss, but I will never go back. I'm thankful the truth is out, even though it has caused me to lose a few friends as they've taken my husband's side. They know the full truth, and they still chose my husband's side. Thank you to all those who offered kind words of support.
My mom doesn't care about me and wants to mentor my school bully even though he's made my life a living hell, so I'm running away from home and she can learn I'm never coming back. My 16M mom, 40F, is a teacher at my school, and she decided to choose a teacher's aide at the beginning of the semester. Our school offers a special elective where students can assist teachers during their elective period. Tasks typically include grading papers, making copies, mentoring, etc., and it's usually given to the teacher's favorite student at the time. I didn't give a crap about it until I found out that my mom chose my school bully, I'll call him Dave, 17M, to be her TA. Dave has made my life a living nightmare since middle school. He has bullied me mercilessly both physically and emotionally since 6th grade. I don't want to get into everything he's done to me, but everyone is fully aware of it, including the school and my parents. There have been countless meetings with school administration and suspensions on his end, but it never stopped him. Since we've been in high school, I haven't had to see him as much, which is a relief, but the times that I do are always terrible. When I found out that he was her new TA, I was obviously very hurt and confused. I asked her why she would want to spend extra time with someone who made my life so terrible. She said that she had him in one of her classes and that he really isn't such a bad kid, but he has a really terrible home life that she can't tell me about, which makes him act out. For the record, my mom has always had a soft spot for kids who come from bad homes. I reminded her of all the things he had done to me, and she said that she understands, but he really needs help right now. I told her I get that, but why does it have to be you? We have a huge school full of teachers and staff who can mentor him. Why does it have to be you? She told me to stop being selfish and that some kids have it harder than I can imagine, and she's just trying to help. I was honest with her and told her that if she continued to have him as her aide, she would be non-existent to me. She was choosing him over me, and she would no longer be my mother. I would no longer talk to her, and the minute I turned 18, I was moving out, and she would never hear from me again. She rolled her eyes and said I was being dramatic, but after a couple of days of ignoring her, I was grounded. It didn't change my mind, and my dad then tried to force me to talk to her. I still refused, so they pretty much took everything away from me one by one for the past few weeks. I no longer have my car, computer, guitar, and most recently my art supplies, and I have to come home from school and go straight to my room. I am not allowed out except for dinner until I start talking to her again. They don't realize that this is just strengthening my resolve. I'm going to sit in this empty room every day silently until I'm 18, and they'll never see me again. My mom keeps coming and crying and begging me to talk to her, which makes me feel kind of bad, but she still won't remove Dave as her aide. Maybe I'm taking this too far, but I just feel so betrayed. Edit. I'm sorry I stopped answering everyone's questions. I just kind of freaked out when this blew up out of nowhere, and I almost deleted it a few times because I was scared someone at school would see it and recognize me. Everyone letting me know that it's not my fault helped a lot though, so I felt less embarrassed about someone I know potentially seeing it. Nothing has really changed, but a lot of you made a good point that if I'm really going to go this route, then I need to come up with a plan for what I'm going to do when I get out. I considered the military like some people suggested, but then I remembered my school has a special trade program. You go to our school for half a day, then spend the other half at our local community college taking trade classes. I think depending on what you are doing you can get an associate's degree or whatever certifications you need by the time you graduate. I went to my guidance counselor during lunch today and told her I wanted to switch to that program. She acted really surprised and asked why I wanted to change now since I'm already taking AP classes and am on the college track. I told her I didn't want to talk about it but I would need to be ready for independence when I graduated, and this seemed like the best way. She said it might be too late to change this semester, but she would look into it for me and let me know. Update 1. To everyone who said my mom was sleeping with Dave, you were right. Just kidding, you all are weirdos and watch too much messed up crap. A lot has actually happened since last week, and while nothing is really fixed, I think things are going in the right direction. On Friday, I got called out of class to the guidance counselor's office. When I got there, my mom and the assistant principal were also present. The counselor asked me to sit down and said that my decision to change tracks from college to trade, as I mentioned in my last post, was a big decision. She wanted to sit down with my mom and me to figure out if this really was the best choice for my future. She first asked me if I would fully explain why I wanted to switch. I explained the whole situation from my perspective and about how I was being punished. I said that if this is how I was going to be treated from now on, I wanted to become independent as soon as possible, and going to college would have me relying on my parents for longer than I would like. She then asked my mom if she had anything she would like to add. My mom tried to downplay the whole situation at first and make it look like I was just being stubborn and disrespectful, but as the counselor asked her more questions, it became pretty clear that my side was the truth. After this, the AP stepped in and said that a teacher's aide was not worth all of this turmoil and that Dave would be switched with another teacher. The counselor then asked me if this would help me start working things out with my mom. I said not really because it wasn't even her choice, and she hasn't even admitted she's done anything wrong. She then asked my mom if she was willing to apologize for anything that had happened. My mom gave a half-hearted apology where she said things had gone overboard and she never meant to hurt me so much. The counselor asked if I would like to apologize for anything as well, and I said not really, but nobody pressed me on it. The counselor then mentioned that regarding my transfer, it was too late for this semester. What she suggested is that my mom and I, and possibly my dad, should go to a family counselor for the rest of the semester. I would stay in my current classes, my parents would give me all my stuff back, and we could see if we could come to some kind of peace before next semester. She then asked my mom if, after that, I still had not changed my mind, would she accept the class changes. My mom said no at first because she wanted me to go to college, but I told her that she had already failed me as a mother once, please don't do it again. She got really quiet and said she would agree to it if that was what I really wanted. When I got home, all my stuff was returned to me. I also started talking to my mom again. I just kind of felt like there wasn't a point in ignoring her anymore. I don't treat her like a mother or anything anymore, but I'll answer her if she asks me a question. It just feels like now that I have a plan, a lot of my anger is gone, and I just see her as a person who happens to live in my house. We haven't scheduled our first counseling session yet, but I don't see it changing much anyway. The damage is done, so I don't see myself changing my mind. That's pretty much it. Thank you to everyone who gave me good advice.
I'm growing a baby for my sister since she has infertility issues, and she blew up at my boyfriend for touching my belly because it's her baby, but it's also my body, and I want my boyfriend's touch. So last year, I, 29F, agreed to be a surrogate for my sister, 27F, and her husband, 27M, due to an unfortunate high likelihood of infertility diagnosis in my sister. They didn't have the funds to hire an actual surrogate, and I am basically the only person they're close with who has a child, a requirement to be a surrogate, meaning I was essentially their only option. I didn't love the idea at first, but after watching them struggle to conceive for the last 2 years, and some light insistence from my sister, I said okay. They did agree to pay me some form of compensation, but from Googling, it seems like it's maybe 30% of what it would normally cost. Anyway, fast forward to today, and I am 7 months along, and all has gone realistically pretty well. My sister has definitely been checking in on me all the time, but I can't really blame her for that. The problem occurred a couple of days ago, and for context, a couple of months ago, I met a guy at a work event, I'll call him Carlos, and we hit it off. He has a couple of kids of his own, so he doesn't mind anything about my situation, and it's been going really well. Now that we've been together for a couple of months, I wanted to introduce him to my sister, so I set up a dinner for the 3 of us, originally 4, but her husband couldn't make it. My sister picked me up and drove me over since he was going to meet us there, and as soon as I got in the car, I already felt like she was upset, but didn't think anything of it. We sat down at the restaurant and waited until Carlos arrived. He came over, greeted us, gave me a kiss, and quickly rubbed my belly, nothing really out of the ordinary, but I could see my sister's eyes stare daggers. I was super confused but didn't say anything about it. We went about our night, and she played nice-ish, but was pretty quiet, and honestly, it was a pretty awkward meal. When we left and I got back in the car, she just unloaded on me, saying how weird it was that he kept touching my belly. I asked her what the hell she was talking about, and she said that apparently, he basically had his hands on it the whole night, and also that it was super weird because it's her baby. I just rolled my eyes and told her regardless of it being her baby, it was my body, which just made her even more mad. I don't know, she hasn't talked to me in the last 2 days over this. I really don't feel like she has any right to police physical intimacy between me and my boyfriend just because it's her baby I'm carrying. Like, look, I'm pregnant and I have a boyfriend, obviously, he is going to touch my bump. Edit. Just because I'm seeing this a lot, the baby is not biologically mine. It's hers and her husband's, I'm a gestational surrogate. Also, maybe I undersold it in my initial description, but he did touch it a lot more than just when he greeted us, he basically had his hand on it the whole time we weren't eating. I didn't really think anything weird about it but figured I'd clarify. Update 1. It's been over a month since my original post, and I was surprised by how much interest the post got, so I figured I owe you guys an update post. On the sister front, all is well. We talked it over shortly after my post. There were some complicated emotions we had to work through, but we're in a good place now. It's too long to get into here, but I can tell you that on this front, it was a happy ending, and she is very excited to meet her baby next month. As for my boyfriend, this one went a little differently. There were a lot of people in the comments suggesting he had a pregnancy kink, which I didn't even know existed before my post. I pondered on it but wasn't really sold on the idea. Coincidentally, he actually went on a work trip for about 3 weeks shortly after, so we didn't really talk until he came back to town, which was about a week and a half ago now. Honestly, when he came back, I'd almost forgotten about that as a possibility. So, when I went to see him for the first time in nearly a month at his apartment and he instantly lifted up my shirt and told me how much bigger I'd gotten, I didn't really think anything of it. He was right, I had actually grown a lot, and it seemed like a normal enough reaction, but looking back on it now, it wasn't even like he hugged me or greeted me or gave me a kiss, it was just straight away right to my bump. We ended up getting dinner with one of my friends later that same night, again me still in some form of either denial or just inattention. I guess just like the last time, I didn't really notice his behavior being weird, but when he went home and I went with her to her house, she had some questions similar to my sister. She asked me, "Is that not exhausting for you?" Which I was just confused by, and she followed up saying, "All the belly touching and rubbing and the comments and the jokes and stuff." I said, "It doesn't seem too irregular to me, people make jokes and comments to me all the time, even you do." "Sure, I'll make one every now and then, but in a 1-hour dinner, he made so many, like he described you as his overinflated girlfriend, something about being ready to pop, something else about a balloon, and I know there were others I'm forgetting." Hearing it now from my sister, my friend, and from Reddit, it finally kinda clicked for me that maybe in fact everyone else was right. I had her drop me at his place, and I confronted him about it. Not in an aggressive way or anything, but just asked him if it was true. To my surprise, he looked at me in surprise, and just said, yeah, I thought you knew. Sorry, I thought it was kind of obvious. We had a long talk about it, and I don't really think a kink like that is an inherently bad thing, and sometimes people like to make them more taboo than they need to be. While his behavior was obviously sometimes strange, it was never violent or honestly even upset me. I told him I would think about it if I wanted to continue seeing him, which he was okay with and gave me space. I haven't reached out to him yet, but I am thinking about it, as I did enjoy the time we spent together even regardless of his inclinations. Anyway, that's all. My husband started treating me better after years of making me feel like I only existed to spread my legs. Now I found out his mistress was the one in control of both his heads, and I hate them for it. I, 35F, went through 2 hard pregnancies and postpartum depression to bring our 2 beautiful kids, aged 9 and 7, into this world, but my husband, 39M, became resentful of my existence. Our marriage suffered a lot because my libido was diminished after all I went through, and I was still struggling to recover, but he was unapologetic about his behavior and made me hate myself for not fulfilling his needs. After 4 years of having a non-active bedroom, we started therapy, and I thought that was where the improvement came from. 3 years ago, everything changed, and my husband became the man of my dreams. He started paying attention to me. In the beginning, I was panicking because whenever he paid me attention before, he expected to smash, but now it felt like he was seeing me as a human being for the first time. He was attentive, caring, and empathetic. He touched, cuddled, and kissed me out of the blue, without wanting to smash in return. He started helping around the house, bringing me flowers, and ordering takeout dinners when I worked late, planning date nights. Anniversaries, birthdays, and holidays were planned perfectly, and I started receiving the most beautiful and thoughtful gifts. When we fought, he would come the next day and admit his wrongs very accurately, if he was the one in the wrong, something he never did before. He would apologize too, when back in the days, him apologizing would be a blow to his ego. He said he was happy all the time and lucky to have us as his family. Everything was better, and I even got my bedroom drive back, if not as high as I hoped. It almost seems too good to be true, doesn't it? Of course, why should I have ever believed he would have changed solely for me? I accidentally came across a conversation he had with his mistress, 40F, about 5 days ago, and I have probably spent over 50 hours reading them. 3 years worth of conversation. He would tell her his woes, and she would listen. 99 out of 100 times, she sided with me. She taught him about intimacy and how important it is in marriages. The tragically funny part is that he never got angry or offended by her telling him off, calling him silly, stubborn, or at times a man-baby. Her honesty was brutal, and yet he agreed with her. She was the one suggesting all the changes, and he would ask her for advice about gifts, traveling, and all the beautiful things he did for our family. He thanks her all the time for helping him turn his miserable home life around, making it tolerable. Alongside all these texts, there were the messages between them that focused solely on their relationship, as if nobody else existed around them. The flirting, dirty talk, and pictures, the longing to see each other. He says she is the love of his life every day and that he wishes their circumstances were different. She says the same. They both agree that divorce would ruin their families and that they couldn't be that selfish. How admirable. I feel nauseous. My happiness for the past 3 years was fake. I don't know what to do. I want to hurt them, I want to expose them, and I want to ruin whatever they think is perfect happiness. Edit. She has one child, aged 14, and she was also in a dry bedroom with her husband for 14 years. The affair is physical too, yes, but they meet maybe once every month or every other month. She tells my husband that what they feel is probably limerence, but they don't know it yet because they meet so infrequently, as she lives in another city. Update 1. I was here some weeks ago, with my original post. I finally decided that I really should reach out to the husband of my husband's mistress. I found him easily and contacted him. He didn't believe me at first and was rude about it, telling me to go screw myself. I hesitated to contact him again, to be honest, but after a few days, I realized that I wouldn't believe a stranger just popping into my DMs accusing my significant other of cheating, so I recorded my husband's phone with my phone, especially the messages where she sent explicit photos and stuff. I also went to the contacts to show the number. He didn't answer me the first day, then he called me the C word and blocked me. I thought, well then, I have done my part, and it's on him whether he believes me or not. Then, after a week, my husband came home angry and yelled at me for exposing them. He asked me why I didn't confront him instead, as my problem was with him. I have never seen him yell like this. Then he packed a bag and left for about a week. I think he's traveled to her. When he got home, he said that it was over. He said that he had been trying to make me happy for years and he had done everything a good husband would do, but still, nothing was good enough for me. I've made him miserable for years and instead of taking it out on him, I chose to hurt a woman and her child. He moved to his parents' house, and now he's renting an apartment. I have heard that he travels the weeks he doesn't have the children to be with her and that she's moving here soon when she gets full custody of her child. I have not been feeling well at all. He has never spoken to me directly since he left, and I haven't seen him. He adamantly refuses to talk to me, like I never existed in his life. I don't know what I have done to deserve this treatment. I hate that they won. Edit. It's been a couple days now, and this morning, I got a call from my mother-in-law that my husband has been in jail for the past couple of days and only got out this morning, but the charges weren't dropped. Apparently, his mistress and her husband had another altercation last weekend, and she ended up hurt again. Now I want full custody of my children. He is out, but charges are not dropped, so it will probably lead to some punishment. I don't know if family court would count this in case I want full custody and supervised visits. My mother-in-law was hostile when I told her this, and she's one of the people who have supported me, so I am expecting some pushback. I don't care. My boyfriend thinks I'm his personal piggy bank and bought a $87K truck he can't afford and expects me to save him. Well, this little piggy is going to watch you live on the streets instead. I'm very annoyed. He didn't even speak to me about it. We had so many discussions about moving in together, getting married, and then he goes and purchases a truck $2K more than his yearly salary. If you're asking how can a truck be $87K, that's the price you get when you put every addition you want on it. He showed me the truck expecting me to be excited, and I was livid. When he bought this truck, we were only a month from moving in together. We got into a bad argument where he told me it was his money and he could do whatever he wanted with it. So I said fine, and I told him I'm not comfortable moving in with him anymore. I asked my landlord if my apartment was still available and if I could renew my lease, and they said yes. Now my boyfriend is saying he can't afford his place and his truck. I don't feel bad. You should have thought of that before buying something so expensive without talking to your girlfriend of 2 years. I have had some of his friends' girlfriends reach out to me and say I should support him, and one even said that I'm not loyal and this shows I wouldn't support him if we were married since I run away when finances get bad. That's total BS. He didn't lose his job or get hurt. He bought an expensive item without discussing it. I have been trying to get him to return the truck because it's already affecting his finances badly. He has only had this truck for 2 weeks, and he is worried that in the next month or two, he won't be able to cover all the expenses he usually has. This past weekend, we had another argument, and I think our relationship is going to end. I'm not helping him pay for this truck, and I'm not moving in with him. I have asked for a break and will be thinking about what to do. Edit. I appreciate the different opinions everyone has given me. I have a lot to think about. To answer 2 questions, no, he doesn't need the truck. He works from home, and if he has to check in at work, he has an office. Also, his friends and their girlfriends know about this issue because he asked for their views when we went to a get-together last week. Only 2 girlfriends reached out to me to tell me I wasn't being supportive, the others have minded their own business. Update 1. Yeah, so I broke up with him mainly because I realized we aren't financially compatible. Before I go into what happened, I do want to say something. I understand we weren't married, but we were both moving together into a new place and had several discussions about this move and our plans for the future, including marriage. For the people private messaging me saying it's his money, he can do whatever he wants, or, you're only 2 years into a relationship, you're not a wife. I know that, and I have never asked what is in his bank account or told him what to do financially. I'm aware it is his money, but I also know his financial situation, and he was making decisions without my input that, if we were to stay together, would not only affect him but also our relationship, and our financial situation for years to come. I will stay on this hill. This is not okay, and if it's okay for you, that's fine, but for me, if we make a financial plan and you make a huge decision without me, I won't be okay with it, and that's a big reason why I backed out of moving into a new apartment with him. I would have never made a decision like this without his input at all. The main reason why we decided to move in together was to take the next step in our relationship but also to pay down our debts. I now have $22K in debt from student loans and a car. When I met him, though, it was around $60K, and I was basically living on credit cards. Within the first couple of months of us dating, I saw how hard he worked, and with a salary of $85K, he was making huge progress in paying off his loans and credit cards. On my end, at the time, I was only making $50K. I honestly saw his work ethic and was like, wow, and got serious about my debt. I got a second part-time job where I was making $32K a year, bringing my salary to $82K. I did that so that I could pay off my debts faster but also so that we could be on equal footing when we moved in together and he didn't have to pay significantly more in living expenses than me when he had more debt. We did a complete budget months before we moved in together and realized that we would each have $700 extra a month to put towards our own individual budgets. This is why the purchase of this truck was so surprising to me. We had planned this move for months. We had a budget, and he destroyed that plan with the truck. If he wanted a new car, there are plenty of cars he could have gotten that would have fit into the $700 monthly surplus he had. Anyway, for the past few days before we broke up, he tried to show me that this truck was a good financial purchase and we could still move in together. He told me that he had actually budgeted for this and could show me how he could afford this. I wanted to hear him out, so I went to his place, and he had 2 budgets. He said he had been thinking of getting this truck for some time and he had worked out a budget beforehand. He showed me the first budget, and after his truck, insurance, expenses, and his debts, he was left with $115 for the month. I noticed with the first budget, he didn't include groceries, his hobbies, going out, or even gas for his car. I asked him how $115 was enough to live off for an entire month. I asked him how he could afford all of this in his truck, and if he planned to give up some things. He said no, he didn't plan to give up anything and that he could make everything work in his budget. I asked him what if he had an emergency or needed gas for his truck, and he just kept saying he would work it out without explaining how. After I saw the first budget, I asked to see the documents for the car, and that's how I found out the truck price was $95K total after taxes, registration, and fees. He traded in his reliable 2003 Toyota and all his savings to get a loan at 14% for 72 months. His monthly payment is now $1,966, and insurance is $573. He also still has significant student loans. I kept telling him $115 left over monthly wasn't enough. That's when he showed me his second budget, which had a combined higher monthly income. I asked him if he was getting a second job, and he said due to his job relying on him to be on call, he couldn't. I asked where the income was coming from, and this man said, well, you're getting a raise soon. I froze because I had mentioned this raise once months ago. My first job is my career job, and I work in a field where when you hit certain milestones, you get a pay bump. In September, if my raise is approved, I will go from 50K to 80K, and with my second job, my total yearly income will be 112K. But getting the raise isn't a guarantee. You have to meet certain criteria, and if you don't, you have to wait 3 months before trying again. When he said that, I was quiet, and then I said, "So you planned a budget that included additional income that I wouldn't get for at least 6 months and income that I might not even get in September?" He said when I got my raise, the ratio of what he would pay would decrease, and he would have more disposable income. I asked him why it was okay for him to plan budgets with my income but yet I had no say in how he spent his. He couldn't answer that. I told him I had no issue with paying more bills if I got a raise, but the fact that he banked on that, didn't discuss it, and now expects me to be okay with this is ridiculous. I also said there's no way I wouldn't be paying more with the first budget because he wouldn't have been able to survive on $115. I told him he didn't communicate, and this is on him because he made huge financial plans without discussing anything. Finally, I told him I would never have done any of this without going to him first because I thought we were a team that was building something. I ended things the next day, and he has been trying to reach out, but I'm not interested. He has financially crippled himself with this truck. If with my income now, he could barely make it, he surely isn't making it on his own. I really hope that things work out for him and he is able to keep his truck and recover, but I'm not paying the consequences for such a massive financial mistake that is going to hugely affect him for years to come. If I were to stay, this financial decision affects me as well and would continue to affect both of us for years. Again, this is different from becoming ill or losing a job. He chose this and refuses to budge and fix it. I now realize we are not financially compatible, and that's okay, and I wish him the best. I think my husband has got it going on with his younger coworker, but he tells me that I'm insecure and he hates her. Then why are you constantly refreshing her Instagram? I have this itch in my brain that I need to scratch. I, 32F, have been married to my husband, 33M, for 5 years now. Recently, about a year ago, my husband's office hired a new employee, let's call her Jess, 25F. My husband would often complain about how stupid she is. Here is a list of complaints. She always tries to act smart even though she is young, she laughs at silly little things which he finds annoying, he sometimes criticizes her carefree nature, and he once told me she was dressed like a clown, when in actuality she was just wearing red lipstick. It feels like every time he comes home from the office, he is always complaining about her or what she did, and usually, it's just some normal stuff. He told me Jess teases him by calling him an old man, and he tells me that he really hates that. It feels like this girl, Jess, is always on his mind. The other day we went shopping. I really liked a pair of red shoes and asked my husband how they looked on me. He said they would look gorgeous on me. Then out of nowhere, he said, "Thank God you do not have stinky feet like Jess. She always wears shoes that look weird on her," and then proceeded to say how much he hates her and that she is his nemesis. This was clearly out of nowhere. What confirmed my suspicion is that he follows Jess on Instagram. We were sitting on our couch, I was watching a movie, and he was scrolling through Instagram. He was on Jess's page, literally binge watching her content. I mean, if he hates her and dislikes everything she does, then why is he stalking her? I did bring it up, and he said that I am being ridiculous, that I should know that he hates Jess. So, thinking that there is something going on is making me look insecure. I do not know what to believe. My instincts tell me something else, but logically, if he dislikes someone that much, he wouldn't bring them up in every conversation. Where do I go next? Update 1. Well, I have answers now. They were having an emotional affair. I found out when I checked my husband's phone, and don't give me all that crap about privacy this, privacy that. I pressed him hard on it, and he admitted he has a thing for her. He had taken a day off from work so that they could go hiking or just hang out. He swears he didn't sleep with her or kiss her, but I'm not sure about that. Their chats look more like banter. I directly asked him, "Do you like her?" He was hesitant but eventually admitted to having a crush on her. I asked why. Why does he have a crush on her when she is not someone he likes? His logic: she makes me feel alive. She makes me do crazy things, and she has an energy that makes me feel special. How could you say that? For months, I have asked him to take a break, and we could go to Italy like we always wanted, but he always made excuses. I wanted to tell him he is chasing a fantasy. He likes the version of her she presented herself as, but who am I to convince a lovesick man who would cheat on his wife of 5 years just because she is not energetic? I left my house and am currently staying with a friend. I haven't decided on divorce yet. I am scared to start over at 32. I want to become a mother, but that means I would waste my good years searching for another man. I cannot believe he is falling for the obvious manic pixie dream girl thing. If he really wanted energy and to do crazy things, why couldn't he just say that? I would love to go hiking, I would love to skip work and just be outside with him all day, yet he chooses a girl he claims he hates but not really. He has been calling and texting me nonstop. He wants to work this out. He even offered to quit and change his job, but that's not going to solve anything, will it? Update 2. I do not know how to start this update. For those of you who don't know, Yes, I'm taking the divorce route. I do not think I can reconcile with him after what he confessed to. The day after I made my post last week, my husband asked to talk to me. He said he is ready to be truthful because he doesn't want this to ruin our marriage. He is willing to try therapy and counseling. He said he does have a crush on her and oftentimes fantasized about Jess, but that they are just fantasies, nothing more. He confessed that though there hasn't been any physical touch or contact, he did have a moment of weakness, and they relieved themselves in front of each other. He swears he didn't touch her. They just relieved themselves in front of each other in his car, and that it was Jess's idea. She knew about his crush, but she has morals, so they found a weird loophole. I wish I was joking because this sounds unreal to me. He is still insisting that was the only intimate thing they did, nothing more. He has been begging me to come back home. He goes from begging to blaming me, and when I said I want a divorce, he was cursing me, yet I have served him nonetheless. I have yet to hear from him or his lawyer. I know some people will say I am making a huge mistake and that I am throwing this out easily, but I do not think I will be able to trust him again. If there is no trust in a relationship, then what is there? I am surprised my parents were on my side. My mom told me I shouldn't have to beg someone to love me or respect me, that him lying to me was a huge disrespect, and that a relationship cannot survive if there is no respect. Also, I think I offended a lot of people from my last post because they thought I was saying women over 30 are old. I do not think that, but I grew up in a culture where women over 30 are considered leftover. Though my parents and family members do not think that, there are people around me who do, and it has been ingrained. I have tried hard to unlearn it, but there are some remnants. I do not know what the future holds for me. I am too depressed and angry to think about that. Update 3. Hi everyone, it's been a long time, about 4 months. I was busy so I couldn't post much. The good news is I am officially divorced. As many of you suggested, I didn't get a house in the divorce like many of you hoped for. Honestly, I didn't even want it. I am living with my parents now for a while. I know it blows because I am in my 30s and have to start from zero. There were times I wanted to stop the divorce and reconcile, but the disrespect towards me in my marriage is something I cannot get past. I know many people PM'd me to reconsider it, but sorry to disappoint you. As for my ex, he is now dating his nemesis. He still insists nothing more happened, and that they definitely didn't smash. The biggest plot twist for me was when I came to know that he and his mistress are in an open relationship. It was funny to me, but now I don't have to hear from them. I am not dating anyone now. Maybe I will take a break from the whole dating thing. Thank you all for supporting me. Reddit has been a great distraction for me during these tough times.
My wife skipped the New Year's ball drop with our kids to drop on another man's balls. I forgave her, but now the betrayal is eating at me inside. For context, coming into the new year, I had no idea my wife had been, at the bare minimum, having an emotional affair with a coworker. On New Year's Eve, before I found out about this, she came home and acted extremely cold toward me and our kids, just in a really pissed off mood. Earlier that evening, she asked if she could go out to have one drink with a female coworker, whom I knew and trusted, and I told her that was cool but that the kids were staying up for the ball drop, so as long as she could be back to celebrate with them, I was fine with it. Well, she ended up getting off work at 11:30 and barely had enough time to get home. After the ball dropped, she cried and cried. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she got invited to her friend's house to have drinks with them. I said, "Look, I'm not sure what's wrong and why you're crying about this, but it's fine, you deserve a girls' night out every once in a while. I don't mind watching the kids, just go." I put the kids to bed, she left, and then about 3 hours later, so 3 a.m., I tried to contact her. No answer. I waited about 15 minutes, called her again. No answer. I called her friend who she's supposed to be with. No answer. She then texted me back 5 minutes later and said, "Yeah, I'm still coming home tonight. We're still drinking." Never in our 6 years of marriage had I felt a gut feeling that something else was going on, but that night it all hit me. I went through our phone records and found another number I was unfamiliar with that she had been in contact with all night. Ignoring my calls, texting that number in between, etc. She had also been texting this number for a 3-month period daily. I never suspected that she would be texting another dude while right beside me, watching family movies either, as the times had shown. How I didn't see this, I have no idea. Maybe she had this individual listed as mom in her phone. I don't know. I had never gotten this vibe or feeling our entire marriage, I was blindsided by it. Anyway, I confronted her about it through text with the proof like an idiot. She speeds home, deletes everything on her phone, no way of getting the backups restored, no way of ever knowing she did not meet up with this guy. Upon finding this out, I immediately told her I wanted a divorce. It was at this point she began getting violent with me. Talking crap about everything I had been doing to keep us financially stable, the 18-hour workdays that kept a roof over our heads. She told me that I needed to leave even though I pay rent and both our kids are asleep. I refused. We slept in separate rooms that night, and the next day she tried to act like nothing even happened, claiming that she remembered we'd fought but couldn't remember what it was about. So I show her the phone records even though I'm positive she was just trying to pull some crap, and she confesses who the individual was and says they flirted a lot but never actually met up. I told her if that was true, she'd have no issues restoring the text messages she deleted, at which point it was confirmed she deleted everything and deleted her last backup. Since then, She's tried hard to convince me they never did anything and never saw each other aside from work. I keep finding bits and pieces of things that don't make sense. Chunks of text deleted from her friends' messages around that time, pictures on her Google Drive from that night, where she was with, who she said she was, all deleted from her phone. For what reason? The most damning evidence I have is for a 2-hour period on New Year's Eve. They stopped texting each other, then randomly started texting again at around 3 a.m. when I started calling and got that feeling. My gut tells me she left her friend's place, went to his place, and then went back, or she went straight to his place from our place, then went to her friends when she found out I was calling them. There are revealing pictures of herself she never sent me also on her Google Drive taken on Snapchat. She's since given me all her attention and initiates intimacy tenfold. The texting stopped, and she shows me everything on her Snapchat and even downloads her data to show me she's not hitting other people up. I'm seeing the side of her I haven't seen since we were married all those years ago, but I can't help but trust my gut in demanding a divorce. I feel like she's kept things from me, and not knowing for sure is eating me up inside. Sorry for the way this was written, I'm aware there is some jumping back and forth, and I'm just scatterbrained right now. It's honestly getting to me more now than the night I found out. I feel stupid, just know that it's been over 4 months since this occurred. My parents know all of this and keep pressuring me to work it out and not dwell. My brothers are saying, screw that, get a divorce. Am I wrong in seeking a divorce? It's also worth adding I come from a family that has thoroughly convinced one of my cousins that she needs to stay in her marriage even when her husband became solely reliant on her, got addicted to coke, is still addicted to coke, and physically abused her. All because, by golly, no one in this family has ever gotten a divorce. So essentially, doing so, I would get disowned by my parents, my sister, all my cousins, all my aunts, all my uncles, but I would still have the support of my 2 brothers. I've been ignoring her since last night, and she's been snapping and calling me all morning to see what's wrong. Update 1. After a long day of considering my options, on Friday, I sat my wife down in the evening when she got off work and after I had put the kids to bed. As soon as I brought up that my trust in her was completely gone, she immediately became argumentative and essentially stated, I thought we had left this in the past. You never trusted me, did you? I responded, even if you didn't do anything physical or meet up with him outside of work, you'll never let me see those text messages. You'll never pull the Snapchat data. She responded, you're right, marriage is based on trust, and if you don't trust me, then maybe we ought to call it quits. The irony in this is that I worked 18 to 19-hour days for the past few years, barely being able to do anything I wanted to do in my life because I was supporting our children, getting them to bed, cleaning the house all the time, doing all the cooking, and barely even getting enough sleep, probably took years off my life just from the stress. She, on New Year's Eve, said screw the kids, screw you, and essentially went out to party with her friends, all the while ignoring calls from me and our daughter asking where she was, while also responding to her bare minimum emotional affair partner. Not getting into all the details so as to not repeat myself between this and the update. Long story short, in my state, we have to be separated for a year before a divorce can be finalized. When I agreed with her that we should start separating and that I had already been in contact with a lawyer, she freaked the bleep out on me. She begged me not to go through with it, but alas. Next Friday, I will be dropping her off at her parents' a few hours away. The kids will be staying with me for now, with the help of one of my brothers. I told her there was only one way I would put this off for now, pull the data, pull the texts, prove your case. She looked down at the ground, one more time, and told me that's a violation of her privacy. We haven't spoken since. For now, for my kids, I gotta keep on keeping on. Edit. I hate the trickle truths. First, it was a guy in a different state. Second, it was a coworker. Third, it was someone underneath her that she supervises. Fourth, and just now, randomly got a text from her stating she may have told him she loves him, but instantly regretted it, and that's it. Yeah, okay.
My husband told me we got married too fast and wants a divorce, then almost in a post-nut clarity fashion, he said now he didn't mean it and wants me back. So I, 23F, had been with my husband, 25M, for 2 years, married for 1. On the night of the incident, we had an argument about the distribution of chores that I believe triggered it. I thought it wasn't fair that I was doing the majority of the housework, on top of being a full-time student at university and having a job. He seemed to think the chore distribution was fair and that I was overreacting. We came to a solution after all the events I'm about to tell you about occurred, but essentially, I was feeling overwhelmed and unheard, and he was feeling stressed and confused as to why I thought this was a problem. Later that night, we're discussing the situation again, and I express how it feels like he's not listening to me and how distant he's been lately. Then he says there's a reason for the distance, and I ask him to tell me why. He says that he thinks we moved too fast, he doesn't know who he is, and he wants a divorce. He says he cares about me but doesn't love me, and that he's been feeling this way for a while. Now, I've promised myself years ago that I would never try to make someone stay with me if they don't want to. So, as much as this hurt, I said okay. I cried, he cried. I did ask if he wanted to try couples therapy before divorcing, but he said no. We decided to sort out details in the morning, so I grabbed some blankets to sleep on the couch, and he went upstairs to bed. In the midst of my sitting on the couch, crying and looking up apartments, what felt like hours later, I hear him get up and come to the living room. He sits down next to me and just says, I messed up so bad. I freeze when I hear this because I've barely processed the reality of what just happened, and I can already see where he's going next. I ask him to elaborate, and he says he doesn't want a divorce, that he doesn't know why he said that, and he's feeling the most regret he's ever experienced in his life. He says that he realizes he messed up and I don't have to take him back. At this point, I've experienced so much emotional whiplash that I've completely numbed out. I'd already cried all the tears I could. Now, I was just sitting there next to my sobbing husband, saying I'd take him back, even though I'd barely processed the fact that he'd wanted to divorce me. I told him I wanted couples counseling and for him to get individual therapy, and he agreed. I've asked him about individual therapy in the past, but he never wanted to until now. It's days later now. I've gone through all the stages of being mad at him, depressed that my marriage almost ended, insecure about myself, accepting the reality, feeling love for him, feeling numb. Cycling through all these emotions over and over again at random. We're searching for a couples counselor, but a lot of them have wait lists right now. So in the meantime, I just want to know, if anyone has been in a similar situation, does it get better? Does the trust ever come back? I feel like I can't trust him at all now. When he touches me, I freak out sometimes because that's not the comforting feeling I'm used to when he touches me, it's the feeling like he's suffocating me. I want to be here for him and help him through whatever mental challenges he's facing. But this has been affecting my work and my schooling. I left my dream school for him. I can't just keep prioritizing him above everything else when he clearly doesn't do the same for me. And yet, until now, he was doing the same for me. He's always been so sweet, buying me flowers, making dinner, going out of his way to make time for us. And before you scream abuse, please know I've been in abusive relationships before, and they felt nothing like this. He's not like those guys. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. I just don't know how we can recover. Any advice on how to get through this would be appreciated. Update 1. 1 year ago, I, 24F, made this post asking for advice on how to continue with my relationship after my now ex-husband, 26M, betrayed my trust by telling me he wanted a divorce out of the blue and then changing his mind just a couple of hours later. As stated above, he is now my ex. Those of you who said that he would repeat the same behavior again, you were right. On New Year's Day 2024, he said he wanted a divorce, packed a bag, and left for a motel, then came back hours later. I'll admit, I was a wreck that day. I asked him if this was just going to be like last time, and he said no. I asked him if he felt mentally okay, and he said he felt fine. I got on my knees and begged this man to stay, not my proudest moment, and he looked at me with empty, vacant eyes and just left. I was in tears for a couple of hours, but then I opened this app to try to distract myself and saw that he had made a now-deleted post on the divorce subreddit about how he left me and felt bad but didn't regret it. Then I went from depressed to furious. I called my landlord and told him that I was getting a divorce and needed his help in changing the locks. My landlord was very understanding and helped me do so. A few hours later, I heard a knock on the door, and when I opened it, my ex-husband was standing there. I didn't even get a chance to tell him to leave because he immediately collapsed into my arms, sobbing. The first coherent words to come out of his mouth were, "You're not going to take me back, are you?" Reddit, I would love to say that I'd rejected him right then, but I didn't. Even after all of this, I was still hooked into his web of manipulation. So instead, I sat down with him and had a long discussion about how much he hurt me, how in the middle of working to rebuild the trust that had been broken between us, he completely destroyed any progress that had been made and found a way to make that distrust even worse. I don't remember the details of what he said, but he always knew what to say to get me to feel sorry for him. The night ended with me saying I would take him back. He was smiling, saying he'd never felt so hopeful. He wrote me a love poem that night for the first time in years. Meanwhile, I had never felt so broken, and I told him that after he said he felt so hopeful. He shrugged it off and said I'd feel better in the morning. I did not, in fact, feel better in the morning. During the next few days, while I was trying to pick myself back up, study for finals, and continue going to work as if nothing was wrong, he went back and forth every day on whether or not he loved me, whether or not he wanted to be married to me. He said he thought he loved the idea of being a husband more than he loved me. My last straw was when I reached out to one of his childhood friends, whom I had interacted with a few times and thought I could trust to be honest with me, and asked him if he had ever noticed any red flags in my ex-husband's behavior in his past relationships or behavior towards women in general. This friend assured me that he had never noticed anything of the sort. I thanked him and asked if he could please not tell my ex-husband I asked that, since I was afraid of what he might do. When my ex-husband came home from work that day, I could immediately tell he knew. He opened the front door so forcefully. He sat down on the couch next to me, told me he knew, and said in a low and almost growling tone of voice, "But I know you didn't mean any harm by it." I was frozen in fear and couldn't say anything, but then he grabbed my face and turned my head to look at him. His eyes looked so cold, and he said again, "You didn't mean any harm by it, right?" I nodded and forced myself to answer, "Right." And I knew in that moment this man would unalive me if I didn't find a way out of this relationship, if I didn't off myself first with how bad my mental health was getting after dealing with him insulting and belittling me day after day. I was genuinely starting to spiral into a dark place I hadn't been to in years. The next day, while he was at work, I packed a bag, wrote a note telling him I'm leaving, and that I want his stuff out of the house when I get back. I left the note on the counter with my ring and spent the night at my mom's. It is an uncontested divorce, filing by mail, and should be finalized in April. I started the paperwork at my mom's house that first night of separation. Since ending my relationship, I have gone to therapy and realized just how abusive and manipulative my ex-husband was. I also understand how broken he is, but being mentally unwell is not an excuse for abusive behavior. What he did to me was abuse, and I'm not afraid to say that anymore. I have reconnected with old friends and made new ones. I have started doing things that I love again, things he never wanted me to do, like wearing red lipstick or eating mint-flavored things and going to concerts. I've realized I never want to be married again. I've discovered my polyamorous identity and have begun to explore this side of myself. I have plans to move out of my hated hometown that he had dragged me back to. I feel so much more joy, freedom, and self-love than I ever did when I was in a relationship with my ex-husband. Thanks to the support of hundreds of voices telling me I deserved better, I realized how true that statement was. I deserved better, and now I have better. I just got an email on my husband's iPad that his water was going to be shut down for repairs at his apartment building, but we live in a house and have not rented in over a decade, so what's going on? So, my husband is on a trip with one of our sons and his brother to visit their mother, and I was cleaning up the den when an email notification popped up on his iPad. It was an email from an apartment complex stating that they would be temporarily closing down the hot water for repairs, sent from one of those automatic senders that you can't reply to. It was addressed to my husband, with his first and last name. The thing is, we own our house, we haven't rented in over 10 years, and even then, it wasn't at this place. Where my husband is, upstate NY, there isn't any service. I tried to send him a picture of the email, but it won't go through. I called him and spoke to him for a bit. Service was choppy, but I managed to explain to him about the email, and basically, all he said is that it must be a mistake and they had the wrong email. We weren't able to say much before the call dropped, but if it was a wrong email, how would they have his first and last name, all spelled correctly? There weren't any other emails from this sender or about this apartment complex in my husband's emails, but he is also the kind who clears out his inbox as he gets messages. I sent a message to the apartment complex, telling them that I think my husband was on their email list by mistake, but I just got an automatic email sent back, that they were out of the office until Monday, and then general rent information pricing, and that there were no open units available. There was no unit number on the email, but the complex is about 15 minutes away from our house, so I went and drove by, which I guess might be a little crazy, I know. I don't know what else I was expecting. It's a group of buildings, less than 100 apartments in all. I don't have any reason to mistrust my husband other than this weird email that gives me a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach, as well as a general feeling of paranoia that he's just been, for a lack of better words, bored with me. I've been feeling this way for a little while, but he insists I'm imagining it and that he's happy. We still do things together, he still tells me he loves me, etc. I just feel like he doesn't have as much fun with me as he used to, and like he looks for reasons to be out of the house or doing things specifically with the boys instead of doing things with the whole family. It's not like it's something that bothers me every day, just something that I think about when I'm feeling insecure or paranoid, like in a situation like this where he gets an email from random apartment complexes, lol. Anyway, I don't know exactly what advice I'm looking for. I know the advice I would have for one of my friends would be just to talk to him, but I really can't do that until he comes home on Saturday, which is a really long time for me to sit with my intrusive thoughts. Edit. He never lived here in the past. He lived with his parents until college, and then lived in a dorm, and then at every place he rented was with me. We've been dating since we were 19. Update 1. Yesterday, I posted about an email I had received on my husband's email from an apartment complex discussing water repairs. My husband, who is upstate visiting his mother until Saturday, has next to no cell service, so I haven't been able to talk to him about any of this other than saying that the email must have been a mix-up. My friend called and got his apartment number from the emergency maintenance number, and both of us went over to the apartment. My friend knocked, and a girl answered but didn't open the door, just looked through the bell camera. My friend said she was there looking for Adam. The girl said that Adam wasn't there but wouldn't give her more information than that, which I understand. My friend was just a total stranger at her door. When we left, I could see her looking out the apartment window at us. I tried to call my husband 1,000 times yesterday, and nothing went through. The few times the call did pick up, the service was so bad you could barely hear anything. So I'm headed upstate to confront him in person. I have a copy of the email, as well as a photo of the apartment, and a recording of the girl saying that Adam wasn't there, which confirms to me that she knows him. If this is somehow all a big misunderstanding, I'm going to have my husband explain it to me in person, instead of waiting until he comes home. Edit. To everyone telling me that I should just wait, not confront him, or talk to her first, he's my husband, the father of my children. If I'm going to find out that he's cheating on me, it's going to be from him. I understand what the situation probably is. I understand that he's probably going to try to lie to me. I'm not a moron. Update 2. I went to confront my husband. He knew the minute my car pulled up what was going on. He came outside to meet me, and the first thing he said was, "Did you go to the apartment?" I told him yeah, and then he said, "So I guess we have to have a talk," and again, I said yeah. I'm not going to get into the exact details of it. It was a long talk and it involved a lot of emotions, but she is his girlfriend. They've been together for 4 months. She is under the impression that we are separated and going through the divorce process. His family wasn't aware of this. His brother and mother, who were there, were horrified. I left to go stay in a hotel. I'm sorry, I don't have more to say. I've already contacted a divorce lawyer, a therapist, and a financial advisor. Thanks to everyone for your support.
My wife kissed another man on a night out. I forgave her and told her I wouldn't let it bother me. Now she's blowing up at me saying I don't love her because I didn't care about it and must be into men. I, 41M, have been with my wife, 41F, for over 23 years, and for some context, we never had a great bedroom life after the first year. We would smash maybe once or twice a year at most, but at the moment, it's been going on for 3 years with no action. To clarify, she's the one who doesn't want to smash. She said she doesn't want me making the first move with her. She doesn't even want me to initiate hugs, and just bringing up smashing makes her feel under pressure. Although it bothers me, I love her and I love our kids, so I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I know plenty of friends in the same situation. Another bit of context is that I've always been mildly overweight but always fit, as I played a lot of sports until about 10 years ago when I got really ill. A mixture of meds and comfort eating made me balloon up to nearly 300 pounds. Well, 2 years ago, I decided to do something about it, and I'm now around 200 pounds, which at 6 feet 2 inches is the lightest I've been as an adult, and I've actually enjoyed using weights. For the first time in my life, I have a bit of abs and some muscle. My wife, having always been far hotter, is pretty obviously insecure about the fact that for the first time since we've been together, women are starting to look at me and message me on my baking pages on social media. For the record, I've never even looked at another woman in that way. On to the night in question. My wife went out with some friends, a mix of singles and those in relationships. She looked stunning, and I told her so. I even updated my phone home screen to that picture of her, lol. One of the friends she was out with messaged me about 3 months ago, and the gist was she knows I get no action. My wife doesn't realize how lucky she is, and basically, do I want to hook up? I obviously instantly took a screenshot and sent it to my wife. Around 4 a.m., my wife gets home, and she wakes me up as she gets into bed. I'm half awake but can tell something is wrong, so I ask what the matter is. She doesn't say anything for a few seconds, and as I go to grab her hand, she pulls away. I ask if she wants me to get her a drink, and she says no. Then she just blurts it out and says, I met a guy tonight, he kissed me. I didn't kiss back at first, then I did. Then for the next half hour, we were dancing and constantly kissing. She kept saying sorry and begging me not to leave her. My honest first reaction was, so what, it's only kissing and dancing. I didn't say that, I just hugged her and tried to calm her down. An hour or so later, once I got the right words in my head, I said, I know you feel really guilty, but please don't. I'm not going to leave you and break up our family over some kissing and dancing, and I don't love you any less than I did yesterday. This isn't something that's going to grow and cause resentment. More or less right on cue, my phone goes off, and it's that friend of hers with a picture and a video of what my wife was doing. This sets my wife off again, but my feelings still haven't changed, and a month later, that remains the case. In that month since then, my wife has accused me of not loving her because I didn't care. She's accused me of kissing other people and more, suggesting that I didn't care because I was covering up my own indiscretions. She's accused me of being only into guys multiple times, which doesn't make sense. She keeps asking me why I haven't initiated anything with her, even though in the past, she's told me she hates being touched and not to ever try it on with her, which I have respected. She's basically projecting, and it's annoying me because it's putting a strain on us, which she is 100% causing. How do I get through to her that she needs to stop feeling guilty and just move on because I have? It's not a big deal to me. I was genuinely more annoyed when she broke my baking bowl and tried to blame it on the cat, lol. Edit. Over the years, we have been to a few different couples counselors and smash therapists, the latest being last September for both. My wife always feels like she's being bullied by them, and we stop going. Nearly all have said, though, they think she is asexual, and 2 even said she is displaying a lot of signs of being a closeted lesbian, which I have brought up to her before, and she is adamant she's not. People have said that if I don't get jealous, I don't love her. If she told me she was having an emotional affair, spending hours on the phone with someone else laughing and joking, snuggling on a sofa eating chocolates and watching TV with someone, etc., I'd be devastated. A dance and a kiss aren't a big deal to me and not even close to divorce. Update 1. It's been nearly 2 weeks since I made the post, and the short update is that we are getting divorced. As I mentioned in the comments, I told her I wanted us to go back to couples counseling and smash therapy. She said no to both because we had gone before, and she felt bullied. She mentioned that at smash therapy, unless she initiates touching, not just smashing, but any physical contact like hugs or hand-holding, it will feel forced and like pity affection from her. The smash therapist said that's very unreasonable, and that's why she felt bullied there. I tried to ask her a few questions too. Are you a lesbian or at least swing both ways? Don't be stupid. Are you asexual? I'm not a teenager with a stupid label. What did he have that I don't? Nothing, I just wanted to do it. Why don't you ever want to do that with me? Don't know. What can I do to make you want to do that with me? Don't know. Do you want me to take the initiative and try to initiate physical contact with you more? No, I'll tell you when I want it, don't guess. So she refused therapy and gave me no straight answers. She also said I've gone back on my word about not letting the kiss split us up because now it is. I said it's not the kiss, it's your behavior since then that has caused me to want a divorce. She said since it's my decision to divorce and it's all my fault, then I should be the one to tell our kids, and she will have no part of it. That was hard. As soon as they were told, my wife left for her sisters, and in the 3 days since, I haven't heard anything from her. I've tried speaking to her about the kids as they miss her, but she reads my messages and ignores me. A lot of people asked about the friend and why they still talk after she tried it on with me. From my understanding, my wife tried to get the friend group to cut the friend out, but they all pretty much refused, so my wife chose to ignore her in group settings. On the night in question, the friend approached my wife and told her if she didn't tell me, she would send me the video. So my wife didn't tell me because she felt guilty but because she was forced. I've also spoken to a couple of other friends in the group and asked what's been going on that I'm not privy to. Apparently, my wife was intimately texting her friend's boyfriend a couple of years ago. My wife has also been boasting about how she has me under her thumb and gets away with giving me nothing, and I'm too scared to ask if that's true or not. The friend apparently saw me out shopping one day and decided I was now more smashable and thought she'd try to exact some revenge on my wife. So she didn't really want me, I was just a pawn in this weird friend group's internal beefs, which I found out about in the last few days. Basically, they all seem to hate each other and mess with each other's partners. I'll be honest now, and I feel incredibly guilty about it, but when she left, my body and soul seemed to take a massive sigh of relief. It was like a black cloud that was dripping eggshells on the floor for me to constantly avoid had gone. I feel terrible for feeling this way, but I feel like I'm my 6 feet 2 inches height now rather than a browbeaten 3-foot person who was scared to even say anything for fear of being told I'm wrong, insulted, or ridiculed. It's like the blinkers have been taken off. I spent the day today baking with my kids, eating Easter eggs, and watching cartoons, and I haven't stopped smiling all day. I haven't winced or broken out in a sweat worrying I'm about to be told off about being too noisy, watching the wrong thing on TV, or there's a wrapper on the floor, etc. Thank you everyone for your support on my last post.
My best friend proposed to me in front of a crowd, and I laughed at him out of awkwardness. Now he's missing and I feel awful, but I didn't even know we were dating. To start, I, 25F, met my best friend, who I'll call Jordan, 24M, 2 years ago at university. We both started at the same time, and due to our ages, we were considered mature students. So, we quickly became firm friends as we shared a dorm and joked around together about being old enough to be considered mature in our early 20s. We weren't on the same course, but since we lived together, we would hang out pretty much all the time whenever we didn't have a lecture. We joined a bunch of societies together, went drinking every weekend, etc. Obviously, we made other friends, both separately and together, but we were always each other's number one friend at the end of the day. At the moment, we're on spring holiday for Easter, and while we haven't hung out constantly, we decided to make plans to visit each other's hometown because we're from very starkly different places. Today, we went to mine. It's a big city central. This morning, we went there and were wandering down the streets doing some sightseeing. There are typically a lot of street sellers here, trying to sell you everything from hot dogs to fluffy Pokemon hats. I decided I wanted to get a caricature done, as I've never had one, and I thought it would be funny to get and hang over my bed when we got back for term. I asked Jordan if he wanted to get in, and he refused. No worries, so I sat down to get it done. They don't take very long, about 5 to 10 minutes, so I stayed, looking straight forward at the artist the entire time. He finished the caricature, and I loved it, so obviously I turned to show it properly to Jordan. When I turn, though, I literally don't even know what to say. He's down on one knee holding up a ring box. I don't even really know what he said, if he did the whole proposal speech thing because I was so confused, I was barely paying attention. Remember, again, this is a super busy tourist city, so this has drawn a mini crowd now, coming over to cheer us on. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, I thought this was some kind of odd prank type thing. We never have been the prankster types or whatever, but I couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, so I just laughed and laughed and laughed until I looked at Jordan and he looked genuinely heartbroken. I asked him something along the lines of, "Are you being serious right now?" He shut the box, stood up, shrugged, and said, "I guess not anymore," and walked off. This is the only thing I remember him saying. This left me standing pretty awkwardly in this gathered crowd of people, a lot of whom were giving me dirty looks, which made me incredibly uncomfortable. The plan was to meet back up at a hotel that we had booked rooms next door to one another, so I figured that's where he's going and headed back that way. But he's not there, so I wait, and he still doesn't return. I text him out of concern. This was at 1:15 p.m., and it's currently 6:20 p.m. as I'm writing this, just asking if he's okay. He responds with a long message back, which I would post because it's an odd read, but I won't out of respect for his privacy, in which he basically accuses me of leading him on, asking why I didn't break up with him sooner, saying I had publicly humiliated him, and that he thought I loved him the same way and that he felt our relationship was strong enough to consider taking the next step. Now, this is completely out of left field. I literally have no idea where in the world he's got this idea from. The closest we've ever physically been is a hug, hello, and goodbye. I've never even jokingly flirted with him for exactly this reason. I've had too many friendships collapse because they can't tell the difference between serious interest and joking banter in friendships, so I've been extra careful to not. We've never kissed, never been on a date, never smashed. I do not find him physically attractive, and I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with him. I don't understand where on earth he's got this idea that we are. This isn't something he's ever brought up before this, and I'm genuinely bewildered. He hasn't returned to the hotel yet. I periodically knock to check, and I've been listening out for him walking up the hallway or anything, but nothing. I haven't responded to his long paragraph, because honestly, I don't know how to. I'm just so stunned and taken aback that I genuinely have no idea where to go from here or what to do. Update 1. So, Jordan did not come back to the hotel. I stayed up until 1 a.m. before falling asleep, and he didn't return. When I woke up the next day, the hotel staff let me know he had checked himself out at about 6 a.m. I did end up responding to his big, long text. I took everyone's advice and told him that I was sorry it didn't go as he had expected, but that I wasn't sure where he got the impression we were together. I said I'd be happy to sit and have a discussion about it all so we could make sure we're on the same page. He was not happy about this at all, and he again went off with a bunch of the same type of thing he'd said in his first message. It didn't really seem to be going through his head at all. Even in these new texts, he kept referring to this all as me breaking up with him, despite me explicitly telling him we are not and never have been. Again, all his messages were very clear and coherent, even if what he was saying was not based in reality at all. He wasn't sending paragraphs, just sentences in really quick succession, which was blowing up my phone. He told me he didn't want to meet up with me to talk because I had ripped out his heart and crushed it in public. I did ask him for specific instances he could recall between us that made him think we were dating, but he completely ignored the question and just kept going on and on about how hurt he was that I was breaking up with him and how he felt his world was ending. He said he loved me more than anything and had felt so confident that I had too, which is why he felt so certain about proposing to move our relationship along. Eventually, to be honest, I grew pretty tired of the conversation and stopped responding because it was just going around and around in circles, me asking where he got this idea, him ignoring this and telling me how hurt he is I'm breaking up with him over this, etc. He went on and on, saying he thought it would be a ring I liked because it was my favorite gem, ruby, instead of a diamond. It's got me wondering how much he actually spent on this damn thing. I didn't look very closely at the ring, so I couldn't tell if it was something super expensive or not, and that he had been working up the courage to do so for a while and figured doing it when I was at home would make it more special. For a while, he was just talking to himself in my text because I wasn't responding anymore. When I checked back about 20 minutes later, I had something like 60 messages from him, granted they were all one sentence. At the very end, he apologized and told me that it didn't matter anyway because I wouldn't see him around anymore. Obviously, I was concerned, so I asked for clarification. He said that he was going to drop out of university and go back home because he couldn't deal with the shame. That's where our conversation ended, and I didn't really know how to respond to that. I haven't reached out to his family yet. I did consider it, but if he's not having a mental health crisis, I don't really want to involve them unnecessarily. Update 2. Hey, it's me again. Still doing okay and hoping this will be the last update I need to make, granted I thought the last one would be the last. Following my update post, I messaged Jordan's mom, and she messaged me back on Facebook that same day. She agreed that this was incredibly out of character for Jordan. In fact, she mentioned a few other things that she had noticed as being off about him in the last few weeks, nothing crazy, just things here and there she'd never known him to do or say. I spoke with her at length about Jordan's mental health and potential psychosis, and she told me that there is a history of mental illness on his dad's side, including a paternal uncle's sewer slide, but that she doesn't know all that much about it because they've not spoken to one another in quite a long while. Our conversation lasted about an hour, and I showed her all of Jordan's texts and whatnot, and she agreed that they sounded quite manic, regardless of how coherent they were. A lot of people also asked if he had told our mutual friends and acquaintances that we were dating. I did message our mutual friends, our dorm mates, etc., and they all basically said they have no idea what I'm talking about, so it seems he's just been sort of having these thoughts by himself without expressing them. I don't know how to get in contact with his close friends that we don't share, so I can't really ask them. Anyway, for a few days, that was it, until yesterday evening, I got word from Jordan's mom that he had been detained under Section 136 by the police. For anyone not from the UK or who, like me, doesn't know what that is, from what I can tell, it basically means he was suffering from an obvious mental health disorder in public, with their behavior concerning enough that they're a danger to themselves or to others, and police think they need immediate and urgent care. What I know from here is pretty minimal, and I'm not sure where he was taken to, but his mom said that he would be there for the day while they perform a mental health assessment, so I assume that's what they're doing today. She said that essentially he had been out in the streets yelling about things, she didn't specify what, and intimidating other people on the street. He was throwing things around and generally just causing a lot of issues, and police got called because people thought that he was drunk. They established he wasn't, and that's all I know. His mom and I again had a chat, and we sort of assumed that mental health and/or psychosis is likely right. The rejection of the proposal probably set him into a spiral of getting worse in the last few days, bringing us to where we are right now. I do feel pretty awful about that. I'm doing my best not to blame myself, but it's hard not to feel like I caused it. Either way, he is currently with police and mental health professionals, likely being assessed. I don't know how the system works, so I'm not sure what will happen beyond this point. If someone with more knowledge wants to chime in, please do. I'm hopeful, though, that this will mean Jordan will be able to get some help for whatever it is he is currently dealing with. This has been a whole lot of emotions, and I really appreciate the help of everyone on my last 2 posts. My dad was struggling really hard after a family tragedy, so he found comfort in venting to his younger coworker. Now I just found out that's not the only thing he's been unloading in her. For some backstory, almost a year ago, my family experienced the loss of my grandpa, my dad's father. It was sudden, and it struck my father really hard. He started having more emotional outbursts, being more reclusive, etc., and we tried our best to be understanding and help him in any way he needed. He found himself a therapist and seemed to be working through a lot of his feelings and thoughts. He still wasn't acting entirely like the man we once knew, but grief affects everyone differently, and this made his behavior easy to excuse. My dad and I don't live in the same city, so we often meet up at halfway points for lunch. We have always been close, so it's commonplace for us to talk about our feelings, emotions, and recent life events with each other. Now to what happened. During our first lunch since my grandpa's passing, I noticed my dad talking a lot about this new girl at his work. We will call her Stacy. He said that Stacy was helping him a lot with his trauma and being there for him. Stacy's husband had been through some similar traumas that my dad had experienced, and that was being brought up in therapy, so he said she offered him support. He really felt he could be himself around her. He made it abundantly clear that he did not feel he could be himself around his wife of 20 years, my mom by the way, but that he could with Stacy. I thought this was an odd comment to make, and I think this is where my suspicions of their real intentions began, but I knew he was struggling. It made me feel relieved that he had someone he trusted, though it struck me a little weird that she was 29, but again, sometimes workplaces can create weird and unexpected friendships, and with me being 26, I wondered if maybe he saw her as another daughter since I wasn't able to be around much due to distance. He assured me that Stacy was married to a man named Andrew. They were strictly friends, but in his own words, people from his work had started to think something was going on between them, so they had stopped talking at work and had moved to texting. He even went so far as to say later in the conversation that he thinks a strong marriage should be able to survive someone cheating. I assured him that that wasn't healthy and that I'm not sure what kind of relationship he wanted with his wife, but I did not want a relationship founded on infidelity. Obviously, my alarm bells were going off. With the little information I had on Stacy, I went and found her online. I stalked her, and just like my dad said, she was seemingly in a young, happy marriage with Andrew. She kept her social media pretty private, but from what I could see, she looked like your average 29-year-old woman. I couldn't possibly imagine what she would want with my dad, and if anything, I thought maybe my dad had a work crush that he was reading too much into. No one wants to think that their dad could be capable of a full-blown affair. Over the next few visits with my dad, I would hear him continually talk about Stacy when telling stories about work or discussing his friends. She always seemed to come up. I couldn't help but notice that he would avoid calling her by name. She would just be she, or her, or the girl from work. It's as if he completely forgot the things he had told me about her, or as if he was afraid to say her name around me. Infidelity is never mentioned again, but he is always talking about how he's fighting with my mom, Lily, how as he goes through therapy, she might not like the man that he's becoming. He tells me how he's standing his ground more often and getting into verbal arguments with her. I imagine this is self-sabotage due to his guilt because of the cheating. Fast forward to today, about a year since I first heard about Stacy. I went on my laptop, which I do not use often, and I opened Instagram. I realized I still had my dad's login credentials saved on my computer from a one-off back in 2016. My dad is and always has been sketchy with his passwords, so I assumed that likely it wouldn't work, but I tried the login anyway. To my surprise, I was in. I won't even pretend like I didn't know exactly what I was looking for or like I'm above looking through his private messages. I opened their messages, which were pretty bleak at first. I thought that I could rest my suspicions, more like hoped, until I couldn't. It started out with sending corny photos to each other. Things like, "You can kiss me whenever you want, I'm yours," and "Your arms feel like home and I'm homesick." Really juvenile weird stuff, things I wouldn't send to a coworker if you paid me. Still in denial, I kept scrolling, and that's when I saw it. Revealing pictures, from only her though, thank God for saving my eyes. Then, I saw the full-blown dirty texting conversations they were having and discussions about their existing partners and the potential of leaving them for each other. Conversations about their plans to sleep together for the first time, etc., you get the picture. All of my suspicions laid out in front of me. He was willing to risk it all for a married woman 3 years older than his daughter. He was willing to hurt the woman he had supposedly loved for 20 years, destroy his family, destroy Stacy's family. For what? Absolute freaking selfishness. The worst part for me was that they actively talked about their existing partners in this chat. Stacy is always making fun of my mom. Does Lily dress up like me for you? Does Lily let you go down on her with her bush? As if Stacy couldn't become more of a disgusting human, as if she's not already sleeping with a married 53-year-old father of 2, she has to degrade his wife, an innocent victim in this situation. They assure each other that they love their current partners so much that it hurts, and they don't understand how they can have the capacity to love 2 people at the same time. It's disgusting and childish. I don't know how this ends. They still work together, closely together, and I cannot bring myself to tell my mom. I don't want my dad to know that I know, and I don't want him to feel backed into a corner like he has to tell my mom, but I want him to tell my mom because he knows it's the right thing to do. I have looked up to my dad my whole life, and I feel like the whole view I have had of him as this selfless, loving, caring family man has been shattered. I'm so disappointed in his actions, and I don't know what to do. It's eating away at me. Update 1. So, I finally called my mom. She and my dad had spent the day together at their cottage, so I waited until they were home and then asked if she could go somewhere alone so we could talk on the phone. Her reaction was nothing like I imagined. She sounded like she already knew. Her reaction also made me feel like this wasn't the first time this has happened. She laughed and asked me what I thought I saw. She blamed herself and said that she doesn't meet my dad's needs. I explained to her that it wasn't fair and that she doesn't deserve to be lied to and cheated on. I said the way they spoke about my mom in the chat was disgusting and that whatever going on was wrong. She asked to see the screenshots, so I sent them to her. She kept reassuring me that her and my dad were in it for the long haul and wouldn't divorce. I told her I didn't care about that. I said no matter her decision, I supported her either way. Even though it wasn't what I was anticipating, I felt relieved. I felt like a weight had been lifted. She thanked me for telling her and said that I would always be her sweet girl. Everything seemed to be going well until she spoke to my dad and called me back. I don't know what happened with the conversation between her and my dad, but it's clear that he is a master manipulator and not at all the person I thought he was prior to all this. My mom's tone had completely shifted on the phone. She was scolding me. He confirmed the affair. He confirmed everything I had said and brought forward to her. Somehow, they're blaming me. They're telling me I'm wrong. My mom told me that she's read all the screenshots I sent but had nothing to say about them. They're staying together, and in her words, this is just a bump in the road. We've had highs and lows, and we'll have lows again. I said I would support her either way, so I can't be mad, but I can't help but be sad at how low she thinks of herself to accept this behavior. I love your dad, and he loves me. What a horrible message to send to your child. She told me that guilt does bad things to people and that she thinks I got myself worked up over nothing. She told me it was wrong of me to look at his Instagram messages and that it was a breach of trust. Ironic considering my dad committed the biggest breach of trust there is in a marriage. I also never would have looked at his messages had he not planted the seed of infidelity in my brain. She explained that my dad is very angry with me, and she doesn't know if our relationship is repairable. I assumed my dad would be mad at me, of course, but for my mom to seemingly side with him and turn her back on me too is almost too much to take. I know she's being manipulated, but this is where it ends, I guess. I can't stand to look at either of them. I feel like I was just orphaned. I can't fight a fight someone doesn't want me to on their behalf. Deep down I know I'm not to blame for this, don't get me wrong, but it's really hard to not feel awful when your parents, whom you've trusted, turn their back on you. I do feel like I did right by myself in telling my mom the truth, but I can't help but think that everything would have been easier if I never said anything. My dad still follows Stacy. He has blocked me and my fiancé on all social media platforms. He's quite literally showing that he chooses his affair partner over his daughter. I know he's reacting out of embarrassment and anger, but I've blocked him in return. He doesn't get to choose when he comes back into my life. All of this hurts a lot. Update 2. Hey, so a small update on my post from 4 months ago if anyone is interested. I've been working with a therapist to figure out what I really want to come out of all this and how I can proceed with or without my family. I initially settled on no contact with my dad and low contact with my mom. After some thinking, I decided that I wanted to have my dad in my life and rebuild at least an amicable relationship with him. I understand that may not be what everyone would choose, but I really couldn't imagine my big life events and my future without my dad. I reached out to my mom via text and asked her if she believed my dad was still too angry with me to talk. She urged me not to reach out and asked me to continue leaving the door open. She told me that she was encouraging my dad to do the same for me. At that point, I decided that if he had to be encouraged to leave the door open for his only daughter, then maybe it actually wasn't worth reaching out to him. He ended up texting me the next day that he unblocked my number but he wasn't ready to talk. I waited 3 weeks for him to text me but received nothing. I reached out just asking for a timeline on when I can expect that he will be ready to talk, and he replied saying he had been waiting for me to contact him. Whatever, I guess, so the conversation started fine. He said he loved me and he missed me. He said that we were just going to have to agree to disagree on the whole situation. I explained that wouldn't be happening and that I didn't care about the cheating. That's not my problem. My problem is how he has hurt me and how his silent treatment affected me. Obviously, this is not what he wanted to hear. I'll spare you all the nitty-gritty. The conversation ended with him saying he was mad at me because I didn't come to him first and give him a chance to come clean, but in the same message said that if I had kept my nose out of his business, he would have taken this secret to the grave, and that it was me who hurt my mom because I told her. He repeatedly demanded that I apologize to my mom for hurting her and apologize to him for betraying his trust. There was a lot more to the conversation, of course, but to wrap this all up, I doubled down that I did nothing wrong. He is the one who betrayed his wife, and if my mom would like an apology, she is more than welcome to reach out to me directly. Other than that, we're done here. His number is blocked, and I don't plan on unblocking him. I feel confident in my decision this time. I don't feel like him and I are existing in the same reality. I don't feel like he's the dad I once knew. Sorry this is so long and not a happy ending at all, but it does feel nice to get this all out here. My husband made a new female friend after he helped her recover from falling off her bike, and I didn't think much of it. Now I found a text she sent him implying she wants to fall in between his legs. So, I, 32F, will start by saying I'm generally quite a secure person and have never felt like I had any issues around this until I read a message sent to my husband, 32M, yesterday, and I'm kinda losing it now. For some backstory, my husband does downhill biking. He has done so since he was very young, knows his stuff, and he's out there every day. Generally, he rides with the same group of guys, but they mostly stick to weekends. My husband goes out every day of the week, luckily because his job allows him to. If he's out on his own, generally weekdays, and the dogs are free, he'll also take the dogs. So around 6 months ago, he was out in the morning, with the dogs, and ended up coming home earlier than usual. While he was out, he found this girl who fell off and had badly injured her arm and wrist. As you can imagine, he's done the same numerous times, knew exactly what to do and where to go to get seen quicker. He got her to the car park, packed the dogs and bikes up, and took her to the GP who referred her to the hospital, and he came home. All good, nothing strange yet. Around a week after this, one of the guys he rides with sent him a screenshot of a post in a Facebook group that was made for people specifically who build and maintain the bike trails. It went something like this: I'm looking for someone called husband's name who helped me last week when I fell and got me to the hospital. He drove a XYZ truck and had 3 dogs. She had posted in a few groups before being linked to the group for the trail builders, who my husband goes out there with. My husband isn't on social media, so he said he could send her his number. She texted him to double check she had the right person. He confirmed it was him and that he was glad she was feeling better, and he was happy to help. She offered him money or to take him for lunch, which he declined, and just said again that he was happy to help. They text back and forth every now and then, with her initiating, and it's mostly, "Hey, how are you? Hope you're well," etc., until she starts getting better and can ride again. It turns to, "Hey, we should hit the trails sometime." Now, without tooting his horn for him, he's very good. He used to ride competitively when he was younger, same with many of the guys he rides with. Most people at the park know who they are, and generally, if they hear them coming, we'll just get to the side and watch them pass. He tries to decline her offer in a way not to offend her, but there's no way she can keep up with them. There's a section that's just big jumps to practice on, and he says maybe next time he's on those, he'll give her a shout, and they can meet up there. Eventually, that happens, and he gives her a few tips, which then turns into her texting him more often about biking, asking for him to tutor her, and just general stuff. This goes on for the next couple of months. There seems to be a friendship starting. I've never once had any concerns about this and was quite happy for him to continue. So yesterday, he went out with the dogs and bumped into her. He said they spoke for a while and went for a cycle with the dogs to wind down before he came home. She started texting him when he got home, and I could see these messages coming through the iPad as I was using it. To be clear, he's not hiding the texts. He openly leaves his phone lying around, no passcode, lets our daughter play on it, and is happy for me to use it. He doesn't get weird or secretive about it in the slightest. He knows the iPad and laptop are linked to his phone and that it can all be seen by anyone using them, and he has never given me cause for concern. It's her intentions I'm not too sure about at this point. So anyway, the dogs. We have 3 working hunting dogs used in the fields regularly, and while they can look like they're running riot down these trails, they are extremely well trained and tuned into whatever my husband is doing. This becomes more apparent when he's not on the trails, and they're following and watching his every move. These texts started about the dogs for a bit, and then she sent a text which ended with the following: like a slave looking to please their master, with a smirking emoji. Admittedly, I don't care for emojis and the texting jargon people use nowadays. I don't even know what the smirking face is supposed to mean, frankly, but something about this made me feel icky, and I feel like there's an undertone going on here. He replied but seemed to ignore that last comment. However, this caused me to think and look back on her communication and feel like I've noticed a few red flags. She always initiates the conversation. If she doesn't get a reply, she seems to keep sending messages until he replies. Not once has she ever referenced or acknowledged the fact that he's married or has a family. Even when he mentioned that he's been away for my birthday or that he's going to our daughter's dancing show, she'll change the subject as if she's pretending we don't exist or to shut down any mention of us. She often makes excuses for them to meet up one-on-one. I'm sure there's more, but I don't want to scour through every message and feed into this more than I already have in case it's nothing. But am I crazy for thinking there may be something going on with her? I don't want to bring it up in case it is nothing and I look like I'm being paranoid, but it just isn't sitting right. I'm also pregnant, and the hormones are doing their thing. Should I say something, or leave it and monitor this more closely for a bit? Or is this the effect of a 30-something pregnant mom whose husband seems to be aging like a fine wine, and any female he meets is doing what he loves, being in amazing shape due to the hobby? Update 1. It escalated quickly. So, my last post got a lot more responses than I thought it would get. I wasn't going to post an update, but I feel like I owe it to all the people telling me to trust my gut. For those asking why my husband hadn't been more abrupt with her, In a nutshell, he always tries to keep the peace. I downplayed how well known he is in our town. He comes from a well-known family in our area and was a downhill rider in the UCI and featured in various YouTube channels. People come here specifically for the bike trails, and typically wherever he goes, there's usually a handful of people who recognize him and want to say hello. It's not a huge town, everyone knows everyone kind of place, and, like anyone, he would never want people to come away from any interaction with him with a sour taste in their mouth. After our daughter was in bed, I spoke with my husband, told him my thoughts, and he agreed she was being inappropriate. He said he had in no way done or said anything that would indicate he was alright with it. He hoped by ignoring it, she would get the hint and leave him be. He didn't want to make things awkward or embarrass anyone and admitted he probably should have said something. So after reading everyone's comments, there were loads of amazing ways people suggested shutting her down, which in hindsight would have been an amazing way to stop her in her tracks. However, he didn't want to ruffle feathers, so he sent her a text with the idea being, "We're starting to get ready for the baby and have lots to do and prepare, and he won't have the time or energy to be spent on the bikes or meetups, so he will be unavailable to her for the foreseeable future." He typed it up, handed it to me for my approval, and I hit send. Minutes later, his phone pings. I'm in the kitchen, he's in the living room, and I see his eyebrows raise, and he just looks at me. I go over, and he just hands me the phone. The audacity of this girl astounds me. She replied, "Okay, do you think we could meet up quickly tomorrow?" My heart sank, and I knew exactly what that meant. I burst into tears. In my head, this was the start of my world crumbling. My husband tried calming me down and asked me what I'd like him to do, block her there and then, or ask what she wants to see him for. I wish I just told him to block her, but for some reason, I wanted to know more. He replied, asking what meeting up would achieve. She just says there's stuff she would like to talk to him about face to face. I felt like I was literally being punched in the chest and being winded at this point. He eventually gets the point across that he is not going to meet with her and drags it out of her. She tells him that at some point, feelings started, that turned into fantasies, and that basically he could do whatever he wanted to her. But I didn't need to know about it, and she would be happy to keep it that way, as in her words, it'll be their thing. It was more graphic than I'm willing to type. I felt like I was level-headed about the matter up until this point. I lashed out, got very, very angry, started crying uncontrollably. My body was vibrating with anger. I barely slept, woke up crying, felt like absolute crap all day today. I've already got in touch with our friends who run these Facebook groups she joined and asked them to remove her and make sure she doesn't join again. My husband replied last night and told me it's been sorted, and that I don't have to worry about her anymore. I didn't see the text he sent, but it's there on the iPad. However, I can't bring myself to even open the iMessage app after seeing what I saw. It's not fair that someone thinks they can just do something like that regardless of how it's going to impact an entire family. Currently, I don't want him leaving the house. I don't want him to ever go back to the trails, I don't even want the dogs going up there anymore. The fact she has even touched my dogs makes me sick. So there we are, I still feel like my life's slipping away from me, like someone's trying to steal it. My confidence is shattered, my eyes sting, my head hurts from crying, and I don't feel like eating. I don't think I've ever felt as low as I do right now. My husband's trying his best to comfort me, it's not his fault, though. He feels very guilty, despite me telling him he's done nothing wrong. I can't believe how quickly my life just changed with a stupid text. Thank you to everyone telling me to believe my gut and everyone else who took the time to comment. Edit. I just want to add, I'm not controlling my husband, I'm not holding him hostage. He had to take the dogs out today, and the bike park is almost in our back garden. I'm just describing how I feel right now. It feels like a personal attack on me and my family, and I know this sort of thing happens all over the world. This man's baby is about to burst out of my body, and I don't feel attractive in any sense of the word right now. I feel I'm well within my rights to be a little distraught after seeing a text from a much younger, much fitter girl describing in graphic detail the things she wants my husband to do to her.
I am a man, and my brother's fiancé is allergic to the rainbow and said it's disgusting that I have a husband. Now he wants to put me back in the closet for his wedding day to trick my in-laws. My brother, 25M, and I, 28M, have never had a good relationship, and it only got worse after I came out of the closet. Luckily, our relationship has improved a bit over the last 2 years. During this time, he met his now fiancée. She and I never got along because she doesn't like people like me. In her mind, we are sick. We had an argument once, and she told me that I needed help because, in her words, I am sick in the head and need professional help. It's not the only thing she has done and said to me, but I don't want to get into details. So, my brother came to visit a couple of days ago. It was a surprise since he doesn't visit often. I let him in, and we started talking. He told me he was getting married, and I congratulated him. We talked for a while longer, and then he tells me that he has to tell me something important. I asked him what was wrong, and he tells me that he wants me to attend his wedding without my husband, and instead bring a girl. I asked him why I can't attend with my husband, and he tells me that it is how his fiancée wants it, and that I should accept it since it would only be for one day. We got into an argument, and I told him that he shouldn't expect me to attend since I wouldn't be there. After I said this, he called me a jerk and accused me of not wanting him to be happy. He left, and a couple of hours later, my mom called me. She asked what was wrong because my brother told her that we had a fight. I told her what happened, and she said she would like to see me attend his wedding but that she understands if I don't. On the other hand, my father messaged me, calling me a massive prick for hurting my brother's feelings, but his reactions are nothing new. Honestly, I want to attend his wedding because he is my brother, and I love him, but as things stand, I will not go. Update 1. I want to thank you all for your kind messages. I couldn't reply to all of them, but I've read each one, thank you. After I made my post, my husband and I had a talk. To keep it short, he told me I could go if I really wanted to, but I told him I didn't want to go without him, so that's that. Earlier this morning, I woke up to a lot of texts from family and even friends. They've been messaging me a lot after everything that happened. I looked through most of them, but I decided not to reply since most of them were negative. The morning went pretty well, and my husband and I left at 11 because we were going to watch his nephew's soccer game. He lost, and after the game was over, we left and just had some fun. An hour after we got home, my sister called me. I picked up, and she told me she and our brother had a fight over what had happened. When I asked what happened, she told me that she asked him why I can't bring my husband, and he straight up told her it is because he is ashamed of me. After he said this, they got into a huge fight, and she told him she wouldn't attend either. We talked for a little bit longer, and we promised to meet up in a couple of days to spend some time together. I'll admit that when I hung up, I started crying. I always thought my brother at least had a little bit of love for me, but I was wrong. I'm honestly planning on cutting him out of my life, and if he ever wants to be back in my life, then he has to show me he deserves it. I'm honestly a mess, I just want all this crap to stop. I hope he has a good wedding and that he'll be happy, but I'm done. Update 2. Hey everyone, so it's been about 7 months, and some people have been asking about what ended up happening. So, I'll just say it. I went to my brother's wedding, even though I said I wouldn't. The reason I went is that I wanted to see everyone one last time before I cut contact. It was a difficult day, and a lot of people hated the fact that I came, especially the family of my brother's now wife. He came to me once everything was said and done, and we had a talk. I congratulated him and told him that I was happy for him, but also that I didn't want to be a part of his life. To my surprise, he looked pretty hurt, but he accepted it. I'll be completely honest, once I left and drove home, I broke down because no matter how bad things got, I still had love for my brother. Yes, he was a massive prick, but he is still my brother, and for that fact alone, I'll always have some love for him. But that was it for this update. I just want this chapter to have an end so I can focus on myself, my husband, and our happiness. I thank you all for the kind messages that I have received from you. Thank you all very much. I hope everyone has a good day.
My fiancé told me to take care of all the chores and childcare, but he doesn't earn enough for me to be a stay-at-home mom. Now he's calling me a gold digger for telling him he needs to do chores if I need to work. A little background: I, 26F, come from a relatively traditional Asian family, so sorry in advance for any mistakes in English. My father owns a rice wine brewery, and my mother helps him with it. Even though I've said my family is pretty conservative, from what I've seen growing up, my father never told my mother to do all the chores, he helps her with them. My father always says that he couldn't provide for the family alone, so she has to work too. That's why he never expects her to do everything in the house. Just like how they share the responsibilities to earn for our family, they also share responsibilities in taking care of the household. Now, enter my fiancé, 29M. We met on social media. He's an American who's currently working in my country. We've been dating for 3 years and have been engaged for 5 months. He always tells me he's looking for a traditional woman and wants to date with marriage in mind. He said that women who are capable of taking care of household and child-rearing are admirable, and I always agree with him without much thought because that's indeed an incredible feat, right? He's working in a small university, and I'm currently working in a hospital. We've saved enough to buy a house with a little bit of help from my parents, but we haven't moved in together yet because, you know, Asian parents. But anyway, on my father's birthday last week, my fiancé and I talked about marriage once again. He doesn't think his income alone would be enough after our marriage, and it's giving him insecurities. So I suggested that I keep working after marriage, and that's not a problem because we'd be partners. My father also offered that we take over his brewery, and while I found the idea lovely, my fiancé, on the other hand, seemed hesitant about it, but he wholeheartedly agreed that I should keep my job. That was where the first problem started. I told him that since I have to work, then I expect him to help with the household chores later. As soon as I said that, he suddenly got irritated. He said that he had been telling me he's looking for a traditional woman and that now he had been catfished since I don't want to take care of every household chore because I'd still be working a job. Whenever he said he's looking for a traditional spouse, I always thought that he'd also be a traditional spouse, as in, being the sole provider so I can focus on taking care of the house and child if we ever have any. But when I told him that, he said I'm a gold digger and materialistic like any other woman, even when I never once asked him to be the sole provider. He brought that up first. Mind you, I never let him pay by himself whenever we went out on a date. Whenever he paid for dinner, I would have paid for coffee and the movies, stuff like that. Even my father willingly offered his brewery if we wanted to take care of it as a means to provide for ourselves. So where's the gold I should have been digging here? That was when I actually put the ring down and told him that I want to break up. I told him he's not traditional enough if he wants a fully traditional wife. I didn't want to deal with someone who could easily call me a gold digger in front of my parents just because I want to share the chores. I can't help but think if he could easily say what he said in front of my parents when we haven't married yet, then he could be saying something worse if we're married and alone. I went home alone, and he texted me saying he was sorry and he didn't mean what he said. He asked to meet, but I don't feel like it. However, when I told my friends, most of them told me I was a bit too emotional, hasty, and impulsive. They said I might look like the person who is wrong because I don't even want to meet him. His mother is now trying to talk me out of it, saying I'm too old to act like this, and it's the cultural barrier that led us to this point. So, here I am, trying to look for a new perspective. Update 1. Hello, I'm back once again after my post from almost 2 weeks ago. First of all, I want to thank everyone who kindly replied and messaged me in the past week. I truly am grateful for all the encouragement I received from everyone. It really warms my heart amidst all this mess. I want to admit that I, too, ignored quite a number of red flags he displayed in the past years, brushing them off as differences in our culture and upbringing. I thought I was being open-minded and accommodating, not knowing that I should have opened a deeper conversation regarding what I want if I were to deepen our relationship. Many people kindly praised me in my previous post, but I feel rather undeserving to receive them because I also did many stupid things that got me here. Okay, now, to the real update. Last night, I had dinner with him alongside my father, after much thought and input I received from Redditors, friends, and family. Long story short, he still didn't want to end our relationship. He apologized, saying he misspoke and wanted to fix his mistake. He said it was because he was too comfortable with me, since I'm not a confrontational person, and I did help quite a lot with his chores, like bringing side dishes, helping clean up his place every now and then, etc., so he thought I'd always be accommodating to what he wants. I also apologized that I've never really brought this kind of topic up seriously and didn't make sure we were on the same page whenever we did discuss this type of topic. He agreed that I should have told him before because that way it would never have gotten to this point, and then he kept bringing up my bad communication. I know it's my fault too, but it didn't feel good at all hearing that from him. Even though he admitted his faults and never spoke badly to me before except for that one time, I still can't shake off my distrust of him. I don't know why, but what happened last week is like an instant feeling of repulsion. So, I returned the ring he gave me and told him I'll return more than half of the amount we used to buy our house. He initially refused the money, saying he wants to keep trying to win back my trust and for me to keep in contact with him. But this morning, he said I can transfer his money because marriage is not really happening now, and he tried to prevent me from selling the house or telling our mutual friends that marriage is off the table. So, I just updated almost all of my group chats that I'm now single, and I'm here to tell everyone I'm single because my now ex-fiancé displayed a red flag so big, China would be crying with envy. I feel like the jerk, to be honest, because it seems like my feelings for him were that shallow all along. But maybe reality hasn't hit me yet, but that's that.
My girlfriend tried to ambush me into helping her babysit 5 kids for free and got mad at me when I left her to fend for herself. So, my girlfriend, 23F, babysits for her cousins on her days off a few times a month for extra cash. I, 24M, tend to help out when I'm also off, or after work if they're still there, because I'm the oldest sibling from a big household and do well with kids, and she says it's because I'm still half a kid myself. Yesterday, I got a text from her asking me if I would like to come over. I arrived at her place, and we chatted for a while, all while she kept trying to offer me booze and getting me to take a drink, which I continuously turned down because I had plans with my dad that night, a late birthday celebration since it was raining heavily on the actual day. She didn't say anything about it, but looking back, I think she made a face, though I'm not sure. We hung out a bit more, and I still had 2 hours before I had to go pick up my dad, and her cousin pulled up. Unsurprisingly, it was my girlfriend's day off, and of course, she's babysitting today. Well, instead of the usual 2 children, there were 5. Apparently, one of the kids wanted to have a sleepover at their aunt's house and invited 3 friends. My girlfriend kept staring at me from the corner of her eye, and I knew that she wanted me to cancel my plans with my dad to take care of these kids, so I waited for her to ask or to say anything about it, but she didn't, so I didn't. I tried to help while I was there, took her dog outside, and tried to wear them down by racing them, lol, and then ordered pizza. They weren't bad kids, or even very rowdy, mostly excited. I left at around the time I had originally intended, and my girlfriend didn't say anything but clearly wasn't happy. The night with my dad went great, but uneventful. This morning I woke up to a text from her. I have never felt as disrespected as I do right now. You were meant to be my partner, and you abandoned me. I needed your help, and you left me here to fend for myself. What did I do to deserve that? Do you hate me? Followed by another text, I think we need to talk in person. I'm honestly kind of angry myself the more I think about it. She signed up to watch 5 children, and then got angry when she had to watch 5 children? But then I wonder if I'm being too harsh because I do help out whenever I'm there, pretty often, so there was a certain standard set in her head that I would help. I don't know. I think I would just like to hear the opinions of strangers before I have this talk and do something I regret because I think she's being unfair. Update 1. So, you guys really helped me see some things I hadn't considered before. Someone mentioned that offering me booze to get me to stay was pretty insidious, and they wondered how many times she did it and I just didn't notice. That made me wonder, and I started thinking back to how many times I was there already, either having a drink on the couch or working on something for her, and her cousin's kids showed up either out of the blue or my girlfriend forgot to mention they would be there. It also made me wonder how much of my decision to help babysit for free was actually my idea. I didn't love the idea of being manipulated, but I figured honestly it was a harmless enough case, and if we talked about it and she apologized, it would be no big deal. So, when I went over to her place the next day, I was pretty calm. We had texted a little back and forth on the phone, but nothing big because I think we both wanted to talk in person. She was crying before I got there. We sat down, and she started off, "Why did you leave me?" So I asked her why she didn't ask me to stay. She said that she knew I knew, and that I was smart enough to know she would need help with 5 children. So I asked if I would have gotten any of the money, and she looked angry and started going on about how she didn't know I had fallen on such hard times and that she would go in her purse. I rolled my eyes at that, immature I know, and asked if she tried giving me booze so I wouldn't leave, and she looked shocked for a minute before answering no. It was so obviously a lie that I just moved to the next question, asking if she had done it before. She started looking angry again and said that if I really thought she would do that, we shouldn't be in a relationship. I knew she was being facetious, but honestly, I was so done at this point you could stick a fork in me, so I took her up on it. I hadn't intended to break up with her, but suddenly when I was given the opening, I realized I kinda wanted to. I still love her, don't get me wrong, but this wasn't the first time she had screamed like that, though it usually wasn't at me. I just didn't want to hear it anymore. She messaged me the next day, apologizing, and asking if I saw a future for us, but when I said no, she dropped it. Her mom and dad came to my work, and I don't know if it was just hilarious timing or if they wanted to say goodbye. We had a pretty good talk, and they confirmed there are no hard feelings with them. I didn't ask about my ex because it didn't feel proper, but they offered that when she had talked to them, she had been really embarrassed about the breakup. They were hinting that they wanted to know why, and I just shrugged. I wasn't sure how they would respond, and I didn't want to get either of us in hot water with them or accidentally start up some kind of reconciliation attempt. Thanks for the help, everyone.
My baby boy wreaked havoc at my mother-in-law's house when she said she would babysit him. Now she's crying because I refused to pay for the damages he did while she was supposed to watch him. I, 36F, have a 2.5-year-old son. He is energetic and curious, like every child is supposed to be. Meltdowns are age-appropriate, but he usually doesn't have them unless he misses sleep or gets sick. I make sure to let him release his energy in playgrounds, etc., every day so he won't climb furniture, lol. Our parenting style is similar to that of a British show called Super Nanny. By that, I mean, for example, if you don't eat your vegetables, you won't get any desserts. No matter how much you cry, that won't change. Or 7:30 is the bedtime after our nighttime routine, and unless there is an extreme case, 99% of the time he will be in his bed, trying not to be in bed to have more fun. We do a little dance where he comes back to me, and I put him in his bed again and again. So essentially, rules are rules. My mother-in-law, 58F, lives far away from us and invited us to her home so she could see her grandson face to face instead of everyday FaceTiming. Her home is filled with knickknacks, etc. I mean, it is not ideal to have my toddler live there for a week, but with our parenting style, if we say no, it means no, so we thought it would be manageable with my 24/7 supervision. What we didn't calculate was my mother-in-law's character. She is not a recovering people pleaser, she is, in fact, a proud people pleaser. She thinks she is like Mother Teresa, but it is actually one of my husband's traumas that he had to act extra aggressive toward people to protect his mother from those using her. She started giving my son chocolate cake behind my back because he refused to eat his proper meal, and I was like, he will eat when he is hungry. Apparently, she couldn't imagine a toddler being left hungry by his mother, and since he is refusing the meal, he has to eat something, right? Whenever my son has meltdowns for the things that I wouldn't let him do, she saves him from his despotic mom and does the thing with him, because she couldn't bear watching him cry as if it is the end of the world. Thanks to her week-long actions, now my son thinks my mother-in-law overrides my rules. If he cries enough, he can get what he wants. So now, he doesn't stop crying for a long time, since eventually his angel of a grandma will save him. Today I woke up with the flu, and my mother-in-law volunteered to babysit him. After a few hours, she came to my room asking me to pay for her kitchen cabinets. Apparently, he was smashing a ladle on the cabinet doors and made a lot of dents in the paint. I asked, "Where were you when it happened?" She was right there. She wouldn't have left him alone, of course. "Why didn't you take the ladle from his hands?" Well, he didn't let her. After the meaningless back and forth with similar questions, and I already had a headache from my sinus, I just went back to sleep, saying, "No, I won't pay for it, and it seems like you need to discipline your grandson and be the bad guy for the first time." Now she is crying in her room, making me feel guilty. Update 1. So, when I took my rest, no longer having a headache, I sat down with my mother-in-law and talked about how her actions affect my son and his relationship with me and the environment he is in. I told her that undermining my authority is never a good idea. Even though I might be stricter than she prefers, this is how I choose to raise my son. I've been with him 24/7 since the day he was born, and I do observe that he is happier and learning better with a more structured life. She tried to argue that she has been a mom for 36 years and I am just a mom for under 3 years. I told her that my son is not the same person as her son, so they may have different needs. Plus, the times are different now. We grew up playing on the streets with our big cousins taking care of us, where a car barely passed by. Every neighbor knew us, and there was a "it takes a village" situation going on. On the other hand, my son doesn't have that let him be free, they'll grow themselves kind of luxury. Well, since in her head, she is the best and nicest person around, she still tried to argue that whatever she did was for the good of her grandson. It took for me to threaten her with letting my husband know about this and letting him decide what to do going forward. Then she agreed to act according to my wishes. There were a lot of comments in my previous post about what my husband does in the meantime. Well, he travels for work. He just spent the first day with us, then hopped cities for a week, auditing the franchising locations he is working for. And when the week ended, he came to take us to our hometown, which was yesterday. I try not to share every small disagreement with my husband, as he is always quick to action instead of thinking it through. While we have the same principles about life, and we agree about almost everything, yet I think his bleepution of our same ideas needs some more grace, in my opinion. That was why my mother-in-law was afraid of his reaction to this situation. She knows for a fact he may decide not to show her grandson to her at all. At the end, she did do what I told her to, but still tried to make me the bad guy by saying, "Well, your mom told us not to do that," instead of saying, "It is a wrong thing to do." It took her half a day to revert back to her usual self. You guys were expecting some broken knickknacks when I mentioned them, and well, it happened. Her fridge door is full of magnets that she collected around the world while traveling in her younger days. I forbade my son from touching them at all, and he did avoid them altogether. That is, until she overrode my decision and said, "Being curious is good for kids. Let's look at them together, and you can touch the plastic ones." My son instantly became mesmerized by them, making it his life mission to explore every single one of them. He was now obsessed with them and he slipped all day, finding himself in front of the fridge every chance he got. He doesn't know the concept of plastic or not, and of course, he eventually dropped and broke one of the non-plastic ones. I'm not paying for that either, lol, karma I guess. I'm just glad he didn't break the heirloom crystal glassware that was showcased in a show cabinet. That would have broken my heart as a wannabe history geek. Edit. A few comments made fun of me for referencing Super Nanny. I admit it was wrong of me to do that. I just wanted to paint a picture in your head about my parenting style, and I only watched 2 episodes and happened to agree with the methods used there. I googled the problems about Super Nanny, and I learned that they were forcing kids to act out to have more drama on screen, and blasting kids' mistakes to the public may result in them getting bullied at school, which is indeed abuse. My kid is not problematic, he is just energetic and curious, and I don't think I am punishing him by setting rules. He is happier when he can guess what will happen next. Predictability makes him feel safe and in control.
My girlfriend was oversharing all my intimate details to her friends and they laughed at me, so I dumped her and now she can't afford rent by herself and they're begging me to come back. I, 25M, moved in with my girlfriend, 24F, of 4 years 3 weeks ago. She chose the place, and although her name is on the lease, I paid half of the deposit and the first month's rent as she couldn't afford it. I also covered the first month of bills. She works part-time and has some savings, which she used to furnish the place according to her taste, despite my objections. I felt she overspent and the money could have been better allocated elsewhere. Now on to what happened. She had a few friends over on Monday when I came home. She had ordered food, and as I normally come home from work at 5, she was surprised to see me there an hour earlier. They were a little drunk, and one of her friends made strange comments at me, which I thought nothing of due to the booze, as I went to the bathroom to shower. When I came out from the shower, her other friends and sister were quoting me poetry that I had written to my girlfriend and were quite handsy. I found it odd and asked her where she had heard that. She said, "We just read your love letters to her before watching a movie." My girlfriend was laughing with them, and then her sister made a remark about how she wanted me to do her the way I do her sister because she had never felt that way. I was furious, but due to her being wasted, it was impossible to talk to her. So I just got some of my belongings really quick and left for my mother's house. On Tuesday, she called me 17 times, but I ignored all of them. She also sent many texts wanting to know why I wasn't home. On Wednesday, I told her in person how hurt I was that she shared my intimate letters with her friends and overshared about what we do in private. She said, "Relax, it was a joke, and nobody got hurt." She said the girls were impressed with me, and that's why they got a little handsy. She said once I gave her the letters, they were hers to share with whomever she pleased. So I told her that I am my own person and can make the decision not to share more of myself with her. Today, she showed up to my mother's place apologizing. She wanted me to come back and talk it out with her. I told her no, and that we were done. She wouldn't leave, so I drove to my father's place, where I am now. She kept texting me and telling me that I should be ashamed of myself for leaving her like that. She got her friends and sister to apologize to me, and they told me to quit playing games and go home now that they had apologized. I told them I was home and that as my name was not on the lease and I wasn't respected as an equal in her home, I no longer wanted to be with her. Luckily for me, I hadn't moved most of my stuff there. She kept phoning and texting, so I blocked her. Then she made a mutual male friend of ours contact me and tell me that I was being a wuss about it, so I blocked him too. Then his girlfriend texted me and told me not to blow things out of proportion. I am almost certain I did the right thing, but maybe I should talk it out with her before cutting all contact. Am I going too far by letting her take on rent all by herself? Update 1. After reading a lot of the advice here and talking it out with my family and friends, it seems it's best not to continue my relationship. I haven't contacted her directly, but I went with my brother and my friend while she went to visit her parents on a pre-booked trip. I collected my things and gave my brother the key to give to her on Friday evening. She wouldn't take it from him as she wanted me to return it. My brother told her there was zero chance of that happening because of the TikTok post she had on her account, going into more details about what was in the letters from me, including her mentioning my sister by name and some intimate accidents she had. This forced my sister to tell my mother about it, even though it brought up a lot of trauma for her. At the moment, my sister is not talking to me because she felt I shouldn't have shared that with anyone. I agree, it was wrong of me to do that, even though I was looking for emotional support from my girlfriend. My ex took down the post in hopes of getting me to meet with her. When she realized that wouldn't happen, she put up another one telling her side of the story. There were several parts, and in it, she was looking for the letters to show her followers, but I knew where she kept them and took them while I went to collect my stuff. I burnt all of them, and I won't be writing letters to any new romantic partners anytime soon. My ex's sister has been to my mother's a few times trying to get me to help out with the rent. According to my ex's reasoning, if I hadn't agreed to pay for the rent, she wouldn't have overspent on setting up her home the way she wanted. Even if she sells the stuff, she won't get the original price for it, so she feels it's my fault for making her lose money. She did contact the landlord, filmed for her TikTok viewers while she was on the phone to him, and he denied her breaking the lease without penalties. She has to pay the remainder of the months. I asked her for my deposit through my friend while he was on the loudspeaker to her so I could hear her side without having to speak, knowing full well I wouldn't get my part, but at least he tried. In turn, she called him a lot of names and hung up. Then she phoned him back and apologized because she wanted him to tell me to phone her so she could straighten out the misunderstanding, and we could get back together. She has now taken down all the posts about me. I don't know if she will upload them again once it dawns on her that we are through. She phoned my brother again to make me speak to her so she could explain, and he met her a few hours ago. He finally gave her the key as she was told either she could take it or we would return it to the landlord. He picked up a call from her about an hour after he dropped off the keys. She wanted to talk to me and to forgive her as she had seen how she made a mistake and that it wouldn't happen again. She wanted me to return the love letters, but my brother told her they were burnt. She started blowing up at him, so my brother cut her off. She phoned back more apologetic and said what she had to do to make me go back. He asked her if she would be okay with me sharing her intimate photos and clips she had sent me with my male friends. He asked her this without okaying it with me first. She said she wouldn't be okay with it, and I guess the double standard has completely turned me off as she told my brother that if you receive something through a romantic relationship, then it stays between four eyes. It's not that she doesn't understand that what she did is wrong, it's that she expects me to be okay with it, as in her mind, her feelings matter more in the relationship. She also thinks that me being taller and bigger than her shouldn't have felt threatened by her friends or sisters, as I was not really in harm's way. He then blocked her as she phoned him several times and left him crying messages, followed by some angry messages demanding to delete her intimate photos and clips. Her sister left an angry message with the friend who helped me ask for the deposit, and she threatened him that if I ever leaked her stuff, I wouldn't live to regret it. She told him to pass on the message to me that there is something she is very insecure about sharing regarding her body, and she doesn't want me to share that without her consent. Going forward, I am getting a new number as soon as possible and hoping that I make better decisions in the future. Thank you to all who helped me with good advice.
I just received an anonymous tip that my husband has another wife and 2 kids in another country. Where do I go from here? To start, I, 24F, met my husband, I'll call him Jake, 36M, about 4 years ago on Tinder. Jake comes from a different country than I do, but he was my type, and when we started talking, I was blown away by how charming and sweet he was. This version of Jake never went away. He has always been this amazingly charming and sweet person. He's the type of person that when you finish a conversation with him, you feel better about yourself. Just to give you some context, he and I fell in love quickly and got married fast as well. He was very eager to start a family as it gave his citizenship in my country more legitimacy. By our 2nd anniversary, we were married, and I was pregnant with our son. Jake still works in his home country, so every few months, he flies back and stays there with his mother, completes the required work, and then flies back. The rest of the work he can do at home. The last few years with Jake have genuinely been the most amazing years of my life, and that's why the last week feels like such a fever dream. This is hard to explain, but a person on Facebook messaged me last Tuesday, claiming that Jake had been cheating on me and that they had proof. I genuinely didn't believe this person at first and just ignored them. However, curiosity got the better of me, and I messaged back, asking what proof they had. They proceeded to send me a large collection of photos of Jake with another woman and 2 boys. I knew these photos were relatively recent because he made his hair blonde for the Barbie movie, at my request, and has kept it like that ever since. The person told me that the woman in the photo was his wife and the 2 boys were his sons. I obviously didn't want to believe it. I tried to find ways it could be fake, Photoshop, AI, whatever, I don't even know. I think the person blocked me after that, as their account just comes up as Facebook user now when I look at the chats. When I got home, I confronted Jake and he started crying and confessed that everything was true. He had a wife and 2 sons. The boys looked to be about 13 and 9, but I could be wrong. That's just my best guess, in his home country, and he was still married to the woman. I asked him how he could do this to me, how he could have lied to me for so long. I told him I was going to expose him to the other wife, and he said not to bother because she already knows and supports him. I left and have been staying with my mother ever since. This has been the hardest week of my life, and some days I genuinely haven't wanted to get out of bed. Jake has been texting me, saying that he will break things off with the other wife completely if that's what I wanted, and he texted me saying he thought I wouldn't mind, which genuinely made me sob into my pillow. I have never felt so low. Part of me, stupidly, wants to take him back. The years I had with him were the best I have ever had, but this betrayal is just unimaginable. I don't even know how to explain the hurt I feel. Update 1. Hi everyone, first and foremost, I would like to thank you all for the advice and support you've given me since I posted my original post. It's been over a week since I left to stay with my mother, and this time away from Jake has been so beneficial. It has allowed me to see what is truly important to me. Since I originally posted, Jake and I have been talking, and he let me know that he has broken things off with his other wife. Apparently, it wasn't even a legal marriage thing. He explained to me that when he was a child, his parents and his wife's parents arranged for them to be married. This happened when he was 7 years old, by the way. But it wasn't a legal wedding, it was just a ceremonial thing that linked his family with hers. He said that he never actually loved her but was required to marry her, or his father had to pay so much to his wife's family as punishment, I guess. I felt really bad for him. I could tell he didn't want to be with her at all and was only doing it so his family would be okay. The relationship isn't real on either side, which is what he was trying to tell me when he said his wife supports him. They're only married because they're required to be. I'm so relieved now that he's explained everything to me. He told me he won't be contacting her again, but because of this, we will have to send a small amount of money to the wife's family for the foreseeable future, which of course is not ideal, but it is better than the alternative of him going over to be with her every few months. I wish he had just told me the truth from the start. Since then, I've signed us up for couples therapy, and I'm hopeful that we'll come back stronger. I know this is likely not the result you guys expected or wanted, so many of you were so bloodthirsty for him without even understanding what he was going through. The thing that kind of concerns me now is what the relationship will be like between my son and his other half-siblings. I think I would like to foster a relationship between them if I can. I'm just glad to be back with Jake. I love him so much.
My wife got into a fight with my mom and punched her in the face, so I kicked them all out including my wife. Now she's back after ghosting me for a week and clocking me with divorce papers. My wife and I have been together for 8 years, and she just gave birth to our first baby 2 months ago. Up until my wife got pregnant, my mom loved her. I'm not sure what the heck is wrong with my mom or why the switch happened, but after my wife got pregnant, my mom started being very clingy to me and began avoiding my wife at all costs. She told everyone she wasn't excited about the pregnancy, etc. I threatened to go no contact with her when my wife was about 7 months along, and after that, she snapped out of it for the most part and stopped being so ignorant. The comments 100% stopped at least, though she still clung to me. Now, a week ago, my mom, my sister, my sister's husband, and my sister's 12-year-old daughter came over for dinner. I prepared the meal, and before my wife could eat anything, our daughter got fussy, so my wife excused herself to go feed the baby and put her down to sleep. I thought I had prepared enough, but apparently not because my niece was still starving. She's 5 feet 5 inches and 190 pounds, I haven't seen her in a year, and she was not that size then, so I didn't exactly portion in an extra 3 helpings for a child, so it's on me. I apologized and told her that I hadn't made any more and offered her cookies as I was putting my wife's portion in the fridge. After that, I just went outside with my sister's husband to chill for a bit and shoot the breeze. Didn't think anything of it, but then I heard yelling from inside. When I walk in, my wife and my mom are screaming at each other. Apparently, my mom, who saw me put my wife's food away, gave my niece my wife's portion of food. As I'm walking inside, I hear my mom say, "Looks like you can afford to skip a meal," and she slaps my wife's stomach. Right as I'm about to step in, my wife wins back and punches my mother square in the face, dropping her. The whole house goes silent except for my mom crying and holding her face. I tell everyone to get the bleep out. Immediately, everyone leaves, and my wife just turns toward the counter. I look at my wife and say, "You too, leave, now." She says, "Really?" She's crying at this point. I say, "Yup." She packs up her and the baby and leaves. I text her that night and say I just need space. I need to decompress and come to terms with what just happened. She doesn't respond. The next 5 days, I'm texting and calling, and I get nothing. She shows up here today, so 8 days later, and hands me divorce paperwork and my baby, saying, "Here, you have a bit to hang out with her while I pack. We can work out a visitation schedule that is either at your place or my mother's until she can take a bottle." I told her that's not what I want, I don't want to separate, I just needed time to process her punching my mother in the face. She said, "You needing time to process gave me time to process the fact that I refused to be in this situation any longer." I defended myself. I initially felt bad and remorseful, but you making me leave when I needed you made me see more clearly. I'm done. I'm sorry for what I did, but there's no fixing this. She refused to speak to me at all the rest of the time that she was here. My house feels so empty, and I don't know what to do. Edit. The reason why, my dad was stupid abusive. I was beaten, and my sisters and brother were beaten, and my mom was put in the hospital multiple times. It took years for police to enforce restraining orders, and he finally passed in 2013. Violence scares the bleep out of me, and I clam up and get anxious around violence of any kind now. My wife knows this, and she too grew up with a violent stepdad, and she gets just as anxious and panicky around violence. Her punching my mom in the face triggered an anxious response, and I needed her gone in that moment. I needed to be far away from it. And for the record, I am team wife. My mom deserved it, wholeheartedly, and I've completely blocked her from my life. After it all happened, my mom sent me a text saying, "See, I told you she was crazy. That fat bleep doesn't belong in our life." I'm willing to bet she purposely tried setting my wife off. So no, I'm on my wife's side 100%. I truly just needed to process what happened, and my wife took it as me giving up on her, not defending her and throwing her and our baby out, which essentially did happen because I knew she had to take the baby with her when I kicked her out. Thanks for the responses. I'm the jerk, and I'm going to try and kiss up to her now.
Wife update 2 months later. I'm still grieving the loss of my marriage, but my friend notified me about my husband's post that had too many specific details that were hard to ignore. I read my soon-to-be ex-husband's post and wanted to give my side of the story and include details that he didn't provide in his post. For those who haven't read it, long story short, my husband kicked me out of the house after his mother physically slapped my stomach in front of him, and I punched her in self-defense. I loved my husband dearly, but his lack of action regarding his mother's behavior was extremely disgusting, to say the least. I tolerated his mom's behavior long enough, but I couldn't take it anymore as he had overlooked his mom's behavior repeatedly, and finally, I had enough. I was still recovering after giving birth to his child when his mom slapped my stomach, and my husband exaggerated when he said it wasn't a hard slap. The slap itself was hard enough to be heard by everyone in the room. I had lost it at this point when his mother slapped my stomach with a crap-eating smirk that wasn't visible from my husband's point of view, at least that's what my husband claimed. I had a mental breakdown when my husband told me to leave after kicking everyone out of the house. You should have seen his face when he told me to get out with a straight face and without hesitation. Our baby was crying at this point before I left, and I couldn't do anything but cry that night after I went to stay with my mother. His mother sent me a text mockingly saying, "I'm going to file charges against you for assault, you fat little bleep. Now stay the bleep out of our lives?" She ended the text with a smiley face. I was livid and decided I did not want to be associated with this family anymore. I served my husband divorce papers, and as you can guess, he didn't take it well and tried to get me to reconsider. I told him that he overlooked his mother's behavior one too many times, and I was done with him and his inability to establish boundaries with his mother. I recommended setting boundaries, but he didn't think it was necessary even after I told him throughout the pregnancy about the nasty names his mother called me when he wasn't around. He always brushed it off, even though he did tell his mom to stop. She would continue this behavior after a short pause for a while. Before I left after handing him divorce papers, he begged me for another chance and told me he had cut contact with his mother permanently. I told him that he's sorry now that I handed him divorce papers and that he was too late to act now that I had decided I wanted out of the marriage. I told him I loved him so much that he should look at it as a sign that if I didn't, then I would have divorced him long ago because he didn't stand up for me multiple times, and I let his mother's snarky comments and behavior slide at my mental expense. I told him he needed help with the trauma because I understand that he is dealing with trauma since he already mentioned my abusive stepdad, but he didn't even realize that his mother hadn't gotten him help for his trauma, that he is still being affected in his adulthood. What I can't understand is why he didn't leave if he needed some space instead of being heartless and kicking our child out with me. I've been ignoring his texts and calls ever since, and I'm waiting for a divorce hearing. Something that I wanted to point out is that his mother had contributed to his niece's weight gain, since she lives with my husband's sister to save money. I, once again, told my husband about his niece's weight gain. It's concerning that she weighs 190 pounds at such a young age, and she was indeed not that weight before. On the day of the incident, I was making the niece's second portion of food, and then my husband's mother came towards me and snatched the plate out of my hands, saying, "I'll do it myself, let me take care of it." And when I tried to take the plate back, his mother said, "I know what to do, you don't know how to properly feed someone as healthy as my grandchild." I was shocked that she thinks her grandchild's weight was normal for her age. I couldn't take this harassment or abuse any longer, and my breaking point was reached when he kicked me and our child out of the house. Now I need to do what's right for our child because she doesn't need to be in a toxic household where she has to witness the drama going on. My soon-to-be ex-husband wants us to do marriage counseling, to which I have refused because I am done with him.